This is Tank Abbott here with Hannibal, talking about my life and the things I did in the UFC and WCW. No lies, no bullshit, just the straightforward stuff. No little munchkins running around, no women running around unless they're making me a sandwich. And tune in and check it out, because I'm coming back and I'll be around.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and I am with UFC legend and mixed martial arts legend, as well as former WCW wrestler Tank Abbott, who's just recovering from a very serious surgery, I hear.
This is true. I finally got caught up with all my wildlife and blew a gasket on my liver, but thanks to Cedars-Sinai, I got a nice transplant and everything's moving right along.
And you were saying you lost about 100 pounds and you died 5 times on the operating.
This is true. It was not without complications. I died 5 times on the table, had over 6 strokes, and I'm still here though. I came back through it all, fighting. It was the hardest fight I ever had, but I'm here. I must have won.
And for the fans watching, these questions are going to be all over the place, because I personally was planning on ordering them this afternoon, but I had a little accident at a training camp I was at, so we're kind of rushing into this interview, so the questions are not going to be in chronological order here.
No worries.
So we've heard you were involved in some type of early training, possibly in football. Is there any truth to this?
No, my dad is a football coach, lifelong football coach, and I kind of shied away from football. I did play it though, and I was more drawn to the wrestling mat, and I was wrestled in high school. But actually, when my brother was wrestling, I was 9 years old, and I started then. And I guess you can still say I'm a wrestler to this day.
And how did you start getting involved in weightlifting? Could you tell us some of your best lifts overall in competitions and in the gym?
Yeah, I never really lifted competitively. It was always a self-serving thing for me, just to set a goal and get it done. I fought and everything else, but I was getting in fights when I was a little kid. I wrestled since 9 years old, and I was drawn to that, and it's just something that you either have or you don't have. You don't watch something on TV and go, oh, I want to do that. You gotta have a passion for it, and fighting is my passion.
Now, there's a story about Rick Steiner. I actually interviewed Rick Steiner, and he said that the altercation that you guys had in the crowd was real. And he also said in that interview I did with him that if the barrier hadn't been between you guys, he would have been able to double leg you, and it would have been over pretty fast. Was that a real altercation? And
well, Rick might have liked to see things his way on that, but if the barrier wasn't there, he'd probably still be laying there looking for help.
So that was real. You happened to be there at the show, and
sure, it was real, but when things start happening, I didn't want to get in trouble, so I didn't cross the line, so to speak. And Rick might have his version of things, I have mine. That's usually how it works out.
What do you think about the reputation Haku has in professional wrestling? Do you think it's legitimate? There's all these stories about him being the toughest wrestler that's ever lived in pro wrestling.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of that going around in the business, and if you have to kind of prove yourself. Brock Lesnar, I think he's proved himself. Haiku, I don't know his background. I don't know much about it, but he is what he is.
And we've heard that you were backstage friends with Norman Smiley in your WCW days. Is that true?
Yes, it's true, and I still keep in contact with him. which is kind of amazing in this business. He's a great guy, a good person, and what can I say? He's great.
And back to the Ultimate Fighting, you had a fight with Chemo, who I guess lives in this area. Do you stay in touch with him at all, and what are your thoughts on him as a fighter?
First of all, Chemo is from around here, but when I was fighting those days, my mother had passed away, and I was not mentally sound, and Chemo just got lucky. He fought me when I was physically there, but my mind was way far away. And I can tell you right now, I don't really remember much of it. It wasn't a fight that I really had anything working for positively. It was just show up and collect my paycheck because I didn't want to fight. And it says more that I showed up than anything else. In other fights in the business, when Dana was in control, Dana White, I didn't need to be there, but because I am a man and of my word, I showed up and fought for him.
And the Insane Clown Posse has said that in WCW you scared them more than anyone when they would party with you, because they said you would drink and take your shirt off and start challenging random people to fights.
Yeah, you never know. that could have happened. I'm a big fan of their music, and yeah, there was a lot of nights that some guy that looked like me got up drunk and got up on the tables and tore his shirt off and said, "Let's go."
In 2016, there was rumors that you were going to face Dan Severn, and I guess that fight never got together for whatever reason. Can you shed any light on that?
It was just basically shady business going on, and when it came time to put the thing together, the fight, I was there willing to make it happen. And according to the Arizona State Athletic Commission Board, I wasn't healthy enough to fight, which if I have one leg, I'll be in there. So
yeah.
And that's basically what happened. Nothing happened with Dan. Nothing happened personally with anybody. It was just kind of a fight that never took place because of background politics.
I see. Now, Tank, you've said in the past that you like Butterbean and you're friends with him. What are your thoughts on him as a fighter?
I like Butterbean. You know what? That guy is tough. A lot of people comment about how fat he is and the whole 9 yards, but that guy gets in there and he bangs away, and I admire that in him.
Now, is there any truth to this story that in WCW the higher-ups got upset when you pulled a real knife in the WCW ring against Big Al in the ladder match, and how is Big Al doing these days?
Oh, Big Al is coming to my wedding. I'm going to get married. He just came in from Hawaii. And yeah, it is true. They didn't like me pulling out my knife. But see, when that went down, there was turmoil all in WCW higher-ups, and they basically set me free and said, put your match together. And then I would ask people to help me, like Arn Anderson, and they would just like shake their head and go, Tanker, I wish I could help you. Just do your thing. And no one seemed to tell me you couldn't pull a knife out, and I pulled a knife out.
Did any WCW wrestlers express that they may want to test you at all in the ring? Because sometimes wrestlers will get a little stiff.
Start believing their own gimmick. No, not really, because I never really wanted to go there. I'm a pretty happy-go-lucky guy, unless you step on my toes. And so no one stepped on my toes. It was at least not to my face, maybe behind my back, which is professional wrestling 101.
What are your memories of the Scott Ferozzo backyard rematch event that seemed like a big mess all around?
Really, it wasn't a mess. The only thing that was messed up with it is a friend of mine that came from that fight, Brian Grooms. He didn't have the cameras all put together, and they were looking for a venue. They were going to put it in an old abandoned bar, and I wasn't down for illegal fighting. I didn't want to get arrested for that. So we just ended up doing it in his backyard, and it is what it is. Fatso got what he deserved. For the first fight, I needed knee surgery, but once again, I went in there. I'm scared of no one at any point in time. I might even pick up some fights after my liver transplant. I'm not afraid of anybody or about anything.
And you coined the term steroid skull. Could you elaborate on that term?
Well, the best way to say it is not really say it. Just check out Tito's head. I mean, that guy's head, he looks like Curious George. And I've known him before his head blew up. His body and everything else is obviously like Barry Bonds. You take steroids, your head blows up, and you get a sagittal crest. And basically that's, you can tell when people do steroids and when they don't. And he was one of them, that's for sure. He's the poster boy for a steroid-affected body and head.
Why did your podcast end after only 4 or 5 shows? A lot of people found it very entertaining. And what's your relationship like with the old host, Duke?
We never really had a relationship with Duke, and as time went by, he kind of set up everything, and I'd come home and just shoot it out right in the first, hour or two while I was drinking cocktails. And then as time went by, things started going crazy for him. And he thought he was the show. It was kind of like something that was not the way it should be. And so I just shut it down because it was no fun for me anymore. For the most part, I do things because they're fun.
And what are your thoughts on Ken Shamrock these days?
Wow, that's a name from the past. I don't really have much thoughts for him. It's not even on my radar screen.
When you said you could beat Ronda Rousey, apparently Don Fried enjoyed that segment and agreed with you. For those that haven't heard about that whole situation, could you talk about what your thing was with Ronda?
Sure, that happened a long time ago. Somebody was interviewing me or what have you, and they asked me about Pretty Boy Floyd, and I just giggled and laughed and said he had knocked the living stuffing out of her, which would happen. I mean, it's not even funny, it's ridiculous. But then she turned her attention, I think, towards me, and I found the whole thing just completely ludicrous. I seriously believe there's no woman on this earth that could even put a dent in me, and she's one that it would take forever for her to even step on my toes, much less anything else. She couldn't hurt me. She's a woman. I mean, you have to figure it out. There's a reason why there are women here and there's men here. The men go out and hunt and gather, and women sit around and cook and make beds. That's what's up.
And what do you think about her being in WWE now?
Oh, I find it amusing. I guess she's getting over, but I don't understand why. The people, the crowds, and everybody else has to realize, once again, she's a woman. I mean, I guess she's competing against women, which is fine, but once again, like if I was to wrestle her, it would be an absolute joke. It would be a murder. And she would be, she'd have to make me a sandwich. That's what I said. You have to make me a sandwich if you lose, if I win, or if you lose, I'll give you $100,000. And if not, you have to make me a sandwich. And I don't think, that thinking about that she'd be able to make me a sandwich because she'd be so beat up.
And I was told to ask you about JD's Landing, and apparently you like to do karaoke there at one point.
Oh, absolutely. That was one of my old watering holes that no longer exists, but a lot of debauchery and insanity took place in that place. Things we can't talk about.
What were some of the songs that
you want to get to my karaoke stuff? Well, I get down. I sing everything, so it doesn't really matter.
Now, you fought in UFC Japan, right? And you were pitted against Yoji Anjo or someone like that.
Yeah, Anjo came here, and I was with him in WCW. And, that was all these Japanese people screwing up my head here. They all look alike Hillary Clinton. Anyways, Anjo was a fighter from Japan, and I fought him in a UFC match and took care of him pretty easily. And I was thinking of the great Muda in WCW.
Kajimoto or something.
Yeah. And he liked to spit green dust or something like that. And I remember working with him, and I said, "Hey, bro," and he's kind of like pretending broken English. And I said, "You're not spraying that green shit on me. It's not going to happen." And he looked all puzzled, and because that was his get-over maneuver.
Yeah.
And I go, "This is not going to happen." And he was all confused, like, "I have to, this is what." I go, "You don't have to do that with me. So go find somebody else to do it too." And if you go through the archives, you'll see that he never did. Although I might have, you never know.
What kind of money did you make in those days?
Oh, just money. It was money. It was good money, that's all.
Better than No Holds Barred at the time?
Yeah, but see, that's the whole difference. And No Holds Barred fighting with me is my passion. I think about it, and that's what makes me sick when you have the scumbags like Tito. Tito is a manufactured, made-up guy that they did because the billionaires used to own the show, and so they pumped so much money into him just to get over, and they made a weight class for him, and he's the biggest con man, lying thief, scumbag out there on earth. And he got over on just about everybody, making him feel whatever. He always had an excuse for his dumb maneuvers. "I'm just a kid," and he's like 30 years old. But as far as I digressed on that might have thrown some foil in my cavity-filled mouth. But what were you asking about?
The money between.
The money wasn't a big deal for me. It never has been, because I like to have passion and love what I do, and that's what went down. So that's been my whole way, my whole life, and the money was good. I was their first real star. So they didn't really want me to go anywhere else. So I was receiving a check every 2 weeks from them not to go anywhere else. where all the other guys were fighting because they were starving, but they couldn't put asses in the seats. So they had to hang on to me. I'm the only real true fighter there. And because everybody was trying to make it a gimmick, the claw. Just like, oh, my martial art's better than your martial art. And martial arts is pretty much a television joke. I mean, you think Bruce Lee is going to be wet? He's as bad as Conan O'Brien, or whatever the Irish little midget is. The leprechaun dude. Like, you really think he's going to do something to a man that weighs 250 pounds naturally, never ever took a drug, and benches over 600 pounds, never drug-free, always. But the point is, back to the thing, it's just like Ronda Rousey, they made all this stuff up, and so the UFC has come full circle. You got a bunch of clowns and characters that run out there fighting, that leprechaun guy, Conan Leprechaun.
Yeah, Conor McGregor.
Whatever. That was O'Connor. But that guy couldn't beat me up when I was a freshman in high school. And you're trying to tell me he's a tough guy? And it just rolls back right in with Ronda Rousey. She's a tough chick. Come on. I mean, are you serious? I mean, I'm pretty sure after I turned 13, there's no woman on this earth that could beat me up. Not a he, she, or anything else like that. Just a woman. I mean, that's what everybody knows. What was it? The Rock, your role, make me a sandwich. So that's that. That's not where I came up with that. Maybe it was floating around in my subconscious. But she could make me a sandwich, and Conan O'Brien could feed it to me.
Any memories of your fight with Kimbo Slice, who's now passed away pretty young?
Yeah, rest in peace, Kimbo. That fight was interesting. We had a 2-hour meeting because they thought we're both from the street and that there was going to be some not obeying the rules going on. And one of them was the no punching to the back of the head. And for the most part, it seems that he understood that, I understood that, and everything else. So I was punching with him, and so I went and shot a double, kind of tabletop myself out, and he hit me in the back of the head after I was told and watched it on the TV or whatever, tapes, rewind stuff. And he hit me blatantly in the back of the head and he knocked me out. I remember waking up on the canvas going, holy fuck, where am I at? And we were in Florida, so I'm like, this is Disneyland or something? And I open up and I get up and I stagger to my feet and I look over to my corner and they're like, what's going on? Because they never see me knocked out. And I'm like looking at them, no, what the fuck's going on? And then I go, ready to go. And I was on Queer Street, didn't even know what the hell was going on. And he came up and rattled me with a combination. But that's not an excuse, but it's what happened. All my losses, I can have pretty good arguments for why I lost that were legal, but you pull over on the side of the street at midnight drunk off your ass and someone hits you with a tire iron, you don't get a say, hey, you're cheating, so that's what happened.
And you had a couple of memorable appearances on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. Any thoughts on that and the appearance where Andy Dick jumped on your back?
Yeah, that was all just something that just happened. It was kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? And then I said, okay, you want to go there? I'll show you a little bit. And I broke his watch and threw him on the chair. And at that point, I thought he was scared. I'm pretty sure he was. I kind of gave him a little 1-2 shadow, like, here, I could just destroy you right now. But that's what it was. It was all ad-lib, and it just happened.
What does 86 mean? You wore that on your shirt sometimes on your way to the ring.
Oh, well, not me, but people that look like me used to go into bars and cause a ruckus and kick some ass. And the owners or the managers would say, you're 86th for life, which is meaning you're kicked out for life. So.
I see. And someone asked what your pal Bird Dog is doing from the video.
Oh, Bird Dog, yeah. He's living in a trailer. He's a Vietnam vet, and he lives in a trailer over in Long Beach, and he's still around. He's growing like crazy. His boiler is like the biggest beach ball you ever seen in your life. And he has some health issues, but yeah, he's coming to the wedding, and I have good lunches with him now and then.
What's your thoughts on Brock Lesnar getting the draw, I guess, in his last fight due to the banned substance failure, and how do you think he's going to do against Daniel Cormier in that match that they say is going to happen?
Well, I don't know how you get caught for steroid use, but I guess he did. I mean, you have to really guess. You look at him, you could smoke a cigarette in the rain with his forehead. His sagittal crest is so big from drug use. But you know what? I have a little thing saying that I've always said to myself, because I've always been 100% natural, and that is, people have to take drugs to be like me. I mean, maybe full of myself, but I don't see anybody else benching over 600 pounds, running marathon. I've done just about all the physical things you could do. And so I've been blessed with that. So when these guys get caught, it's like, what do you say? Told you so, or you're cheating, and it's fairly obvious to everybody. So Brock, and he's fighting, I don't know who. Daniel Cormier,
he's the champion now. He's a wrestling background. He's had quite a few victories lately.
Okay, so he's matched up with him. Not knowing him right off the bat, like I've said, I spent 107 days in ICU at Cedars-Sinai. So, and also I had died 5 times, and I had 6, maybe more strokes. So it was like a clutter. So I was been out of commission a little bit. I'm looking forward to this interview, because I'm getting fired up again to go out and do things that I love to do, my passion, and that is to kick ass. And so his drug use, is probably helping him out. So, if he goes into it, they're gonna test you, and you're gonna get found out. I think a lot of people I've noticed in my life in this business is that when they take steroids, it fucks with their head, because they all of a sudden think they're tough guys on top of their phony muscles and everything else. So him thinking he's tough and he's got to do what he's got to do might not work out for him without the steroids.
And I was told to ask you, I don't know how to pronounce this properly, but Tikiana incident. Apparently it was some bar fight. You got into a bar fight after UFC 13 with Mark Coleman.
Oh, That was a long time ago. Wow. Time flies. Yeah, no, that happened. There was a boxing trainer that was there, and he was kind of an arrogant ass and stepping on people and people that worked there. So they buzzed my ear and said, this guy's an asshole. And I'm like, oh, really? Who? And they're going, Al Stanky, he's over there. So I went over in his area, and it didn't take long before he noticed me, and he said something smart. So I ear cuffed him and slapped him upside the head, and then the whole riot took place in this cocktail party. You know, I never understood why you have a cocktail party with a bunch of fighters. I mean, it's not something you want to do. And so everybody just went apeshit crazy. And Mark, I had a lot of respect for him, still do. But he was a wrestler, I was a wrestler, and he was down at his first show before he was going to fight. I was there down in the bar kicking back some drinks. And he goes, oh, I'm not drinking, I'm just, I got to get out and do something, I'm nervous. And I go, hey man, it's just like a wrestling match, don't worry about it, you're overthinking it. And ever since then, we kind of had a little bit of a bond, or not a bond's too strong of a word, but we had a kind of a, hey, what's up thing at the shows. So when somebody cold cocked me, which was no big deal, and then he tackled that guy, and so it was like me and Mark and all us stooges that hung out with us fighting the other side of the party and all their stooges, and it got stopped, and then they were talking about banning it and the whole 9 yards, but nothing came of it.
And you trained amateur wrestling with Mark Schultz a little bit. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I went to BYU because I was going to fight in Denver, and I knew that altitude was the same. So I went there and trained 5 weeks with Mark, and Mark is a cool guy. He's definitely out there, but he's a cool guy, and we ended up working with him for like 5 weeks, and I improved on my wrestling. When you wrestle with Olympic champ and all that, your skills rise to their level. So I was really fortunate to have that.
And I guess Chuck Zito once said several years ago that a TV show was proposed where you and Dallas Page and Danny Trejo would go to bars and places that have problems and straighten them out. Any reason why that show never panned out?
You would have to ask the people that are in that thing. I guess someone said that didn't make sense, and the people that put it up didn't bite on it, so it never happened.
And how did you develop such a well-known and fearsome reputation as a street fighter around Huntington Beach?
I think that's pretty self-explanatory, but
yeah.
Once I got to the level of a sophomore in high school and I could drive a car, the town got smaller and the county got smaller, and a lot of people got beat up, and I wasn't one of them.
Have you heard that Carl Worsham recently died from a heart attack, and what are your thoughts on him?
Yes, I did hear that. It's Cal Worsham.
Okay.
And he did, I guess, I don't know the details of it all, but rest in peace. He's a warrior. He, that guy, successful at certain levels and stuff, but you could tell he was in it for the passion he wasn't in it for all the wrong reasons, but I think a lot of people are nowadays. And he was in there for the love of it. And like I said, rest in peace, Cal.
What does the drink that you call the Rooster consist of?
Oh, that was not really the Rooster. The Rooster is a term that applies to everything. It's when your brain stops working and you want to say, hey, hand me that basketball, but you can't remember basketball, so you say, hey, hand me the Rooster. But so the cocktail that I usually drink was pretty much just straight vodka all the way up to the top, and then I would take cranberry from the side, and I'd take sips, I'd suck it up in the straw with my finger and drop it into the thing till it was like a pink, and that was perfect. And it'll end you up with a shot liver if you do it long enough.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, you've said over and over again that modern MMA fighters are more like amateur wrestlers, and that the no-holds-barred fighters were more real fighters to the core. Mm-hmm. Are there any of the modern MMA fighters that you think could have done all right in the no-holds-barred?
No, call me pig-headed, but, the bottom line is that it's always been wrestling and boxing and then submission. And I've been saying that since the first day I stepped on the plane to come to UFC 5. And then they finally came around, and it was their idea to call it mixed martial arts. And it's mixed martial arts nowadays, but it's just basically wrestling, boxing, and submission. And I excelled at all three of those. Not so much submission. I had a mental block, like it really never really did anything. If somebody choke somebody and it was there, okay, I'll do it. But as far as actually just channeling myself into doing submission was not something that I was into.
It's more fun to punch people anyways.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So there's something about when you hit somebody good and if they're not knocked out, but they dance around like, holy shit, that hurt. And just get a little grin and give them another one.
What was your favorite person to knock out?
I don't really have a favorite, but I do kind of, only because of the freak factor of it all. And it was that one, the guy, I don't even know his name, he folded up like a lounge chair and his neck was bent against the fence. What the hell was his name? He was see, these people I don't remember, but I remember him folding up against like a line, his legs folded under him, and he was in the fence and his head was to the side. He was completely knocked out, and I thought that was beautiful.
Why was Yoshida your only Pride fight?
That's all just promoters and stuff like that. The real promoters of the UFC is Bob Meyerowitz, and he had Campbell McLaren. Yeah, he's doing the Sex Pistol. Campbell, his last name I don't know. David Isaacs, who pretty much ran the show. All those guys were at the beginning, and they were starting off finding out what would work, and it was basically honest, and it was raw, and that was the good of it. Now, flip to the page now, you have a couple billionaires basically manufacturing a product that people want to watch, but it lacks the truthfulness of what real fighting is to me. And then you got clowns like the Leprechaun and everybody else. Those, it's just ridiculous. Like, why don't they have, that sounds kind of foolish, but the thing is, just get the two toughest guys in the room and fight. We don't need to whip out the scale and say, hey, I weigh as much as you do, let's fight. Just let it go. Like, I'll fight that, whatever his name is, the midget that made a bunch of money.
Yeah,
lucky for
the
him.
Irish guy.
Yeah, Connor O'Brien, or Gregor. But, like that, well, good for him, man. The guy knocked it out of the park with the dough he made. Can't go wrong with that. But like, come on now. And it's all manufactured stuff. Like, Ronda Rousey is sitting there, and it didn't help that people that were in the organization she was a mistress to some of them guys. And so, lo and behold, now they have women fighting, and that's just ridiculous. I mean, that's just something they stumbled into because they had to, because of a love interest or something. I don't know if they have lust interest. No, that'd be kind of hard. But the thing is they stumbled into a lot of things. Who would have thunk that people that want to see the two biggest, baddest guys get in the ring and fight 3 times? I'm the only one that's fought in more tournaments than anybody else. All you weirdos out there, go look it up. I'm the only one that's fought in that many tournaments without, no rules, no weight classes, and everything else. And it was not an easy piece of work when I was doing it. You had one tough fight, you had like 30 minutes at the max to get up and get another tough fight, and then etc. And now it's commercialized or whatever. The honesty of it all is it's gone. But it's kind of like generations. None of these punk kids, these millennials and everything else, they think they're mixed martial artists. None of them would even be around a real life fight if that was the truth of it all. So.
And speaking of the tournaments, how did you feel when you found out the Oleg Taktarov versus Anthony Miscus fight was fixed, allowing Oleg to have a free pass against you? And I guess the same thing happened with Don Fry and Mark Hall.
Right. I wasn't just fighting fighters. I was fighting organizations, people that were all huggy-kissy before they fought each other. And so like Anthony Macias, little Annie Macias, that guy's a little bitch from all who knows from what, but look at him, he's an idiot. And that guy fought, what's his name? Oleg Taktarov, and winks at him. On camera, mind you, and rolls out there and falls on his back. And it's like, are you kidding me? But it seemed like I was always fighting the whole crew. I was the one messing up their whole gig, and they couldn't help it. Like, they wanted to push their martial arts stuff and everything else, and I was the guy going, fuck, that doesn't work. Wait, what, are you kidding me? Wake up. And knocking people out, and they got to see what really worked. And then you have these billionaire guys that buy it and try to mold a show to their liking so the rest of the public can take junior to, instead of soccer, they take them to mixed martial arts class. They slap a heavy bag and now you think they're all tough.
And when you knocked out Pat Smith in the elevator, is it true that some of the hotel staff found his teeth in the hotel hall?
Well, I would sit there and say somebody looked like me that knocked him out, but I can't take credit for it. I didn't knock him out. Paul Herrera did. And we were riding down the escalator, and I guess they got in it the night before. So Pat Smith started jumping around and put his hands up and goes, "Let's go." And Paul just knocked him out. And I guess the guy that looked like me lost his footing and might have stepped on his head in the way. But as far as a tooth, who knows? Sounds good, so to keep the rumor going.
And I know you're going to want to answer this one. What are your thoughts on Chuck Liddell versus Tito Ortiz 3?
Well, that was just a clown show. I didn't watch it. I saw the little clip of it on the internet afterwards. First of all, Tito couldn't beat himself out of a wet paper bag, and Chuck, who knows what Chuck does, but he's not what the Chuck that used to be. He's kind of punchy nowadays, and
yeah.
I don't know him. I've never really had a conversation with him. I don't think I would be able to. I don't think he could keep up. But he seems to be, that was odd, let's just put it that way, because Tito, like I said, he's got no power and he can't punch. So he's never, these clowns that claim to be MMA people run around and say all this stuff that they don't have any clue of hands and how to box. When I was training back to box in the day, I had all these guys that were excited that I was going to be the next White Hope, and I think I could have pulled it off if the Ultimate one that came around. But they had hand skill that I learned that go way back, and so like you got the clowns like Tito. That's ridiculous. Tito can't even punch. They used to say something, can't box oranges at the Sunkist plant. But that's a true statement. So I thought Chuck was going to catch him. And the punch that Tito threw, it looked like, you never know though, went up with a knockout. So it was what it was.
And could you talk about why you were never made WCW World Champion?
I was just cruising on the road, doing my thing, and trying not to make any waves in the water. And Russo, I think it was Russo, I got told after the fact that they were going to make me heavyweight champion in some kind of like a, whatever, it's called when you have a bunch of people in the match?
Royal Rumble.
Yeah,
Battle
like
Royal.
a Royal Rumble, and I was going to win it. And then everybody, all the boys freaked out and saying, he's not from this sport and he can't take it and all that kind of stuff. And so they ended up at the very end of the day, they told Sid Vicious that I was going to lose to him. But there was a lot of heat coming down the pipe on that one. They didn't want to give the strap to somebody that wasn't really a pedigree of professional wrestling, where actually once I got into wrestling, I find it very, very fun, and I'm all into everything about the culture of it and everything else. So the powers that be did not let me win the strap.
What did you think about Eric Bischoff when you were dealing with him?
Eric was a great guy. All my dealings with him, he was straight up. One of the first things I said to him when we were having a meeting about me coming to WCW, and I said, he was talking to me, and I go, well, the main thing that makes me tick is honesty and integrity. And he goes, you have no problem with me on that? And I said, okay. And then we hammered out the deal and shook hands. And all the way to the last time I saw him, he has been a great guy.
Did you have any dealings with Vince Russo while you were there? Yeah,
I did. There was no heat, nothing like that. It was, he just seemed like he was always so busy. And when I came around to fit into whatever he was making up, he would okay, yeah, all right, we got this. I never asked him where we were going with it or anything like that. And that was it. Russo just seemed like he was busy all the time, and I was a project that he just needed to hammer out real quick and then move on to somebody else.
How did you like being part of 3 Count?
Oh, that was a blast. Wrestling is a blast. It's so fun. And the 3 Count angle was great. I like to dance, and obviously I like to sing too, so it was all good.
I'm going to ask a few fan questions on here. How did you like when you destroyed Fat Mark Madden, somebody says?
Oh, that was kind of fun. He was panicky about the whole ordeal. So he got what he got. It was all work. And then see the people that were then going around saying that I stiffed him up real good, and nothing could be further from the truth. He was totally fine. But yeah, it was fun to beat on Big Fat Mark.
What did you do with your history degree, someone's asking?
I did, I started wrestling. There's not much you can do with history. I was wrestling about being a teacher, but I knew I didn't want to be. I dropped my brother off. He was coaching football for a high school team, and all the little punk kids were there. And I'm like, oh my God, I'll get in trouble for murdering one of these guys if I was a teacher. So I started venturing off to be an attorney, and then all hell broke loose. I beat up a cop's son, got 180 days, did that, and while I was doing that, I got out on work release, and my friends started hammering on the UFC, calling them every day. Hey, we got this guy, it's built for him, it's made for him. So I went and met with the booker at the time, and over the phone he said, well, I might have a 6'8" guy that weighs 350 pounds and I want to fight him. And my friend goes, do you want to fight this guy? I go, sure, as long as he doesn't go to jail, I'm not going to jail for it. I just tried that out, I don't like it. And so I showed up with my fighting gear in my bag and said, yeah, I want to do this. And then next thing you know, he's like, what's in the bag? I'm like, where's the 6'8" guy? He goes, you'd fight for free? You're crazy. I'm like, I don't know. Let's do it. And then he's like, well, there's no guy. I just said that. And as that went down the way, July 5th came, and I was Ultimate Fighting changed my day, or changed my life on that one night, July 14th.
Someone says thank you for making fighting with beards cool back in the day. And what was your toughest MMA match of your career?
I'm glad you appreciate my beard. I would say this, that Oleg Taktarov was probably my toughest match. We were kind of equally prepared for each other, so it went on for quite some time, and was a gut check, but it was fun, even though I lost.
If you were still in your prime and could go back and amateur wrestle any wrestler in their prime, who would it be?
You know, I was pretty blessed. I wrestled with a lot of great guys. Stephen Neal, Tully Thompson, Mark Schultz. And I don't know, no one really sticks out like, God, I really want to try my medal with him. I just do my thing, and win or lose, I don't know, maybe Stephen Neal would be fun. He was quite the athlete.
Any favorite WCW match?
There was quite a few, and that was all great, and I guess I'd have to say just because Big Al was probably the funnest time.
Big Al, okay. And did you have much contact with Hulk Hogan in your WCW days?
As much as you can with Hulk, because he's kind of standoffish. But yeah, I did hang out with him once or twice.
Is there anyone back there in those days? There was known to be a lot of cliques in the dressing room. Was there anyone that you found to be particularly a dick in the backstage WCW?
I don't think I could tell you all the dicks that were there. They were full of themselves, and you just take it as par for the course. They didn't affect me either way. I didn't go there. It was whatever. But if you were Joe Blow and you were to meet some of these guys, or most of these guys, they were all dicks. Back in WCW days, they had the females try to shoot promos. And I always tried to get in before them because they were take 400, take 401, take 0402. Gino's like, he would be working with them, he'd just be like so pissed off. Like, all you have to do is remember one line.
Would you consider fighting Rick Steiner now? If someone were to book that match?
Like I said, I just got done with a liver transplant. But if you want to go out in front, we can fight. I don't care. I'm down for fighting. They can bash me up, put some stitches in my face, I'd laugh about it, knock my teeth out. They've been already knocked out.
What's the heaviest weight you ever fought at?
Oh, probably 278. Not that much.
And did you do much cardiovascular training before your fights?
Yes, I did. I used to run a lot of repeats. And I happen to think because I had a series of heart attacks when I died on the table, I happen to believe that all my training and sprinting and running around the track probably saved me, because they had to massage my heart and everything. And I believe that my healthy heart pulled through. So,
what's the most important advice you would give to a MMA fighter? I know it's a lot different than no holds barred, but maybe MMA fighter or a boxer. Yeah,
well, you have to make sure that you are a fighter or a boxer or a wrestler. It has to be your passion. You see Mick Jagger singing with the Rolling Stones, you say, I want to be a rock and roll star. God, I bet you he has fun, private jets and everything else. No, it's got to be a passion within. I think if you do your passion, it's not like you're working. It's just fun.
Do you still keep in contact with any of the people you worked with in wrestling?
Oh, I touch base with Norman Smiley now and then. That's about it. See, I was kind of like an outcast, which is fine with me because that's kind of my personality. And so I wasn't involved in these cliques that truly were around. I was kind of like the guy that bounced around the ball. You know, they would bounce me around. Like one clique would be all in on it, and then another one, and then another one.
What's your opinion on the UFC Hall of Fame?
Well, let's put it this way, Tito's in it. He couldn't.
And before I shut down the fan question part of this, do you want to introduce your wife on here since you're getting married? If she wants to, I won't force her. But.
Oh yes, Sally. She's a great woman, and she's right over there. I don't know if your camera turns or not.
No.
You can turn this one.
This is Sally.
Hi.
And she's not my wife yet. We have a couple more days.
Yes.
And I never thought I'd say that.
Hi.
Hello.
How did you guys meet?
Walking down the street.
Oh, really?
About
Yeah. On Main Street in Huntington.
And then about 2 weeks later, we were riding across the nation on my Harley.
Wow.
That fast.
Yeah.
No,
Almost 5 years.
No arguments either. Usually I would think that I would have thrown her off by then, but no. She made
33 states and 10,000 plus miles later.
We made it all the way back here, so she has to be something special.
Yeah.
Someone says that she's gorgeous, and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. We're very grateful.
And we haven't discussed. I'll cut this for a second.
Thank you.
And just to wind it down here, what's your opinion on Dana White now?
You know what? I think he's kind of funny. I don't really have a care about him either way. You know, he is what he is. Talk about a publicity whore. He's definitely one of them. But then again, look at his bank account and what he's done. So if you were in it for just that, he hit a home run.
What do you see for the future of MMA and No Holds Barred?
Oh, well, I think as long as there's been mankind, there's been fights. So who knows what's going to happen next? I don't know. I never thought it was going to be what it is now. It came full circle. It was all a bunch of martial arts clowns. Now they just added another word, mixed martial arts. And they're starting to take over. And the pure honesty of it, kind of has been slipping through their hands with like sand.
And did you hear about this recent bare knuckle fight thing they had in Wyoming? Bass Rutten was the president, but it wasn't his fault. But apparently very few of the fighters ended up getting paid. And Chris Liebing, I don't know if you know of him, but he was involved in it. Phil Baroni didn't get paid.
Well, first of all, what kind of bozo is out there that thinking bare knuckle fighting is going to save you or what make it more hardcore? They're just looking for a gimmick to get over. And I'm the first one that brought gloves to the whole thing. No one else, not a boxing glove, actual fighting gloves. I asked at the fighter meeting, John and Big John McCarthy, I said, can I wear these gloves, which I modified these gloves, and they took out the little plastic bar they had in it to hold on to, so you could actually grab and do anything. And I'll never forget, the whole room laughed. I'm like, and Big John, he's like a football goof, a big, like, one of those guys in high school that are like, rah, 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 where's my Letterman jacket? Yeah. Mix that in with a little cop background, and that's usually get Big John. Anyways, he goes, well, if you want to wear those gloves, go ahead. And needless to say, you saw what I did to everybody in that show. They realized you can't punch and not hurt your hands if you know how to throw a punch and you're relatively strong. So this bare knuckle stuff, they're just trying to find a new thing to do. And it doesn't surprise me in any bit that Boss Rutan's involved in it. So I don't think we'll see bare knuckle fighting 2. Let's put it that way.
No, well, actually, that was the 2, but I don't think there'll be a 3.
Nah, I don't think so, 3. You know, I was thinking about shirts, and because of the number 3. And you know how they have this Me Too movement, all the chicks, all the women. I'm thinking about coming out with a shirt, Me 3. You know, like, they need somebody to put them back into where they belong. I used to always think Saudi Arabia was out of their mind for not letting women drive, but now that kind of think of it, I kind of agree with them, because women don't know how to drive. I mean, so that's 2 things. They don't know how to fight, and they don't know how to drive. I wonder if Rhonda knows how to drive.
And since you bring up Saudi Arabia, I just have to ask you what you think of WWE's put on 2 events there. Apparently, they were paid somewhere around $30 million an event, and there was a lot of propaganda in the first one for Saudi Arabia, and they did the second one after the murder of the journalist.
Sogi or whatever,
yeah.
The Turkish guy or the Turkish embassy.
Yeah.
And what was the question?
Just what if you have any problem or if you see any issue with
Well, they don't like alcohol, so if it was pre-liver days, I wouldn't have liked it at all. Because much like women can't drive, they don't let you drink. So, other than that, I don't know. Saudi Arabia is Saudi Arabia, you know. They're lucky they have oil.
And you have no social media for any fans watching this?
No, I fly under the radar screen. I don't really do much, so this is like a fun little trip. I like rapping with you. No, I don't. I'm not out there, but I'm getting this urge to do a little bit of a comeback of sorts and put my 2 cents in on things that are blatantly, obviously untrue and made up and manufactured, just so the pussies of the world can involve themselves and be part of it. See, you look at me fighting on TV, you can't say, in your drunken moment, and you say, I could kick that guy's ass. Yeah, right. But the point is they're allowing all these people. It's like soccer moms. Now you have your little MMA moms. And I went into a gym that I've been training at, and I went in a little late, and I was pounding on the bag a little bit, and all these munchkins come in. I thought Conan O'Brien or whatever his name is. That's hard for me to say. I don't know why. I thought he was one of them. They are all
probably like me. You don't care about lightweights either way.
It's terrible, but you know what? That's their audience. That's the people that watch it, and they're the ones with the biggest mouth, and they're all little crybabies. Like, oh yeah, fatso, I bet you can do this or that. And you couldn't even load the bar with what I work out with. So they would be tired. They'd need a crane, hydraulic pump to put the plates on.
How important is the trash talking aspect? You were pretty good at it.
That was just because, you know what, it just comes to me naturally because it's the truth. It's not like I have to sit around and come up with something like an angle that I'm going to work or anything like that, but just go down the list, and they're all honest things. I mean, if you don't like honesty, then you don't like me, and I don't lose any sleep over it. And it's like, in the end, it's about truth and honesty, and it's a big sham, a lot of this stuff. Like I said, Ronda Rousey, Conor O'Brien, or whatever his name is, McGregor, whatever his name is, he is the furthest thing from the truth, and that's maybe why I have a little here's and there's when I think of Dana. It's like he just perpetuated a sham with his billionaire boyfriends, and everything else. So.
Oh, one guy, I almost forgot to ask you about this. I don't know if you were paying attention to it or not, but CM Punk in MMA.
You know what? Norman told me about that. It was coming up, and I'm like going, are you kidding me? And I had just seen him passing when I'm passing the channels by and stuff like that. I think I get killed in that. And I don't know anything about him because I was laying in the ICU for a long time, and before that I was living every day, just barely living every day, and so he wasn't on my radar screen. But did he get his ass handed to him, or?
Yes, terrible. The first time by a decent fighter, the second time by another 0-1 fighter.
Trying to get him over.
Yeah, and it failed. It was an embarrassment. Dana said that it shouldn't even have been on Fight Pass, let alone a pay-per-view.
Right, and like we all know what I think of Dana.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be on there. He helps to have billionaire friends.
Yeah, but the guy, there's been one backstage wrestling fight he'd been in, and he got knocked out in a matter of about 30 seconds. So why he thought he could be MMA with no martial arts background, I really don't know.
Well, so that just is more to the fact that people like that think these things when they're not really real. So, I could do that, and I could do this and that. Well, honestly, these weight classes, which they came up with a weight class for Tito. They stumbled all into this. There's no way, because I've had a few conversations with Dana White, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he stumbled into these things, and he couldn't have thought this out before it happened. Dana had to come up with a weight class for Tito and Chuck because he used to train them. He was a boxer-size coach, and he used to boxer-size coach his billionaire friends. They were so embarrassed they had to go put a ring and everything else underneath in the basement of a building they owned. Because God knows, I would pay big dollars to see Dana teaching his boxer-size things to his billionaire buddies. Maybe sitting there with his what are those shorts called?
I don't know.
Dolphin shorts, striped red and white, like Richard Simmons. Think of Dana like Richard Simmons, sweating to the oldies.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so he would train Tito and Chuck and them in boxing and UFC fighting. And so when they bought it from Meyerowitz, they had to, what's the word? They had to, Tito couldn't fight anybody over 205 pounds because he'd get slapped around, and like he often did, he would cry at physical pain. Like, you can cry all day long if it's something emotional and it breaks your heart, but ow! Then you're in the wrong game. Anyways, Tito, he couldn't fight open weight classes, and so they made the 203 pound weight class, something like that, because he couldn't get down to 200. And they just stumbled into weight classes, and again, he stumbled into Ronda Rousey as in the background of something. And so then they had to put her on TV, and the women, it shocks me that it's like guys wearing makeup. It's not meant to be. So that's what we all end up, and it shocks me how over it is. It's crazy, and that's all because basically most of the world's not like me. Everybody's like a bunch of pussies. They don't die on the sword. They don't know. They can think they understand that mentality by picking up ropes and swinging sledgehammers into a tire. I mean, Jesus Christ. Throw the medicine ball against the wall, and then we're going to shake ropes, and just foolishness.
And do you have anything you want to say to your fans to close this interview off?
Yeah, well, I've been kind of out of commission for a long time, and to your like or dislike, I might be back out on the scene causing some ripples in the big ocean.
And I've had a few people ask me this that knew I was going to interview you. Is there anywhere people can write to you or anything if they want to get an autograph?
I don't have any social media. None. There's people that are out there that say they're me, and my wife to be over here is kind of on top of those things, and she's going to start cleaning it up. So you'll be able to contact me on Twitter, whatever those little bird things and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what it is, but she does, and we're going to be out there.
Tank Abbott Podcast.
At Tank Abbott Podcast. Twitter. We're going to put it in the description of the full interviews just so people can look it up on there too.
Yeah.
It's not verified. Someone stole his name. His is not verified.
That is his.
At Tank Abbott Podcast.
Okay.
That's not verified?
Somebody stole Tank Abbott.
Yeah.
Literally, we're trying to get it back. Did.
That's something important that you guys should really work on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They did. They spell. There's a ton of pages out there. He does have one, and it's called Tank Abbott Podcast. It's on Twitter. There's people do not realize it's him, but that's his Twitter.
Okay.
I didn't even know that.
This is why you're getting married, so you can have someone take care of all your
Yeah,
affairs.
basically. She knows how to take care of my wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And make sandwiches too, I hope.
I make the best sandwiches.
The only thing is you can't drive.
And I can drive.
No.
I'm a special one.
Hey, quiet. You're not supposed to tell people that you drive
You
now.
have to fix me.
Yeah, a woman gets out of line, you have to fix them. True statement. I'm into tough love.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, thanks a lot for doing this with us, and we wish you the best in your recovery.
Oh, I'm over the mountain. I'm skiing down the other side right now. Pretty soon, I'm in the gym, swatting the bag, hitting the punch mitts, making everything happen.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and today on the Great North Wrestling Podcast, we have a man who is a true survivor and a true fighter. He is a UFC pioneer, MMA legend, and former WCW superstar, David Tank Abbott. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine. As long as I'm on this side of the ground, I'm doing pretty good. So over the last couple of years of my trials and tribulations, I'm glad just to be here, but I'm actually feeling really good.
Now, since I did the last interview with you, which was last December at your home, you had a liver transplant by that point, but since then, I guess you've had a kidney transplant. How's everything going for your health, and how was that?
This is true. After the liver, I had kidney problems, and they kind of shut down, and I was on dialysis. And while I was in the middle of it, I didn't realize how bad I was feeling, but left foot in front of the right foot, I kept moving forward, and I was fortunate enough to get a kidney transplant. And then I really didn't realize how bad I was feeling, but I feel great now. I'm working out, back in the gym, trying to get back in shape because you never know. I love to fight, and I was put on this earth just to be a fighter, and that's what I do best, and that's what makes me feel alive. So who knows in the future, man? Maybe I'll end up doing it again.
Yeah, well, you are probably more qualified to be in an MMA cage with Tito Ortiz than Alberto Del Rio, who's Tito's fighting in his next fight. I think it's for this Mexican promotion. I can't remember the name of it offhand, but what are your thoughts on
I
that?
think it's a combate.
Yeah,
Um,
Combate Americas.
yeah, I've seen it around. Uh, Tito's a real shady character. From way back when, so I would be surprised if the fight even happens. And anything can happen in a fight, but who knows? He got lucky when he knocked out Chuck Liddell. And like I said, anything can happen. I was just up at the Czech Congo fight, who trains in the same gym I do. I got to be kind of friendly with him, checked it out. There was an eye gouge, a thumb in the eye. So things happen that are out of your control, and it was ruled a no contest. But if it would have kept going, I think Chet would have taken him out. He's got just deadly kicks, and I think that Bader guy was not going to be very happy with being on the receiving end of those big, long legs like tree stumps bashing into your body. From the observer's point of view, it wouldn't feel too good. I can tell you that one.
Now, what
It was
about
kind of like when I fought Hugo Duarte. I kind of underestimated the power of kicks, and he was whopping my leg. And I had plans just to throw with him, but after about 3 or 4 kicks to my leg, I said, I think I'm going to take this guy down because it's not going my way. And I think that would have happened to Bader, but like I said, anything can happen in a fight, so.
didn't you take that fight on 4 days' notice or something too?
I'm famous for taking fights on anywhere in a week before. I'd fight the night before. I'd even fight the night of. But no, that was a planned out fight down in Brazil. And I take my hat off. I got my lunch served to me down there. And it wasn't a Brazilian steakhouse kind of meal. So I just licked my wounds and came back to fight another day.
When was your exact last MMA fight? Because it hasn't really been recorded officially when it was.
Fights are fights. I think it was, I fought this young kid, Warpath, at an Indian casino, and I was truly in the depths of cirrhosis of the liver, and by no means should anybody be in the cage fighting, but leave it to my brilliant self to get in there. It was kind of like how you say, I was kind of like a camera. It was almost like inside my head, it was like a movie until I caught a couple of his punches and I said, no, this isn't a movie. So I took him down and I had no win, but for the last 4 years or so of fighting, I was definitely ill, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. And then finally it came to fruition, full-blown cirrhosis. And what's the word? There was no fighting after that, although I ended up fighting the toughest fight of my life. Ended up dying 5 times and coming back. And as of today, I'm victorious at this point in time because I feel better than when I was feeling better. So can't wait to get out there and have some fun.
I saw you were at a wrestling autograph session recently too. Are you back doing autograph appearances now?
Yes, I am going to be in North Carolina and in Queens, New York in the month of November coming up. And, it's a lot of fun to see the guys that used to be on the road with all the time and, just having fun, reminiscing with them and talking about everything that's new that's going on. And it's a good time.
Speaking of talking about what's new, a fan had a question for me. I'm sure you've heard of this AEW company. The fan wanted to know if you would come in as a special guest referee or do some type of appearance for AEW if they asked.
Yeah, if they asked, you know what? Like I said, I don't feel like I kind of achieved everything I'd like to achieve in professional wrestling. It was a blast. It was a time in my life. I had a lot of fun going out there and doing all the things. But there's a lot of things that were kind of in the back of my head that wanted to make a way bigger splash. And I was just starting to figure out the things. I didn't want to go in there and make waves. I wanted to know the lay of the land and how things went down. So I kind of sat on my heels a little bit and kind of checked everything out. And by the time I could got everything going, that's when WCW kind of fell apart or went up for sale after AOL bought Time Warner. And it was kind of like, oh man, I had so much more to do. And, things happen and, on to another thing. But I would love to get back in there and do some of the things that I had in my head that I'd love to do.
Why did you never wrestle Goldberg? Because that seemed like the natural match there in WCW.
Well, Goldberg and everything else, everybody had their own ways of their ideas of what they wanted to do. And me being the newcomer and everything else, you have to know when to take a back seat and just go along for the ride. And that's kind of what I was doing, just kicking back and taking it all in. And me and Goldberg never really got off on a good angle. We had one, but it was short-lived. And they could have drawn it out more, but in that business, everybody has an idea, and who's to say their idea wasn't better than mine? So what I had thought of would go over better, but that's the only reason why. Just the timing and everything else didn't match up.
Are you surprised Goldberg's still one of the main wrestling stars in today's wrestling world all these years later?
No, you know what? Bill's a phenomenal athlete, and it does. Once you get over and to hold on to it, all those guys out there that have big names and they know what they're doing, and they're all talented people, and those guys, they work hard and they do their stuff and they have their whole persona down and everything else. So nothing surprises me with Bill or any other big name guys. You know, they know what they're doing and they know how to hold on to it.
Were there ever any talks to have you fight Mark Coleman in a pro wrestling match in Japan when he was over with New Japan?
No, you know, I like Mark, which is a very few people I like in the business of fighting. But no, as he never crossed my path. You know, I had a lot of guys out there that claimed that they represented me. You know, because I'm not a hard guy to find. So they would go do private setup deals pretending that they represented me. And so maybe something like that went down, what I was completely unaware of. But no, I talked to some Japanese people at the time. I think they ended up running Pride. But the whole thing was, it never came to fruition. And I like Mark, and he's a great guy, and I have, nothing but respect for the man.
Have you seen that Cain Velasquez is getting into wrestling now?
Yeah, you know what was pretty funny is I was looking through the internet, and I'm not a big time techie guy or whatever you want to call those things, and I saw this Cain Velasquez guy, and I'm like going, who the hell is this guy? You know, I don't even know who he is. And my wife was like, look, he's got like 1 million followers. And I'm like going, didn't you do like a beer commercial or something like that? I have no idea who he is or what he was. I guess he was a heavyweight champion at one point in time in the UFC. Who knows if he has the charisma and the personality to take it over to another level, you never know what gets over in the public. So maybe he's got that kind of charisma and personality to pull it all together with his fighting skills. Time will tell, I guess. It's kind of funny. I have somebody sent me a tape with this guy is Schmo, I think his name is. He interviewed Tito Ortiz. And I was confused because I didn't know who the Schmo was, but so I put it on my Instagram thing because it is so hysterical. You can check it out on I don't know, my tankabbott.com. It's on tankabbott.com. You can check it out. It's on a post, and it's.
You got a Twitter, right? You now have a Twitter just for anyone watching if they want to follow you on Twitter.
Yeah, my Twitter. It's just Tank Abbott.
Tank Abbott, okay.
Yeah, anyways, but I'm not looking for a plug or anything, but it's so funny. You can't just watch it once. I think Tito is trying to shoot a resume tape for the wrestling world, and he's like channeling Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Savage. He's like what you think of when you stereotype a professional wrestler, and he breaks into this full character. And I could not stop laughing as it's a blatant ripoff of everybody, which is par for the course for Tito. He's basically the biggest con man in MMA, but he's renowned for ripping everybody's stuff off and trying to pass it off as his own. So, but check it out. If you're checking this out, check out the tape. You will not be disappointed.
Is this a promo about his upcoming fight against Alberto?
Yes, it is. It's a promo, but it's a wannabe professional wrestler buffoonery. It's just like, are you kidding me? Seriously, like almost tears come out of my eyes watching it. It's so bad.
Have you heard about all this stuff happening with BJ Penn?
Oh yeah, you know what? I saw the bar fight thing, the tape of it. Whatever, that stuff happens when you're in bars, You can get caught with anything. In a fight, if it's not just, organized, anything can happen. Bar fights are bar fights. You got to keep your eyes out, man. The punches come from everywhere. And I know that firsthand.
Yeah. And now he's been taken off the UFC Boston show. He had a fight. Dana White was doing him a favor. He had had 7 losses, and he was going to give him one more fight, but I guess he's been removed due to that video.
Yeah, like who's to pretend they're the moral police, and Dana White, I mean, he got hoodwinked by the biggest buffoon, Tito Ortiz, into selling him, and he was a big time thing. And Dana bought a hook, line, and sinker with his boxer-sized students, the Fertitta billionaire boys that funded the game. So nothing surprises me with Dana either. I never would bump into him at a Mensa meeting. Let's just put it that way.
What do you think about potentially Conor McGregor, a guy that I know you follow a little bit, possibly fighting Khabib in the future? It might happen, supposedly.
When guys, I'm kind of biased because, like, when I was a freshman in high school and I could beat you up and you're masquerading, running around at 120 pounds pretending you're a world champion, I have trouble with that, so I don't watch it. But if you're a 120 pound man and pretending to be a tough guy, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around it. So the idea of me really watching those guys fight, I would probably fall asleep in the middle of it. So I couldn't give you any educated prediction on any fighting part of it. I can only deal with that emotionally, and I think I already did. So good luck to whoever wins, right? I don't have a dog in the race.
What about your thoughts on George St. Pierre retiring when he couldn't get that fight against Khabib, because I guess he just wanted to have that fight and he was going to retire anyways, but Dana White wanted him to continue fighting if he did beat Khabib, so I guess it's just off the table now.
Yeah, I got nothing bad to say about any of those guys, but whatever, if people like to watch that stuff, go ahead. I kind of missed the old days when there were no rules, there were no weight classes, there were no time limits. I miss those days. Now all these little guys, it gives them a forum to fight in, but necessarily I don't really think it's fighting. So.
And that's what I was going to ask you next anyways. What's your opinion on when you were in it, there wasn't that much pay, the fights were a lot more intense. Now it seems like all the big name guys just want to fight in the big money fights rather than go against real contenders.
Well, the truth of the matter is, when I fought in it, I literally a year earlier, I got out of jail for fighting. So I was thrilled to get $2,000 just not to go to jail, fighting what I love to do. I consider myself fighting is when I turned 16, I could drive around in a car and fight real men at intersections and stuff like that, not classmates in high school. So that was my real started fighting time. And though there were no weight classes, there's no scales at the intersection. And this whole martial art thing has come full circle. It started off with Bruce Lee being able to finger jab you to death to, okay, Ultimate Fighting came along and the real big bad guys after the Gracies sold it, so they couldn't pick the opponents that fought in the show. The real big bad guys got in there and fought, and then now it's coming full circle back to all this hocus pocus, mixed martial arts grab ass. that they only compete if there's rules and everything else like that. It kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. I think I debunked the fraud of martial arts with the Bruce Lee wannabe Chuck Norris stuff. And now it's come full circle, and it's already going all the way back to that. Now everybody's an MMA champion. There's a gym everywhere. When I used to go grab a 12-pack and drive around town and go into dojos and say, who wants to fight in here? No rules. And obviously it never happened because no one wanted to fight. Because
that'd be a great reality show, by the way. You should pitch that to a reality show.
I'll look up I can get my old Ford van, 3 on the tree, start off with getting a 12-pack, although I don't drink anymore, and down the 12-pack and pull up into different dojos and say, who wants to fight in here? Isn't this a fighting place? And then write down all the excuses they would come out. Oh, you're not insured. Oh, we're experts and we know how to pull punches and all this. I go, I don't care. I'm not going to sue you. Let's fight. I'm here to fight. Let's do it. Oh, we can't. That was their number one thing. And there was a guy that was passing out, what do you call those brochures that says he was a jiu-jitsu world champion, and he had a thing. To his credit, he was willing to fight me and 2 of my friends, not fight, but roll around on a jiu-jitsu mat. And he tapped out my 2 friends, the NCAA wrestlers. He tapped them out pretty quickly. And then I was too much man for him. I was weighing like 270. He got me in an arm lock, and I picked him up off the mat and put my fist up over his face. And you want to go there? And he was all, no, 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 no. And he dropped me down. I dropped it. He let go of my arm, and he fell to the floor, and we left. And then kind of tried to make a thing out of it. And if you watch the UFC in Puerto Rico, I met up with him there in the audience, and I think he understands what would have happened to him after that night if we would have continued in his jiu-jitsu rolling days. But to his credit, he tapped out 2 of my friends, but he was the only mixed, or not mixed, but martial art place that actually said they'd roll with us. So, but that's jiu-jitsu, because jiu-jitsu you can compete in and do without getting hurt, because you're not striking anybody. You get a tap if someone's going to pop your elbow or something like that. You can tap out and you won't get hurt. That's why a lot of people do that kind of stuff, because there's no pain involved. So,
I don't think you ever want to fight from your back in a street fight either. I've been a bouncer for many years, and it doesn't usually end up good.
No, not at all. So you obviously understand the BJ Penn part of it. And, to have a moral compass is like that BJ Penn shouldn't be fighting at bars is almost as ridiculous as having a compass on the SS Minnow and what the hell was that show? Gilligan's Island, the SS Minnow, and they went off course because their compass was messed up. These guys that want to act like they're holier than thou, and it's not sportsmanlike to get in a bar fight. It's just ridiculous. Like saying that BJ Penn can't fight because of that. It's ridiculous. I'm 100% on BJ's side on that, and BJ just have to deal with it, man. Does the politics that now live in society of what true warriors fight for nowadays. It's, the whole meaning of a real warrior has been askew from the pollution of this modern day takeover of /sport/martial art gimmick. It takes the ultimate out of fighting,
Now, is
But
it true that is it true that the Gracies actually stopped you from competing? You wanted to start in UFC 3, but they wouldn't allow you to actually fight until UFC 6?
no, I actually got I friends of friends found out that I was going to be in the UFC, so I had a sponsor, and they sponsored me. They bought me a ticket back because I wanted to see. I had a letter of intent saying that I could be in it, and so I wanted to go back and see how the operation was. So when I fought in UFC 6, that it wouldn't be all new to me. I kind of knew the layout. And so I was there, and at the time, Art Davie, I don't know if you know who that is. He
Yeah.
was the matchmaker, and in my opinion, he's right up there with Tito, one of the biggest scumbags on earth. And he's not such much as a lying, cheat, con man as Tito is, but he's a little wormy backstabber guy. And he goes, "Oh, I got your tickets for you," and he ended up giving the tickets to these girls that wanted to go there. So I was sitting up in the nosebleeds. I yelled down to Art, like, "Hey man, why did you give my tickets away and give me these seats in the rafters?" And I knew well, I'm pretty good at playing ignorant and stupid. Stupid comes easy for me. But so I just go, "Oh, okay." And I just kind of ribbed him a little bit, which not the brightest. Bright people are not very bright people, can't take a ribbing too well. They take it too personally. And so he, I ribbed him a little bit, yelled at him and screamed at him. And so then when I got home, the guy that was kind of representing me doing all the phone calls called him up and said, "Okay, so we're on for the next show, UFC 6." And he goes, "Hell no, I'm not letting that crazy guy fight in the fucking show." Excuse my French. But so they kicked me out of the show. It had nothing to do with the Gracies. But the Gracies, the way I understand it, were partners with the TV producers, Semaphore Entertainment Group. And after 1 through 5, they lost control of the show. And so Semaphore took over the show. So that's why the average weight of the show went up 100 pounds, because the Gracies couldn't pick who was going to fight in the show. So the Gracies, yeah, I've ran into Hoist, and he seems to be a nice gentleman. That's the only Gracie that I really know of, but have had contact with. And he seems like a great guy. But just out of a business point of view, they're not going to ruin the Gracie product by allowing people such as myself that weigh 270 pounds, benching over 600 pounds, go in there and crush you like a grape when you're trying to do something off of your back or trying to do an arm lock. Arm locks don't work too well when you're getting punched in the head with a 600-pound sledgehammer. So the Gracies didn't have anything to do with it, but they were tightly together with Art Davie, and the Art Davie thing it was all about him playing big shot. The goof would wear a tuxedo and go out to nightclubs and act like he was what's that guy with the crazy hair, Don King? He had that kind of mentality, and he was like, "I'm the big shot of the show," which was infiltrated by a full cast of bozos, characters that you wouldn't even believe, that were more in tune with the battery's low on this. And so they were all more into the ploy of being a promoter. They were all into playing the role as like this is about fighting and the fighters. This isn't about you creating a role, unlike other people of modern day UFC people. No one gives a rat's ass about who Dana White is. In other words, than him just jumping on TV, mugging for the camera any way he can. What the hell has he ever done? And by the, he's sitting there and he wanted to box Tito, and I would have had my money on Dana on that show, that's for sure. But I offhandedly said, "What kind of fighting show do you have when you have a made-up champion that you guys made up a weight class for and gave him a bunch of easy fights, and he's going to get defeated by the promoter? Is Don King going to have a wrestling match with Mike Tyson? I mean, that's like ridiculous. What kind of point are you making when a promoter can kick your ass in a boxing match and you're supposed to be the light heavyweight champion of the world?" It was foolish, and obviously it never came to fruition. But so Art Davie created himself a little spot, and he passed it on to small time Joe Silva. That's my nickname for him. He's a little itty bitty guy, and he's got a little itty bitty ego, or actually a giant ego and a little itty bitty guy. Anyways, I guess he cashed out and disappeared, which he should. He was just playing. He used to be an arcade guy. He used to work at an arcade, pushing a broom around, collecting quarters. And then he's matchmaker of the UFC. That'll tell you how in depth the Dana White clan is. And I'm not sour graping it or anything. I take my hat off to everything that those guys done, but it's a far cry from what it used to be.
Have you heard about this new baddest motherfucker belt that Dana White is creating? Basically, Dana White, for this event at Madison Square Garden in November, is creating a belt. It's going to be called the baddest motherfucker title for the Nate Diaz match. And apparently The Rock's going to come and put the title on whoever wins the match.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw something about The Rock. And trust me, I'm not good at surfing the net, but these things have passed in front of me. And whatever. Like I said, I just call me old, called me whatever, but when I could beat you up when I was a freshman in high school, what the hell are you going to be calling yourself the baddest motherfucker or whatever? It's baffling to me, but everybody's got to make up a story and everybody's got to be tough. And if a freshman in high school could kick your ass when you're a grown man, you shouldn't be even thinking you're tough. I mean, but, they're a little like chihuahuas. They're just yep. And when it comes to biting somebody, they're not really effective.
So do you think that hurts the credibility of titles in the UFC at all to create this new title called that?
To somebody that's old school like myself, I think they've already demolished anything that what it used to be. The initial draw was the Ultimate Fighting, who was the baddest MFer to get out there and get down. And I think I don't necessarily call them my colleagues, but other people that have been in the fight world, they always knew that you call Tank Abbott a couple days beforehand at the bar and say, "Where do you need me to be and how much money are you going to give me? I'll be there. Don't worry about it." Those kind of people are far and few between. Mark Coleman probably do it. There's a few guys out there, but these guys, and more power to them. It's just not the same animal. It's not a grizzly bear anymore. It's a guy playing a banjo and a bear dancing in the street.
Have you heard about Pat Miletich saying that you once ran from fighting him in Birmingham, Alabama. That's been in the news over the past little bit.
I went to a fight show and he was commentating on it, and one of the commentators brought that up, and I said, seriously, do you think myself here would run from a fight from anybody, much less Pat Miletich? I mean, the notion is absolutely ridiculous. I cut him a little slack and I said, I never run from anybody. And he goes, oh. And I'm not a storyteller. I'll tell you the 100% truth. And I cut him a little slack and I said, if you were chasing me, then I was chasing you. And we were running in circles, because that's not how I remember it. I know the incident of what he speaks about. And after the fight, they were having a wet t-shirt contest. And they had a stool out on the dance floor for me to go out there and judge women. And that wasn't my cup of tea.
I'm surprised.
I'm not some liberal guy I'm just not into that cheesy part of the whole gimmick. I was like, nah, I don't want to do it. And at the time, I had a friend, Vietnam vet guy, and he used to live with me here at the house, Bird. And so I said, Bird will take my place. He can sit on the stool. Give him a little bit of a thrill, have some fun, whatever. Well, Pat Miletich decided that since there was a vacant chair there, that he would sit in it. And this is back in the time when Pat Miletich was Pat Miletich who? So he's sitting on the stool, and I said, hey, get out of the stool. My friend Bird's sitting here. And he's all, no. And so I grabbed him by his face, picked him up and threw him on his back right on the dance floor there. And this is after, I think it was the Hugo Doherty fight. No, it wasn't. It was somebody in Alabama I fought. It was just, anyways, it was a short fight. But anyways, so he didn't really say much. And then Bird sat in the stool and judged the female dancers or whatever. We left, and then I guess he had enough alcohol to think that he could maybe tie my shoes. I don't know. But he come running out of the bar, and there's like a long street there, like a party street, Dolphin Street, I believe it is. And he comes running down the street, and I was just outside of the hotel, and Bob Meyerowitz was there. He used to run the UFC. And he said, please, David, don't beat this poor little man up. And I'm like, he goes, please, just go to your room. Please, please, for me, will you do that? So I got in the elevator, went up to my room in a brisk walk, by no means a run. And he, I guess, took that as I was running from him, but that's the truth. I got nothing to hide. I think anybody with half a brain, and they're far and few between in the fighting business, would understand that Pat Miletich would need a step ladder to trim my toenails, much less entertain the thought of fighting me. So that's his version. And out of the generosity of my heart, I'll let him hold on to it.
One of your fans wanted me to ask you about if you ever ran into Dog the Bounty Hunter in person.
I haven't. You know what? I hadn't, and I didn't like his personality on TV, but over the years he's softened me up, and I kind of find him a humorous kind of guy. And I've never ran into him, but if I did nowadays, I'd say hi to him.
And Chris Cyborg recently signed the largest MMA contract in women's fighting history, according to Bellator, What do you think about her getting a bigger salary than Ronda Rousey supposedly had in UFC?
Right on for her. I mean, everybody out there that's a real fighter and is not a phony like people aforementioned. More power to them. Get out there and make money. Do you know who the first fight she's going to be with? Is it going to be that McGregor guy or Nate Diaz?
No, it's going to be I forget her name, but it's going to be against their featherweight champion supposedly.
Oh well, I hope the best featherweight wins.
And I forget the guy's name, but you had one fight where you literally crumpled him in half in the UFC. What was that knockout like? He folded up like a lawn chair.
Yes, that was Steve Nelmark, and lo and behold, he was an alternate because I was supposed to fight Ken Shamrock, just like I was supposed to fight him a couple times, and every time we were matched up, he something happened to him. He couldn't continue to fight. So Nelmark stepped in and took the beating for Ken because I would have done the same thing to Ken.
Have you heard about this bare knuckle promotion Ken is trying to start off now? I think it's called possibly Glory Fighting or something like that.
I have heard of it, and they were entertaining the thought of having me be involved in that, and I'm like, I'm the first guy that brought the gloves to the UFC, and you want me to now say bare knuckle? I don't think it works that way. I'm not a sellout, a fake, a phony. And so I guess they found one in Ken, and and so Ken's doing it. I guess I haven't heard anything of it. They just made an announcement. It's kind of like that Combate fight with Tito. I would be amazed if it ever happened, and maybe it will, but it seems kind of on shaky ground. I know Campbell used to be involved in the first UFC semaphore, and I guess his record speaks for itself as far as fight promotions go. And I'm not including the first UFC. I'm talking since that dissolved. His record speaks for itself from that point on. And so I'd be amazed if the fight happens, and I would be more amazed if 10 people bought it or showed up.
Did you hear that Shamrock and Severn had a pro wrestling match in Australia recently, and it went to a no contest? I think they each will probably have a hard time doing the job in that one.
Oh, I know what you mean by the job, but I think the harder part of the job would be an actual job of them shooting a promo. It'd be as
Did WWE ever approach you about fighting Shamrock in pro wrestling? Because it seems like you would have been a natural to go there after WCW closed.
Yeah, after WCW closed, I just kind of fell off the face of the earth at that time. I don't know if it was just me mentally, sometimes I just want to be alone. And so I took some time off, and I never really had discussions with the up north, as they say. Although I never went there to talk to them or say, hey, I was interested or anything. So yeah, you would think it'd be something that they would want to pursue, but you know how political that whole business is. So I don't know what ever happened on any level. So like I said, I was ready for a break and recharge my batteries and find out who I was as a person. And I was pretty much going down that road until the liver gave out. So but everything happens for a reason, and I'm bouncing back stronger than ever, clear-headed, new liver, new kidney, feeling great, feeling better than I did before. And I'm not done with my life's work here, so who knows what's next.
Have you seen anything from WWE lately? They recently had a show at Madison Square Garden that only drew 7,000, and they brought back Stone Cold Steve Austin again recently, and they only drew a 1.7 rating. So
Uh-huh.
business is not, there's not a lot of interest in it, but their revenues are greater than ever from TV deals.
Sure. And, I'm no expert in professional wrestling. I don't get into the nuts and bolts of it all. But from what I understand, wrestling's pretty much cyclical. It does a whole loop and it then starts all over again big. So, it could be in its down phase, but I don't have any less faith that it'll be back on top again because it's a great product and wrestling's fun. It's awesome because it's not only physical, it lets you touch your intellectual side of things and put little twists on things and have fun, and it's a blast.
Now, one of my friends, Sammy, who's also an MMA fighter, wanted me to ask you what your toughest fight was. I know your actual health battles have been your toughest, but is there one
Uh-huh.
street fight or MMA fight that you found to be like the toughest fight of your life?
Well, the only thing is like I don't feel necessarily that way. The toughest fight I ever had, I would say, it would be my last one, no matter what it was. But you know, easy one to say is Oleg because that guy took a beating and a half, and he still kept going. And I ran out of gas, but after fighting for 15 minutes or thereabouts, and it was tough. And he took a beating, and he came back and choked me. But do it again, I'd give him the same beating. So who knows? But there's nothing more like, oh my God, that was a tough fight. I never thought he was going to quit type thing. I never second guessed myself. And I've been beat up in the street many times, not just by one guy, but different circumstances with multitudes of people. So
And probably weapons in some cases, as I've found
hammer,
very
I've been hit with hammers. I've been hit with everything. Groups of people. But you know what? I'm still here, and I'll be back.
And
No,
I saw your appearance on Friends since the last time
yes.
I talked to you. Somebody sent it to me. What was that whole experience like?
Well, they told me I was going to be on Friends, and I said, "What's that?" Because at that point in time, I wasn't watching sitcoms even to this day. I don't. And I'm
I
like, going,
can't
"What the hell
picture
is
you
that?"
watching
They're
that,
going,
sitting at home watching that.
"Yeah, exactly." So I'm like, going, "What the hell is this?" He goes, "That's the biggest show on TV," and Robin Williams and who else? Somebody else,
Anthony P.
Billy Chris,
Rising on there.
Billy. No, this is the same episode.
Oh,
Robin Williams. It was a sweeps week episode. And so I'm like going, all these people like whom Courtney Cox and Jennifer Aniston and Joey, I don't even know who his real name is, Matt LeBlanc and somebody else.
I didn't
No,
actually
what was
watch
it? He
later
was a
season.
guy. There was only one cool guy there. And I can't remember. David Schwimmer. He was a cool guy. All the other ones were like, I'm a star. And all the females didn't talk to me. It was fun, whatever. I didn't know what I was doing, so I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll pick this guy up, run around," and it's on all the time because people remind me, "Hey, I saw you on Friends." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, okay," because it was a blip in my radar screen at that point in time.
Do you get any residuals for that, or did you have to sign something where
Yeah,
there's
no, I didn't get any residuals from it, but I was just, it was just to pump the UFC, and obviously, who cares? It was fun. That's all that matters.
Was the guy easy to work with in the scene where you were fighting him?
Yeah, that John Favreau guy.
Yeah.
He was heavier than he looks in the gi. So we did that tape where I pick him up and run around the octagon. I must have done like 30 takes. And Meyerowitz was there, Bob, and he's like, he had to walk up there and go, "Hey man, this guy can't keep on picking this guy up and running around. He's a heavy man. He can't keep doing that." And I was like, young and dumb, and don't worry about it. I can do this all day. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, thank God, go Bob, go, go. Yeah, tell him not do this anymore. But yeah, so he was quite a heavy guy.
Did anyone ever try to set up a fight between you and Gary Goodridge? Because it seems that would have been a big money fight back then.
Yeah, for some reason, it never came to fruition. After he did the Iron Cross on Paul Herrera, that was, you would think would be the natural progression of that, but it just didn't happen. And so, whatever. I hear Gary's doing some hard times right now. I don't even know if he's still alive or not.
Yeah, no, he's still alive. I spoke to him not too long ago, but he's has those concussion issues.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I hope he's doing well. I hope
Don
everybody's
Fry, I
doing well.
interviewed recently too. His back, he's been wrestling still, and his back was broken again, but he seemed very well mentally when I
Yeah,
talked.
yeah. Don's a good guy too.
So
I have a little bit of. See, when I was fighting back in the day, I wasn't just fighting like Don Fry. I was fighting the whole show, and they had me in my room, and then the whole show of cast of characters of fighters. They were all in conglomeration with each other, and I felt like Donald Trump. Everybody in the Democrats, everybody just wanted to take Donald Trump out. Everybody wanted to take Tank out, and they would all do whatever, like Don Fry fighting that one cat's name. I don't even know his name. He went out and did the job for him. He got him in an ankle lock real quick before I fought him. Can't remember his name. It's probably a reason why he's not worth remembering. But and then like Oleg, he fought his partner before he fought me. It was all these guys, they were fighting each other. And like when he fought, Oleg fought Anthony Macias guy, he went in there and winked at him, like goes and does a job where I'm fighting a 380-pound man that was 6'5" after fighting a 400-pound man. The cards were stacked against me because I was the street fighter. I was the real fighter. It was funny when I had the fighter meeting at that first show. I go, "Can I wear these gloves here?" Because I cut the bar out of where you held on to. And Big John McCarthy goes, "Oh, if you want to wear them, go ahead and wear them." And I'm like, "Yeah, I can tell you guys never ever been in a real fight because only thing that happens to you is beat up hands after that fact." And I needed to grapple, so I cut that bar out of there. I could grab, and that's what the modern day glove is today, because I was the first guy that wore those gloves into the ring. I mean, some guy had a hurt hand before me and wore a boxing glove on his jab hand, but that was it. But they all laughed at me, and now look who's all wearing them. It's because no one had any idea, or in my betting mind, had been in a real street fight more than once in their life at a high school gymnasium or something. But the world saw what was real. And as much as you hate me, as much as you want to hold on to your martial arts BS, you know the truth. I don't have to tell you the truth. you can just turn on the TV and watch it. You see 100% real and you see 100% tough. And yes, I am full of myself right now.
Do you have any prediction for the upcoming Frank Mir voice versus Roy Nelson fight in Bellator?
Yeah, like, who's Frank Mir? I know he twisted my foot off, and the guy he's fighting, I don't know. You know, Frank Mir got completely lucky at the timing of my fight with him. My mother passed away like 3 or 4 days before that. I'll even say a week before that, but my head was in the clouds, 2 miles up in the clouds. I called Dana up and said, "Hey man, I can't fight." And he goes, "You have to, please, for me." I go, "Man, I am a true warrior. I'm not going to make you beg. I'll show up, but don't be hoping for some miraculous thing." So then I went out there, sprawled, and stuck my foot in front of his face, and he twisted my ankle off. But you never know what's happening in people's lives or anything like that. And that whole rest of the 3-fight comeback deal was riddled with emotional issues that happened in my life that I just couldn't get my head into fighting. So Frank Mir, good luck to him. Don't really know the guy.
Roy Nelson, he has a build similar to what you had. He's got like a mullet. You may have
Oh,
seen him.
well, he's my guy then.
Yeah. He's actually, I interviewed him once and I think he said he was a fan of yours from what I recall. So,
Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm a fan of his now that I know he has a mohawk. Or was it a mohawk? Or
no,
mullet?
he's got a mullet.
Mullet. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And he's got a build similar to what you had. And another question I had from fans after our last interview, you told me about this off camera, but maybe you want to say it on camera. Your book, a lot of people were saying, what happened with your book?
My book, it's coming out. Like the second part of the book is coming out real short, probably within the next month. It's 90% edited. I have to add a few sentences, and I'm rewriting a chapter because the editor decided that he wanted to take some writing a license and changing the words around and filling in sentences. And I said, whoa, 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 put the brake on here. This is my book. These are my words. Your job is to put them into sentences, paragraphs, and chapters. Don't be starting adding content or things that don't make sense to you or to the whole layout of the book. So I had to rewrite this chapter, and there's some sentences I had to add, which should be done probably within a week. And then we got to do the final edit. Then book number 2 will come out. And that book is called, what is it called, Sally? Bar Fighter, Street Warrior, and Cage Fighter. Street Warrior will be out soon. I don't want to put a date on it, but within a month. And like I said, I didn't say that, but it should be out soon. And then the last book is it should be a simple edit, but the reason why it got sidetracked is because of my illness. And it's just over 1,000-page novel. I penned myself. I wrote the whole thing. So it's a long process. You know, when you write 3 books that are over 300 pages, all in one book, is an undertaking.
And you had some issues with the street fighting stuff too, right? Because obviously some of that stuff wasn't legal at the time.
Well, because it's a novel, and you know, I have artistic freedom, liberty to write what I want, and they might be based on events, but they could be completely exaggerated or fantasy of what I would have liked to have done, what I could have done. You know, like when you see somebody, I could have punched that guy in the face. That doesn't mean I really punched the guy in the face. But when you're writing a novel, and you're writing about something, you can say, hey, I punched him in the face, and that's not really the truth, because you can get in trouble for the truth too. So that's why it's not the truth. It's all made up stuff.
So where can people buy that? The first part's already out if they
The
want to look.
first book, and it was on Amazon. I don't know. I think it might have got taken off. And but the second street fighter or street warrior, bar brawler, street warrior should be out in a month, and it continues down the story of Walter Fox and how he finds his way through life's travels. And then obviously the third book, Cage Fighter, is when he finds his way into a MMA show, and things take off for him.
And for the rude people that had the internet warrior comments, oh, Tank's poor now, blah, 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 blah. You're actually very successful, particularly for an MMA fighter, correct? I mean, all the medical costs you've had to pay for too.
Well, I could afford good insurance and a lot of luck, but that doesn't matter. You know, I invested smartly, and I'm fortunate, and I live a very comfortable lifestyle, and I'm far from being hungry.
And you hold a degree in history or education, I think, too.
History.
History, yeah.
In the back of my mind, I was going to become an attorney, but fate intervened, and I became a professional fighter.
Well, it would have been great if you could represent yourself in those assault cases.
Well, that's what I was thinking right there. I'd break even on college loans, or but it's been a long ride, and I'll probably be my number one client. But like I said, fate intervened, and I got to live my passion, which very few people get to do. And like I said, I'm not done. I'm going to be back there, maybe bouncing around in the ring or beating somebody up in a cage or doing something. But it's not because I have to. It's because I love to.
And people can follow your journey on Twitter or Instagram, which is at Tank Abbott, I believe. Is there anything you want to close off with? Anything you want to get off your chest here to the viewers before we?
Oh, no, I'm living good. I'm healthy, and I'm around. So I'm not hiding out in bars behind a cocktail glass anymore. I'm out living and having fun, and you'll be seeing me soon. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and good seeing you.
And today we have a returning guest, UFC legend, hopefully future UFC Hall of Famer, definitely MMA legend, and WCW star, one of the big stars in the final days of WCW. Probably best remembered for his time with 3 Count, David Tank Abbott. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing excellent, Devin. Had a long road battling this liver problem, this liver disease. I was lucky enough to get a transplant, and thought that would be the worst of it, but it turned out there were other problems. So I've been dealing with those unwittingly for a while.
You just were in the hospital for a couple weeks, I think, in and out. What was that whole issue about?
Well, I was more like 30 some days around there. It was a long time. And I got out once because they couldn't figure out what was going on. And I drove home, sat around, and go, no, this isn't right. And I went back. And the doctors there, who are awesome, world-class physicians. Turns out that they couldn't figure it out either, and they were walking around in circles trying to figure out what was going on. And finally, Dr. Toto, who saved me last time on the table when my heart quit, he decided to do a what is it called? A procedure that tests for parasites and stuff like that. And it seems that I had some parasites that took hold. You see, when you get new organs, you have to take medicines to suppress it so you don't reject your new organs. Allows things that you come across that your body normally puts down, and it allows them to grow also. And it seems they think that I came in contact with it like 20 something years ago when I first went to Japan, and it was laying in my system, and by the time it got to a scary point, my system would shut it down. But taking those pills suppressed that, so it allowed it's roundworm, what it was. It allowed it to flourish, and it was going to town on my insides. I mean, it felt like a blowtorch and a hacksaw just cutting me away alive. And they finally figured it out. They did a biopsy, which he had trepidation about doing it because it's a risky procedure. But by the time they were doing a nerve block on my pancreas and all that, he said, knowing how tough you are and your complaints, I just said that we have to do it no matter what. Luckily, they did, and they found the parasites, and 2 days of pills, and I'm back to normal. Well, 2 days in the hospital taking pills, and then another 17 days outside of it.
So that would have probably been affecting you all the way back when I did my first interview with you then, I guess.
That's absolutely. Like I said, I was taking one step forward and then 2 steps back, it seems like every day. Like Paul Herrera is a guy that I started training with at the very beginning. He told me after the fact, because he didn't want to disturb me, but he'd go, man, you'd have a great workout. Then you come in the next day, it looked like somebody ran you over with a tractor. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't know what was up. I thought this is part of the procedure of getting a liver put into you, but evidently not.
And you were working out pretty hard even when you had all that going on. I remember a couple of days before I saw your wife posted you were in the hospital, you had posted a video running up a hill.
Yes, and I was actually excited, because I was making baby steps, if you will, back to some sort of normalcy for me. I always like to feel confident when I go into some place that I can take care of myself. And I was really happy about that. And I went and ran hills. I've ran hills my whole life. My high school wrestling coach turned me on to them. And like I said, I must have run up and down that hill 1,000 times. And then I was happy, like, wow, man, I'm making progress. That night, I went to sleep, and I woke up in the middle of the night with like a blowtorch and a hacksaw just cut me alive. And I don't know if it spurred it on, but something happened because, boy, it was painful. I thought I was eating a lot of protein bars. I thought maybe something indigestion was going on, but no, it was something else. It was parasites.
When did you first notice you had problems with your liver and kidneys?
Oh, I'm not one to say much, but I would say right when WCW came to an end and nothing to do and all day to do it. So and was out extra partying hard, and at the time, and then the UFC wanted me to come back and fight for them. And hindsight's 2020, but I was in the throes of cirrhosis and all the good things that go along with it. The CDs, my feet were blowing up, and I couldn't really put two and two together. And I don't really consider myself an alcoholic, but I guess my record would prove otherwise. But alcoholism is an insidious disease, and you just deny it. It's not really happening to me, that kind of thing. And I fought. I'm not some expert on my record or anything like that because it never really mattered to me. But I fought 3 fights for the UFC, and like a comeback thing, and I just couldn't perform. I'm not making excuses. Every one of those guys that fought me, they won. I fought one of them in a rematch. Didn't go too well for him, but in a backyard in Dayton, Ohio, Brian Grooms' house. At any rate, I think if you go in the back, Ferozzo's probably still sleeping there. But
Mark Coleman actually put over that fight. He said the same thing, that you definitely had the upper hand there.
oh, absolutely, it was a good time. And you know what? It kind of goes back to the days of the OG, I guess the kids call it now. But you know what? If somebody wants to fight me and everything's right, I'll show up in your backyard in the middle of Ohio and we'll get down. You have to take your hat off to Ferozzo. He showed up. He's ready to go. Wasn't like everything has to be perfect. And do I look good in this suit I'm wearing and the whole 9 yards? These kids today, it's a different animal nowadays. So, that's important to them. They got to make their little mark in the world. But in my day, it was just getting in there and fighting. Really didn't matter. You didn't need a scale or anything like that. And it was all about fighting. And it wasn't about, what can I do for the people to remember me? It was about, no, let's just fight. And that's what happens. And so, I'm distracted here. Let me take these pills real quick. Part of my process of living. All right. At any rate, where were we? But it was a different animal. And so you had the Kimbo Slices of the world. You had the Ferrozzos of the world. The first time, I don't want to backtrack things, but the UFC, the old UFC, set me up with that fight. And like I said many times before, the first, not the backyard fight, but the first time I fought Ferozzo, I needed knee surgery. Not a big deal. I don't cry. I don't think I fought healthy once, but my first show. But I'm going to cry about that. Who cares? You're in the pain game, and that's what happens. You fight. But Ferozzo and the whole show, Shamrock, and all those guys, they set up this show. I was supposed to fight some pipsqueak, I don't know, Bolander or somebody like that. It's one of those little bozos that Tito fought and made a name from them. But I was supposed to fight him. And this animal, he's a huge guy. He's running around crazy, and I'm sitting in my little curtained off area. And what the hell's up with that guy? He's just a alternate. He's not even going to fight. Shamrock's guy goes out and fights. Easy fight. Comes back, says, I have a broken hand. So the whole back was all scheming to take Tank down. And so he's got a half hour, 45 minutes of training, getting ready for me to fight. I'm out there fighting a boxing guy. And so I was like, hey, that fight wasn't on the up and up. And most of the fights, if you do your research, I didn't fight my friends and all that kind of stuff. But they all had nothing that was, or anything that was on the up and up. So that went down. So they pulled out, they knew I was hurt, and they pulled out that 370 pound, who knows about numbers, all you fact checkers, get out there on your computer and tell me how much he weighed. But he went out there and he was just pumped up, one, to beat me. That was his whole thing. He had he didn't want to fight Mark Coleman after that at any point. So he did everything in his power. And my editor, who is Todd Hester, he's really deep into the business of taking pictures and the whole 9 yards. He says he's watched that fight 1,000 times, and it went back to decisions at the time. And he says, you killed Feroza, but they gave it to him. So I had to even the score. So even though I was sick, I showed up in Miamisburg, Ohio. I made a new friend with Brian and fought in his backyard. It was a good time. But not too many people. You ain't going to see Tito Ortiz or maybe that Connor guy might show up, or the Diaz guys. I've never seen either one of those people fight. But people talk about them as they're pretty stand-up people. So if they got that reputation going down, good for them.
If you actually had like a percentage of money from the video of that, and it had been properly sold or released, you probably could have made just as much money from a backyard fight as you would in an MMA organization.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, but you know what? I've never been into the business end of the fighting business. I was just into getting in there and fighting. Hindsight, oh wow, I could have made a little bit more money. I'm comfortable. I'm not starving. I'm out there. And what? Who cares? You know what? I was dead a couple of years ago, a year ago. I don't even know how long it was. A couple of weeks ago, I was almost dead. But so, like, who cares, man? I don't care how much money. You will never see me standing on the freeway with signs say I'll fight for food. But it's like, whatever. I'm comfortable right now, and I'm not going to worry about things. But back to your point, it wasn't up to me. It was up to them. And they got a good show, I guess, in their backyard. And like I said, I made a good friend with Brian, and hope him and everybody out there are doing good.
Somebody recently sent me the WCW pay sheet from the later years of WCW, and I noticed on there you actually made more than Ric Flair.
Yeah, I never talked money, and I still don't. But I didn't even negotiate, to be honest with you. Everything comes the way it comes. And so Ric Flair, but Eric had plans for me. And when Eric left, I was kind of just floating in the ether, if you will, of professional wrestling. So I just was around, that's all. But the money is not a big deal. That was like a guarantee, and that was the difference between the WWE nowadays and the WCW then. They could give you a guarantee, and I made a little bit more money than that, but that wasn't guaranteed. But wow. So, yeah.
And you came off as the heel in this recent compilation video I put out about Haku. I know you're actually a great heel, underrated as a heel. But do you have anything further to say about Ming? You told me that you'd gone out drinking with him a couple of times.
This is true. I actually like Ming. Back in the day, back when there was actually people that fought at intersections and stuff like that, there was a huge contingency of Samoans around here. And I was always good friends with them because they all played football. My dad was a football coach. So I get along with the Samoan, Polynesian people very well. And Ming fit, he's like stereotype guy, like big dude. He's like a bear. And much like myself, the fighting stuff, when he had problems with you, then he had problems with you, but he never talked about any of that things. He was very humble, cool guy. And I did see that thing on you because I do watch the shows. And I said I was more mesmerized by me sitting on the couch and how emaciated I was. But when I said Ming is Ming and he's he is what he is, that's where I still stand. I mean, the guy's a cool dude. He's a legend, and he is what he is, man. No one's going to argue with him, from what I understand.
I heard that your dad actually trained Samoa Joe in football. Is that true?
Yeah, man. You know what? It's true, but you know how the stories get all washed around. My dad was kind of like back when high school football was a big deal. I used to go, and I was the water boy. I mean, my brother was 5 years older than me, and he was on the team, and to go eat with the football players. I was really jazzed about that. The game day thing at the local Sizzler. I got out of school early, and I would go hang out. But my dad was like, you walk around this area with, you got the famous football coaches that people grew up with, and hey, are you Coach Abbott? And he's moved out of this area, but yeah, he's got quite a following just in the local area here as being the premier coach guy, and is a good, cool guy that helps people out.
And Don Fry told me in my interview with him that you are far underrated as a technical fighter. What would you say about some of your technical training? Because obviously you're more than just a barroom fighter. You have boxing skill. You have great amateur wrestling skill.
Yes. So back to my brother, he's 5 years older than me. He played football, and he's like a raw football star. And that really, personality-wise, didn't really click with me. So football season was over, and you must do some kind of sport. So my brother walked into the wrestling room, and I wasn't too far behind him. And oh my God, I love this place. And, the little midget guys that wrestle 107 pounds were wrestling with me and teaching me new things that I shouldn't have learned. But yeah, I fell in love with wrestling, and I want to talk about grab ass things. I've wrestled with world class wrestlers, and I held my own with all of them. And world class Olympic world champion type guys, and I take my hat off to all of them. And I held my own with a lot of them. So there was nobody that walked out of that room and said I was a slouch. And then same, I got wrestling in junior college, and I got in a car accident where my teeth went missing. And I went from wrestling, and I really wanted to wrestle NCAAs. And that really wasn't an option for me because of my knee. So I went to the boxing gym and walked in the door, and Tyrell Biggs was in there, Westminster Boxing Gym, and Mac Kurihara was a boxing trainer there. And obviously, being a white guy at that time and being a heavyweight, their eyes are like cash registers going jing 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 jing. But there were, every time there was a Mike Tyson fight, there was 30 guys that thought they could fight, much less box. But so I went in there, got my ass handed to me because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And but I came back the next day. When I came back the next day, I brought a bunch of wrestlers to the boxing gym, and they would last maybe 3 days and say, hell no, man, they get punched in the face. I'm not doing that. Then I was in love with it. The first time I strapped gloves on, and I have a big, huge trash bag full of VHS tapes, and I'm too lazy to go through them, but I went up north to San Luis Obispo, and there was a guy named Kevin Dixon. And if it's off a little bit, we're talking like 30 years ago. We went to Bakersfield, and Bobby Quarry's little brother. No, that was his brother's name, Bobby Quarry. Jerry Quarry's little brother, Bobby Quarry. And so my friends are telling this Kevin Dixon guy, like, no, this guy kicks everybody's ass in the street, and he's badass. And he said, oh, really? And he goes, tell him to come on into the gym. And so I went up there, went into his gym, and Bobby Quarry was in there. And I'm like, oh, I thought I didn't come up here to hit the speed bag. And he goes, oh, you think you want to spar? He goes, that guy's a professional. He's got 8 fights on his bag. I don't care what he's got. I'm here to fight. Let's do it. And we gloved up, and the tape and everything else. Bobby Quarry got a lesson in fighting, I guess you would say, because I knocked the shit out of him. And everybody in the gym was like, what the hell? Who is this guy? And that's when I got into boxing. I went to Westminster Boxing Gym, fought for Matt Kirihara after I went in the gym 6 weeks afterwards, and beat this hell out of some guy that fought for 3 years that was a local there. And at that point in time, I have been very lucky, but Noy Cruz, who was a trainer for Carlos Palomino, world champion welterweight guy. Don't fact check me. I don't know if he was a welterweight or a lightweight, whatever, but he was definitely Mexican style, sit down on your punches and crack. And in walks the door a natural bench presser over 600 pounds, white guy. And I went in there, and after I fought that guy after six weeks, and his mouthpiece was out. I had him out basically, and they're like, "Oh my God!" Noy Cruz went up to Matt Kirihara and goes, "I want to train this guy." He goes, "He has everything to be the world champion. He don't have heart like that. You don't have that it factor that guy possesses." And he goes, "I want to train him." So I started training with Noy and Matt Kirihara. And then Jesse Reed came in a little later, and I ended up going to jail for beating up a cop's son who just begged for it, wanted to fight. And that's when the things in this world changed, when everybody else, now it's time to run to the police because you were a big, bad, tough guy and you got your ass handed to you. Now I'm going to get you back with the police thing. So I'm like, no. And I fought it all the way. I took it to trial, and the guy gets up there crying. I'm like, this is like straight out of the movies. Anyways, I got in trouble for that, and I had to go to jail for a little bit. And when I got out, I was going to the boxing gym, and I was talking to my friends then and said, hey, I need a real sport that's real fighting. I've boxed, I've wrestled, I've done everything, but that is not real fighting like it is in the street. You know, it isn't. And lo and behold, the UFC was coming out into being. And my friend, with his persistent, asinine phone call, repetitive over and over and over, and going, no, this guy's made for the show. And through all these trials and tribulations, they're going, yeah, but he's just a street fighter. And so that's where they came up with the name Tank. And that was one of their stipulations. They needed to call me Tank, the street fighting legend from the movie, Clint Eastwood movie. And I'm like, Okay, well, you can call me Lucy, man. If I can go in there and fight, not go to jail, I'm in heaven. And that's what happened. Then a little bit after that, and I end up fighting. I was David Abbott, went out and knocked out the Samoan, and Tank was born July 14th, 1995. Wow, it's been a wild ride ever since, man. Death included. Can't do that one.
And you're actually friends with Clint Eastwood now, which surprised me. I think he was in your backyard, perhaps even. I saw some
He was
pictures.
Yeah, no, he was a mutual friend's house. We were barbecuing. It's a really cool guy. You didn't know he was Clint Eastwood. You would just think he was the cool neighbor next door. He's really just there's nothing bad you can say about the man. He's awesome. The only thing is, I think Sally wants to run off with him, so I'm getting jealous.
Is he a MMA fan?
You know what? I don't. It's not something that we really talk about. Yeah, so it's not like, oh, hey, tell me about the movie. Although I'll share this little tidbit. It was right around Richard Jewell, the Jewel movie. So Sally's chit chatting with him, and he's like, yeah, we're getting ready to close on that movie, and he's directing, acting, and so Sally goes, oh, cool, that's awesome, and she goes, do you play Richard Jewell? And I don't know if you've seen the movie or know who he is, but he's not a very athletic, in shape kind of guy, kind of dumpy. And he looked at her and he smiled, and then he kind of chuckled and goes, no, I didn't play Richard Jewell. And it was a funny moment.
He looks like he still keeps in shape too, judging by those pictures I saw of you guys.
Yeah. He was definitely in shape, and my friend Craig Athy, he's all into the equipment side of gyms and setting up places. So him and his whole network of friends set up gyms for him on the shoot spots wherever they go, and that's the connection there. But yeah, so and then Mike Hamill had some bad luck come his way, but he's fighter, and he's getting through it, and cool cat also. But yeah, so it was a good barbecue.
And you're known for your up jab specialty punch there. I think you hit Don Fry with it. How did you develop that punch, and any tips on throwing it for any of us fighters?
Well, first thing, I was gonna say stupid stuff, but you can tell I'm feeling better now. I used to do upright rows, and I still do. Once I get past all these hurdles and the quarantine and all this stuff, I can get back in the gym, start lifting. And before, when I was lifting like weight I was doing in high school as a freshman, and I was so frustrated. I used to come home and tell Sally, like, I don't understand what happened to me. We didn't know about the parasites and everything, so I'm hoping when I get back, I will be able to rebuild myself. But back to before I digress, but one of my main lifts in lifting is I do bench, and then I do upright rows, which is kind of like a half C in front of you from your waist up to the top of your chest. And I have gotten in upwards of, I have done 365 pounds with upright rows with hand wraps and belt, and they're not slouchy. I get them up, and just that deltoid power allows me to come ripping from my hip and planting it right on your face. And Don Fry is not the only guy that I've knocked on his ass. And so that up jab's very, very been a good weapon for me. And I kind of blame it on my strength. I don't know if blame is the proper word, but I attribute it to my strength and my upright row. So when you're whipping that, it's more like a whip action, and just you don't see it coming. And
Now, one fight I saw you in was your second fight against Cabbage, and you were wearing shoes in that fight, and you actually threw a kick. Why were you wearing shoes, and what you're not known for your kicks? What made you?
My wife is laughing. I always wore shoes, and when they took the shoes away, it was like, oh my God, I'm like one of those guys that walk across the asphalt on the street and it feels like pins are going through your feet. Yeah, my wife said I have baby feet, but at any point, at any rate, so shoes was always a given, and it was in Hawaii, and there weren't any UFC rules, so I wore those. And I was working with kicks, ironically, with this guy named Yuki. He's a kickboxer. I don't know his last name. Old school kickboxing guy. If you look through some of the old training videos, I think they're on YouTube. He's the guy that's holding the mitts, and I'm spinning around with my back fist. I didn't dedicate a lot of working out with him, but I did work out with him, and I thought I throw a kick out there, I'd keep Cabbage on his toes. And part of training with Tyrone Bennett, when I would get tired when we're punching in the boxing gym, and I get tired on the mitts, I would turn and walk away with my shell up, covered up. And then I'd turn around and blast you once you started following me. I used to call that the cocktail punch, because I've seen a bunch of sucker punch cowards in my days in bars do that. And so it was called the sucker, or the bar punch. And so I thought I'd put pressure on him, smash him into the cage a little bit, and then I started walking away, and then that punch was wide open, and we all know what happened to Cabbage after that. He should have never been in the ring with me at any point in time, but he had a little bit of push when he fought that one goofball guy, the big tall goof that faded away into nowhere. But so he had a little push there. Once again, that was my second fight, and I'm in the grips of cirrhosis. No one knew. Dana didn't know. Very select people would know, and I'd say, I'm fine. I'm okay. So he got, and then John McCarthy, who will be politically correct and say he doesn't have anything to say about me, but he's hated me from the get-go. He's always been a Gracie lover, jiu-jitsu, martial art guy, and he didn't like the fact that I come in there. So he stopped the fight, said, hey, are you all right? And I had a cut that needed to be sewn up on my head, but I go, yeah, but you just put a bunch of goop in my eye and I can't see. And he goes, I can't see. It stops the fight. I think that I would have had a cocktail punch for him, but it was settled at a later point in Hawaii I guess they call it the Rock out there on the Pacific Ocean. And the best part ever was there's a picture, I think it was like in the Honolulu Times or something like that. And it's like a Jersey Joe Walcott, Rocky Marciano punch where the face is all distorted. And it was on the front page of the newspaper. And I take it that Hawaii is a little subculture in there. So he was probably riding high, and one of his haters put him on the front page of the newspaper. And I'd like to find that picture of that fight, or that picture. It's in the newspaper and everything. So all you fact finders, if you can find it, anyways, you could send it to my Instagram. But so I was at the airport, and for some reason I didn't have my wallet or anything in there saying, I'm sorry. It was like the 9/11 era. You have to have a photo of yourself to get on it. I said, well, how about this? And I pulled out the newspaper, and it worked.
Wow.
So, yeah, exactly. It was pretty comical.
Now, Ken Shamrock stated in an interview with me that the whole reason he feels he lost to Royce Gracie in UFC 1 was because they made him take off his shoes. Don't know if you saw that. Do you think that would have made a difference of him actually winning that fight or not?
Well, I absolutely agree with that. See, from the inception of this UFC thing, there's always been ways to screw fighters. And, I'm not the biggest fan of Ken, and I don't dislike him or like him. He just exists. But he's got a point there, and the Gracies, the 1 through 5 was their commercial that showed, hey, let's get a bunch of stiffs out here, and we'll have Royce, who's 180 pounds, win it all, and then everybody will think, oh my God, jiu-jitsu is the savior of, I can be tough if I go to the jiu-jitsu gym. And so they told him to take his shoes off, and it's a valid point.
And I had a question from a big fan of yours named Mike. You wore your famous leather jacket in your first interview with me. You wore it in WCW on your UFC DVD. Could you explain any of the significance of that jacket to us, and maybe what some of the patches are on it?
Oh, absolutely. If you don't know me, which a lot of people don't nowadays, but Bird Dog, who's a friend of mine, and he did like 3 tours in Vietnam. And so all the patches that I have on my jacket were a kind of what's the word? Commemorative strokes at work. Anyways, they're to Vietnam POWs. I got my POW patch signed by a POW, actually, Major Mark Smith, and that I have the original UFC emblem on the back. You won't see that anywhere. I actually, when I was in jail, I was on work release, and so I ran an embroidery machine, and so I got that made for me from my contacts, and so you won't see that, and they're all just tributes to people that fought in wars and are true warriors. That's why it's dear to me.
Now, you've been very anti-steroids throughout your career. Now they have this testosterone replacement therapy. Now that you could maybe qualify for this testosterone replacement therapy, would you ever consider it?
No, absolutely not. And other people have said, "Oh, you can take steroids," and I go, "No, I will never take steroids as long as I live." I mean, I'm anti-steroids, but I don't know. I've not been in that situation where oh man, I need to get big or I need to be strong. When I think of people with steroids, I mean, it's pretty obvious when you check out the guys that are users and then the guys that are really abusers, like human growth hormone. You get a head that's giant. This looks like a watermelon on top of your body. I mean, it's got to be like a tattoo that you don't want. When you go and when you're brushing your teeth or shaving, going, "Oh my God, what did I do to my head?" You should just own it. And then, but it's pretty obvious these guys that fight mostly in the 205 division, which is weird, but because they always want to be big, I guess. But you look at their skulls, and with that, sagittal crest of the forehead, you could smoke a cigarette in the rain, and it looks like a shield, a bone on your head, on your forehead, and the whole 9 yards, and you're like going, my God, what'd you do to yourself? I mean, and then they come up with witty names about who they are. Everybody knows when you're walking around and you look like that you're a steroid abuser. And I just not into it. I'm all natural. I'm all everything. So when you see the fat guy that's in there, he's not taking steroids and burning fat off him. I eat like a normal human being, and I'm blessed with crazy strength, and hopefully it'll get back to me.
Tito Ortiz, I'm not sure what came out of it, but his last fight against Alberto Del Rio, the wrestler, I guess he failed the drug test or something for it, so it didn't count as a victory in the end, from what I understand. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I've known Tito forever, and we all know I don't think highly of him. In my opinion, he's a really bad person, and he's a cheater, liar, thief. And I can keep going for a long time, but yeah, that fight was a joke. I mean, it's put on by a stooge of Bob Meyerowitz's that tried to sell it. I mean, you have to take your hat off to him. I mean, he had the president of the United States talking to him. God knows why. But, and then things like that. It was just a promotion show. Too bad they didn't have any product. I mean, I don't know what Tito's doing or what have you. I mean, I know that he was down in Orlando or something like that trying out for the WWE. I mean, I don't know how far that goes for him. I mean, good for him, but I mean, if you're the WWE, the guy's got like 3 broken necks. He's deeply involved not involved anymore, but he married as he will tell you, a porn star girlfriend or whatever. He had a kid with her.
I think they were married, actually, for a brief period of time.
Yeah, and so he is what he is, but you know what? I have to admit this, and I'm kind of embarrassed, but I'm not drinking again or anything like that, but I have checked out Tito Ortiz Uncaged. And literally, I watched it last night, and it was out like 3 or 4 days ago. And it was called The Art of Trash Talk. And which he absolutely knows nothing about. It's basically, let's make an excuse for what a jackass I am. I was just trash talking. Anyways, he's sitting there and he's talking about me right out of the gate, and he goes, "Yeah, I was talking with Tank Abbott, and I'm paraphrasing, so no, I had strokes. I can tell you, I didn't know what I was saying, but he's like saying that he had a conversation with me, and that I told him that you need to make a mark so people remember you." This conversation never had. I was myself the whole time. I didn't need to dream up things for PR things for people to know who I was. You know who I was when I knocked the Samoan stiff and his arms are sticking out like a scarecrow. That was my art of trash talking. That's what you will remember me for. Not a Dennis Rodman of fighting. I guarantee I'm waiting for him to walk down in New York in a wedding dress and marrying himself like Rodman did. Just as any rate. Anyway, so he talked about that, and I was like, let me tell you something, Tito. I was myself. I didn't dream up for things for people to gravitate to it, that think it was cool. And that's why you're running out of or onto you. You know, another guilty pleasure of mine is watching Chael Sonnen interview and make fun of Tito because it is hysterical. You know what, that guy couldn't get himself out of a building on fire with a fire hose sitting at his feet. The guy just keeps on going and going. But Chael makes a pretty good thing. I have to admit I've rewatched it a few times of all the good things that Chael has to say about the smart guy Tito Ortiz.
And I don't think Tito has actually been signed by WWE, from what I understand. I guess it was just like they were feeling each other out. He trained there. And then during that time, we heard about this drug test failure. And then we didn't hear anything more about Tito training with WWE. So I don't know if that had anything to do with why he wasn't signed.
Oh, well, that just scratches the surface. I mean, you got porno, you got a broken neck, and by the time that he could wrestle at a Ken Shamrock level, I did see the dick grabbing thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, by the time he can get to that level, it's going to take him 3 or 4 years. And so, what is he going to be, 50? And like I said, he'd probably go marry himself or dream up something else to keep himself in alignment. When you're a fighter, don't you think the thing you should do is get out and fight? I mean, I'm dying from cirrhosis and I'm out there fighting, not because I want the accolades or people clapping. I was out there because I love to fucking do it. Pardon the French. I know that you're Canadian, but it's just they have a litany of things. Whatever, like I said, the real, true Tito, the fake, phony, fraud thief, is all coming out. It's all bubbling out, and it is what it is.
Now you reminded me about the Ken Shamrock thing where he was doing the thing with the dick grabbing. A lot of people when that came out wanted me to ask you, would you have ever done anything like that in wrestling? What do you think about that?
I don't know about dick grabbing, but anything's possible. You see me dancing with 3 count. I wouldn't do something like that. You know, somebody came up to me at an autograph signing convention, and I don't know where it was. I think it was in New York. And the guy came walking up to me, and he goes, "Hey, man, hear about Shamrock being all mad at your boy Hannibal?" And I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, "Oh boy, but he wants to fight him." I'm like, over what? What are you going to fight about? Like, oh, you're going to make fun of me? I'm not going to be able to sleep at night. But he goes, "Oh, yeah, Ken's all heated under the collar." And then I think I seen something about you going, I'm not afraid of Ken Shamrock. And all you guys out there in computer land, Ken's not a very intimidating looking man when he's not on steroids. And that back to the thing. Just look at his head and his body and everything. Why don't you check out his wrists? He's probably naturally 130 60 pounds and gets juiced to the gills, and you're supposed to be afraid of that guy? I mean, I'm not really a betting man, but I got my money on you.
And the whole thing about that was I was sticking up for him because I said they have a UFC Hall of Famer, a legit guy, and rather than make him the champion, they have a girl as the men's champion in that company, and they have Ken Shamrock going around grabbing people's dicks. So I was actually sticking up for him in a way. But yes, I'm not afraid of him. I would have nothing to lose by fighting him, even if I lost. He's more famous than me. I'm not
Oh,
intimidated by him at all.
well, yeah, the thing is that uh, there's no substitute for size, and you would squash him like a bug. But that's not even here nor there. It's just how can you be as like a grown man get hot under the collar about somebody making fun of you?
And I was making fun of the bookers. That was the funny thing. I'm making fun of the bookers.
And the part being is that he he whatever. I'm not going to comment on people that are that way. I don't know how. Like I said, get over it, man. You're not all that, and But this is it. These guys aren't out trying to find a cure for the coronavirus. So as long as you can take it with a giggle, it's all worth it.
I think he was just in a bad mood because his bare knuckle company was an epic fail.
Oh wow, they were calling me to do that. It was don't pin me down on names or anything. It was something like Friedman or something like that. They wanted, and I'm like, I'm the guy that brought the gloves to the UFC. Why am I going to promote bare knuckles? I never had the conversation with the guy, but that's how my thinking was going. And I definitely don't need money to be a sellout and say, oh, bare knuckle, that's badass. That's the only thing you're going to break is your hands. I've told the story 1,000 times when Big John was doing the fighters meeting and I held the gloves up and they all started laughing like a big cop goof. You want to wear those? And I'm like, have you ever been in a fight in your life instead of rolling around in your pajamas with boys? That's what I was thinking. And then now that he's going to be the promoter of bare knuckle fighting. How did the numbers on Tito's fight thing compare to that?
They didn't. I don't think they ever released the pay-per-view buys for it. I know that the viewers. I think it aired free in Mexico or something, and it got decent viewership. But the fact that they never released the pay-per-view buys probably tells you something about how many buys it has.
Well, I mean, if you paid for that, you got what you. I don't know. If you paid in pesos, maybe you got a deal.
And I'll actually follow up on that. And now that a few months have passed, I'll try and see if Meltzer or someone could tell me if they actually know what the pay-per-view buys were, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Shamrock, and like I said, I got my money on you. There's no substitute for natural size. There was. Everybody would be taking steroids.
There's also a bit of an age difference. We're not talking about Ken Shamrock in his prime anymore.
He had a prime?
Yeah. And for Pat Milicic, he would probably agree with us on Ken Shamrock. He also would agree with you on Tito Ortiz, without a doubt, because he feels he was kind of screwed over by Ortiz too. But we won't have to get into it all again because I already have your version on tape. But I know you saw Pat's retort to your version of that incident that took place. What did you think of the video?
Oh, Pat, I sent you that thing and where I was doing an interview with him. But when I was sitting there with him, I don't know if the audio came with it or not. You just sent a nice picture.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll put it up on the screen.
oh no, it's
Sure.
not a big deal. But I kind of like pinned him down, like, "What? What are you talking about?" And if you're in the presence of uh, a chronic liar or somebody that tells stories, they do a lot of backpedaling, and he was backpedaling. But you know what? I don't care. Who cares? It's like the whole point is if that makes him feel good. Everybody knows I'm not going to run from a fight from Satan. Yeah, I'm not running from a fight from anybody. And if that makes him feel good, like that feeling of yeah, I'm badass. I'm I'm all right with myself. I don't care. I don't need to fight anybody. But it's like I love to fight. I wish I could get in my car, drive around, and jump out and punch a window in and pull them out and run them over. Somebody I didn't like, but you know, I don't. That's not really something that takes over my thought process. And if that makes Pat feel good, I think we all know that it's kind of a made-up story. And I truly mean this. If he had coronavirus and his whole family did, and they overcame it, God bless them. I'm not too religious guy, but God bless them. A better way to say it. And thank God you and your family are doing good. But just like me running from him, I find it hard to believe.
And I'll finish this off.
It's sensationalism.
I just got a couple of fan questions to finish this off. One fan wanted to know, you started off MMA fighting with a mustache. Now you have a full beard. Was it UFC that wanted you to have the goatee, or was that a look that you came up with yourself?
No, I never fought with a mustache.
Okay.
Somebody told me I was in TNA on my thing with Bob Sapp, and I must have been partying my ass off in Georgia because I don't remember. I saw the whole thing. I saw myself. I'm like going, I was there. I don't even remember any of it. But if by my wrestling skills, it had to have been starting at the beginning because I definitely looked like a fool out there. I was not polished. Let's put it that way. Luckily, they didn't have me do too much. I just did like a run-in or something like that.
Who trained
Also,
you?
I never had a mustache. Sorry, I digressed on that. I never had a mustache, and I'm pretty sure I did obviously before I went to jail. I had like a mustache. I shaved because it's a thing when you go to jail, you shave everything. And so I shaved that off, and then when I was getting out, I grew it out into a goatee, and it's been like that forever.
Did anyone ever mess with you in jail?
No, nobody messes with me anyway. No, not really. And I looked like a clean cut cop, and I was lucky that the fact that all the sheriffs out in the farm where I went to were all ex-wrestlers. So I got the best job as an orderly. I was a coach's orderly. I organized softball games. God. Yeah, and I get candy bars. So I was like the candy bar man. So if you won the softball game, you each got a candy bar. Well, I was in charge of all the candy bars, so I had all the good stuff. And I had clean clothes and the whole nine yards. It was pretty ridiculous. But no one messed with me in there. I'm pretty quiet. Like if I got my radar, you get on my radar screen and I'm gonna hurt you, I'll take my time to get there. And when I do, there's no getting back. I'll hurt you back. No. but I don't do that anymore. I'm older. Maybe if you wanted to get in the ring or the squared circle, I could turn it on. I'm looking forward to, I'm feeling really good right now, which is very rare for me. And it's awesome. So like you're like, woo. But so I'm feeling really good. And then once I start training again, I hope I can just get back to the fighting shape. And I know I can do it. It's just a matter of being mentally tough, and I know that I am. So just I get back to there, and then God knows what. I just want to have fun, and that's one of my fun things to do.
And you weren't a bad pro wrestler at all. Who trained you for pro wrestling?
Well, I was at the power plant, and they bounced around. And Paul Orndorff was always in his office, and he ran the whole thing. And when I first went there, they had all these power plant wannabe guys that are all in thing as a very nice, like 6 rings in it, a weight room, and it was a very nice place. And you know what? There's a few guys that helped me, and I don't even remember. Sarge, I just know him as Sarge, little guy, short.
Yeah, I remember
him. And they would help me, but they didn't really help me that much, and I just had to take it in through osmosis. And maybe I was a little stiff. And then I used to work with Norman Smiley, who is, he's a good guy. I still keep in contact with him.
he still works for WWE, I believe, training wrestlers there.
He speaks Spanish there. That's an inside joke, but I don't have time to explain it. But he works there, and we would be on the house shows and stuff like that. And I remember they videotaped my match, or not videotaped it, but they had TV cameras there. And I'm working with Norman, and he's like, whoa, bro, slow down, because I was twisting his head off. And I'm like, oh, okay, Norman. And then another funny time, I threw him on top of one of those heat lamps that go up the ramp to go into the stage in the back. And I was fighting everybody on the thing, and I threw him on top of one of those things, and it was burning a hole in his back. And he's like going, pull me off. It was a TV thing. He's like, pull me off of this fucking light. And I'm looking around, I'm going, oh shit. And I fucking drug him off of it. And then he's like, oh my God, when I got in the back, he goes, that thing, he goes, we're on TV. I couldn't do anything. And I was burning myself up. But Norman, in fact, just texted me a little bit ago. He's a good guy. He helped me out a lot. But a lot of it seemed like osmosis, and I'm not really too confident in my wrestling skills. I can tell you that I can digest them now. I look at a match completely different than when I first started. Like, wow, like the dick grabbing match with Shamrock. That was funny to watch. I don't consider myself a trained eye. I consider myself a somewhat trained eye. And it was a pretty funny match. But, I don't feel confident in my wrestling skills. But give me 2 months and being on the road, I think I could pick it up pretty quickly. I have a little bit more rooster on the side of that. I'm more knowledge to digest. Once you know the nuts and bolts of things, it's easier to put together. And that whole wrestling thing, that was Weird trip. Loved it to death. But just my situation, I was in limbo. No one knew what the hell they were doing at WCW. And I don't mean that like they didn't know what they were doing. No one knew what was going to happen and what was next and who was going to run the show. And then someone's running the show, and then 2 days later, somebody else was running the show. And they're like, where do you fit in this situation? And I go, hey, Eric's boy, Eric Bischoff, was the guy that brought me in and said he had all these plans for me. And we all know that Eric doesn't work there anymore at the time. So
They should have made you champion because you
I was supposed to be against the Sid. Man, I don't want to talk about that stuff, but there was at least 3 or 4 times I was supposed to be, and I just tried to stay out of it all. It was not up to me. No.
Yeah, I think they ended up having Sid drop the title to Benoit, who left the company the next day. So
Right.
that made so little sense, but it's typical WCW.
Then they said that Sid won because his foot was outside of the rope. And
yes, good memory.
Well, it was because it was tantamount to me. I then wrestled Sid, and Sid beat me with the cross-face crippler thing or whatever. Like, ha, ha, ha. And I, went there. It was in Minneapolis, and I was supposed to be leaving there with the belt, but it didn't happen. And to me, I didn't want to get in the middle of any of that stuff. I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever you got plans. I wasn't like gonna go, what are you talking about? Why change of plans? I wasn't in the position to argue, so I wouldn't have anyways. But they had their plans and what they were doing. Just had a good time riding around on that motorcycle they gave me through downtown Minneapolis, Target Center, I think.
How did you like Sid as a person? Because he sometimes gets a bad rap, but anytime I've been around him, he's been a pretty nice guy.
I absolutely agree with you. He's the first guy that kind of not befriended me, told me some knowledge about the business when I first got there, kind of opened my eyes. I should have listened more than I did, but he was just telling me to keep quiet about everything and where you are in the position of this business. It's nobody's business to tell to know your business. And I was shell shocked. Unless I was in Washington D.C. I think that's where it happened, and it was too soon, because it was. If you would have told me that a month later, I think things would have been different, but not really different. But I would have had a grasp of knowledge that I didn't. My ignorance was not so blaring. So, go ahead.
The final fan question I had for you was about Vitor Belfort. Do you think he was surprised at your explosiveness?
Because of the way I look.
Yes.
People don't understand that I've ran like 3 marathons. I bench over 600 pounds. Do curls with 150-pound dumbbells. No one understands any of that stuff. There's like, oh, look at him. He's a fat guy. He drinks beer. And so it's just like, no, because I'm not part of your little team that takes steroids because you have to accomplish something. It's funny that you brought up the Vitor Belfort thing, because this all ties in together. we went to Japan for Japan 1, where I fought Inoki or something like that. And so they brought us over for like a press junket or something. And so the whole time, I didn't really pay any mind to it, but they had to take you out to lunch, dinner, breakfast, wherever. And Vitor Belfort was there because he was the young, pretty boy. He was the baby face, and I was the heel in their stupid mind, their ignorant mind of how the business was. And so there was like a group of maybe John McCarthy was there. There's about, I don't know, 10 people, and we'd all go out to eat. Well, Vitor Belfort rose up the idea of, oh my God, have you seen how much that guy eats? And I'm like, yeah, not really. I don't pay attention to people, how much they eat. And he goes, it is astronomical. It's amazing. And so I go, okay. Well, I go, steroids, man. And I mean, I've never done them, but I know people have, and they eat like horses. Well, so they finally got the nerve up to ask him, hey, why do you eat so much? And he used to say, it's the worm, in his Portuguese. And I was like, what are you talking about, the worm, the worm? And he goes, oh, I have worms. And it makes you eat so much. Well, turns out he was in Japan at that time with the worm, and he's eating like crazy. I could have contacted it in my conspiracy theory mind from Vitor Belfort, thinking that he was Sal, I think that's funny. And then the spaceship came in. Yeah. Anyway, so it makes a little bit of sense, because I had called some people lately. We were just chit-chatting on the phone. He wanted to know I was all right. And he goes, oh my God. And he was one of the execs at Semaphore, the original owners of the UFC. And he's like going, oh my God, remember Vitor Belfort talking about the worm. And he goes, 20 years later, you have a roundworm infection. They said it's been laying dormant in your body. And I'm like, going, wow, that could be a possibility. It's weird. So he beat me twice. He almost killed me the second time. I had 2 days left, according to the infectious disease doctor. He said 2 more days and you wouldn't be here.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, yeah. And you know what the thing is my ability. I don't really liken it to a trait, but to put up with so much pain and just to my detriment, like, oh no, I got it, don't worry about it. And we all saw what happened. And so the doctor's like, no, if you would have kept that up, saying no, something's wrong. They were shooting me up with morphine like 3 times a day. I'd be laying on the hospital bed, and for 5 minutes, man, I'd shake like a leaf, and then finally settle in. And then I had like 3 hours of not like a high, but just normalcy. I could just sit there and go, start counting the holes in the ceiling tiles again. Like, oh my God, what's wrong with me? And so luckily they found it, and I'm doing better. I want to be in the gym. I don't want to be beating some people's asses. I feel like
post updates on your Instagram. I don't remember it off by heart. I'll put it in the description of this video, but does Sally know it to remind us?
Yeah, it's easy. If I can remember, it's easy. It's tank, period, or dot, Abbott. What is it at Instagram?
And you are on Twitter as well. Is it still Tank Abbott Podcast?
Yes, and I'm gonna clean that. I was telling Sally forever to take the podcast thing off. This guy that was a sycophant. He had dreams of being a podcast star, all this stuff, and I go, I don't do those kind of things. I go, I'll tell you what I'll do. When I leave the bar, I'll go home to my bar, and you set it up, and you can ask me questions, and that'll be it. And then that was like opening the door to insanity. And I have this podcast, Hank Abbott podcast thing. I did some joke stuff a couple times. The only thing that makes them funny is you have to be drunk. But yeah, no. So that just is lingering out there. I'll have Sally try to take it off. I tell her, and then my mind changes.
She's like change it to the real Tank Abbott, because a lot of people put the real in front of their names if they're people that have fake accounts.
Yeah. Sally does all the stuff. She says she's selling. I can't even get him verified right now, which is way over.
Last question here. It's for my own knowledge. I've been using my punching bag a lot because the gyms are closed. Any favorite combinations that you'd suggest for me to work on?
Yeah, this is an old school one that's from Noy Cruz, who is the actual hands-on trainer of Carlos Palomino. And the beauty of it is Carlos Palomino was like 47 pounds, but he was a hell of a puncher. And so I was blessed with Noy showing me how to sit down on my punches and everything. Anyways, I like to get inside, so you'd move close to the bag and you throw a right into the bag and just blast into it, screwing your back toe into the mat and just zapping it. And then you come back halfway, and then you fire an uppercut. You don't even hit the bag, but you do it for the shoulder rotation. And then you come back with a smoking, long distance traveling right hook to the head. I would say that's my favorite combination. Inside, if you were up against a cage or something like that, whack. And the second punch is just to get their head up, because if you hit them good enough in the ribs, they're going to buckle over, and that's where you just rip that uppercut and then come back, because your shoulders are totally cocked, and then you come back with your right hand and just take their head off. That's my favorite combination.
Thanks a lot for taking the time to talk to us. It's nice to see you looking healthier than you have in my previous interviews.
Yes.
Any final thoughts here to close this off for the fans?
Oh man, I'm feeling great, which is rare right this moment. And I just want to say, hey, thanks for keeping the updates. It's cool to chit chat. And what? Sally's trying to tell me something. Anyway, so
drag her on.
Now, she said I got things she's not going to be seeing.
Not this time.
She said not this time.
Next time.
Anyway,
Everyone stay safe out there.
yes, the coronavirus.
Devin.
Are you safe? Are you traveling or what?
The border's closed and everything's locked down here till June 30th. They've already said June 30th. So there's not much we can do. Run outside, hit the punching bag, do push-ups,
Yes,
and do these interviews.
Well, I'm glad I'm keeping you busy. But yeah, no, it's good to you can look back on it. I don't know why I want to talk about this. And you probably if you don't want to, sorry. But Mike Tyson talking about fighting that guy, the guy with wore the ridiculous head thing. Well, what's it?
I haven't even heard about this. What is it?
Oh, well, it's the boxer guy. What the hell's the guy? The white guy. He fought they just fought.
Oh, Tyson Fury?
Yeah, who's the guy he fought? That he said that.
Wilder.
Yeah, okay.
Deontay
They
Wilder.
said Tyson's running around, not running around. He's stated fact, and I have to agree with him. And that is that he goes, I can train for 6 weeks and I will kill that guy. And I take his killing as literally, which I like Mike. I like saying that. Mike and his whole thing. I've never really had. I'm lying about that. Like a hero in my life type thing, but Mike Tyson was not my hero. But my hero was Dick Buckus. In high school, I was a linebacker, and I was at the influential age, and Dick Buckus, number 51, was my man. I actually read his book, Stop Action, I believe. Don't quote me on this, haters. But I remember reading this thing that he hit some guy so hard that he thought he killed him. And I was like, yeah, this is my man. And then he said he walked up to him, and then he finally woke up. And so he didn't kill him, but after that page, he was my hero for a long time.
And I saw a clip of your interview.
But Mike Tyson,
Yeah.
I see I get off on these tangents. Sorry about that. But Mike Tyson is the guy, he's the guy that brought fighting to boxing. If that makes sense to you. And that's why I was hook, line, and sinker. I love the man's attitude. I love everything about who he is. What's the saying? Never meet your heroes, because well, so I don't necessarily say I want to meet him, but from what I think of and know of him and how he's conducted his life is I find a lot of parallels, and not on purpose, but just I think he would win. That guy that he's going to fight, I definitely think Mike could do it. And hey, he's talking about doing it, so I hope he does it. It'd be awesome. Another nice pay-per-view I would actually buy.
Did you see the Wilder versus Fury boxing fight?
I flipped through the channels, watched it, not in its entirety. Tyson Fury's a hell of a boxer, by the way. Now, there you go. Mike Tyson, hell of a fighter / boxer. Tyson Fury, hell of a boxer. In fighting. That charge in your head that you think about where, like I say, I drive down the street and the neighbor I don't like 3 doors down might be watering his lawn, look at me the wrong way, I go and tie it around his neck and choke him out. But that's the old time. I've changed. One thing about dying, it has life-changing thoughts.
I saw Rick Bassman posted a picture of you and Butterbean squaring off. Is there any reason why that fight didn't happen?
Probably Rick Bassman. I just leave it at that. But no, I love Bean. Bean's a cool guy. It got all the way to that point, and not to Rick's fault, but but not to Rick's fault, but he had other people promoting it, and they were getting cold feet, and so Rick probably took the blame for it, but There was things out of his control that the money people were like, so it never happened. It was going to be at the Staples Center. Only thing I got out of that was a good lunch at the Palms. There's a Palms around there, so I got a steak out of the deal, and I got to meet Dean.
That would have been a huge fight, I think, because you guys are two legends in your own ways. People would have definitely come out to see that one.
Oh, definitely, but it never happened. There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but yeah. So I'm rooting for Mike, obvious for reasons of age and everything else. I feel like I can, and I'm talking like I have a liver transplant and a kidney transplant. I feel like I can get out there and dance again. I don't, and I'm pretty honest with myself. I could barely walk in from the street to my house when I got out of the hospital every day. A little more, a little more, a little more. It's not a fun ride.
Well, maybe one day you and Pat can have an exhibition somewhere, and now that the feud's been built up a bit, settle it in an exhibition.
It's probably about as ridiculous as you and Shamrock. We would both kill those people. There's a little thing in this world called size, and that's why you guys try to take drugs and everything else for your size. But when you're a big man, you know your place in line, and that's behind me, not in front of me, because things don't work out that good for you. Yeah, no, and I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this, but just the point that guy wore and his defense was he wore a 35-pound headdress thing, and that tired him out to walk into the ring. Just for being such a jackass to wear something like that. What are you thinking? That's like a Tito Ortiz move. No, hey, why don't you get in there and fight? Why don't you get in there and box? Not wear a 35-pound head thing and try to make it cool. Those people just amaze me. So it is
I
what it
agree
is.
with that. I liked it better when you just walked to the ring.
Yes. Instead of wearing a 35-pound mask, I didn't see it, but I heard that was his excuse. And now you got an old warrior saying, "Hey, I could kick that guy's ass. Give me 6 weeks." I like Mike. I got my money on him.
Well, I think that would draw.
Oh, hell yeah, wouldn't it? Would it draw for sure?
They would just have to go to a state where marijuana testing wasn't a factor, from what I understand about Mike.
I like to smoke. Well, whatever. Hey, everybody likes their demons.
That's the most impressive thing I took out of Mike Tyson's book. The amount that he seemed to smoke during his entire boxing career, and he was still very successful.
Yeah, why not? I went the other way. I was drinking all the time. I had a lot of fun. But yeah, no. My last fight against the Warpath was I was up in somewhere up where the fires were, or Oroville or something like that. I literally walked out there. I was like a camera. I was like, this is insane. And I told the producer, promoter, whatever, I go, when are we fighting? He goes, oh, they have it all down to like a time when you're going to walk out. And I said, hey, I'm going to go up to my room. I go, 10 minutes before the time for me to fight, come get me. He's all, well, it's going to be like an hour and a half. And I said, oh, that's fine. I was sleeping in my room. They come knock on my door. And I'm like, are we ready to go? Yep. Walked, got in the elevator, went down, walked in the back, walked right out there, threw a punch. Don't remember the fight. I remember taking him down, having a heart attack, and going, oh my God. But it was like, you know, those video games. I'm not a gamer guy or anything, but where you're like, man, that's exactly what it was like. I was just like, oh, this is crazy. What I get my dumb ass into now? Some guy's gonna try to take my head off. But that's how sick and that's how fun I was. Not fun, but that's how couldn't say no to fighting. Just can't do it.
No, you're one of a kind, and we definitely appreciate your time, and I'm happy to see you're doing well. Hopefully, next time I'm in your area, I can get to the gym with you or something, if it ever opens the border again.
Yeah, hopefully it'll everything will. You know, I'm for everything that turns out good for everybody. Who wants bad? You know, I don't have that fire anymore. That's one thing about my travels in this world and my sickness and all that thing. I've had a lot of introspection, and I used to, when I was younger, have a lot of anger towards people. And now it's like, do your thing. I don't care. Whatever. If you want to talk bad about me and do what you want to do, get down. We all know the truth. The truth bubbles out sooner or later. So
keeps your name out there anyways, if people are talking good or bad about you, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, well, you know, if you this is a true statement. I never got in it to be Tank. I never got in it to do. I just got in it to do what I love to do, and I'm not behind bars. I used to knock people out like the Samoan. It was like, oh my God, that was great. And I was like, I do this every weekend. What are you talking about? And I was lucky enough to live my life's dream. Not too many people get to do that. Whatever that may be. You can be a mechanic or whatever. What if that's your dream and you're having fun? Right on. Yo, Tank Abbott here. UFC, WCW legend here, rapping with Hannibal. Check it out. I'm alive. I'm healthy. Woohoo! Back from the dead.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and today I'm at the lovely residence here of former UFC superstar, former WCW star, and MMA pioneer David Tank Abbott, who has his little dog with him. How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, Bud. What's up? This is my dog, Bud. I usually don't like him hanging out, even though he's my best friend, because he's so cute and all the chicks like him. And it doesn't do very good for me because I'm the opposite. So I make him look good. So here he is, and we're here to talk here in North Scottsdale, my new residence and new place of being.
Well, what took you out of Huntington Beach to start this off? Was it Tito Ortiz, or was it something else?
Tito Ortiz doesn't have anything to do with my life whatsoever. He doesn't affect him. I misspoke there. He does make me laugh quite often. I mean, you YouTube the guy, and the first 10 YouTubes are how dumb. He's the dumbest guy in MMA. I mean, he made his mark, that's for sure. But I don't know. I'm not so sure if I'd want that kind of reputation or something following me like that as being the dumbest guy in MMA.
So what brought you out of Huntington Beach before I digress?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Huntington, you know, I lived there for 44 years, and back in the late 80s through the 90s, mid 90s, was a hell of a place to live. It was great, and ever since then, about 95, it started going downhill. I mean, it really has gone way downhill. I mean, case in point, I hate to bring up Tito Ortiz, but he's on the city council. Wow, that's awesome. I don't know if I give him credit for being such a con man liar that he is. I guess he is a politician, but that fool's representing that city, and then the homeless people, all the stuff. Not that I have anything against homeless people, but my God, it just ain't the same place it used to be, and so it was time to leave. You know, Huntington Beach is like an old girlfriend of mine. I'm glad that we had our time together, but wouldn't want to ever see it again.
Now, with all your history there, did people bother you a lot on the streets when you were walking around asking for autographs? Or?
Yeah, you know, here's and there's. It's just whatever, you know. Everywhere I went after I fought on the UFC, but everybody knew who I was in Huntington Beach, and back to the con man, phony liar will say anything to generate news. I was the original Huntington Beach bad boy. Everybody knew who I was throughout the county and beyond. That I wasn't the guy to mess with, and I took care of business. And a lot of people found out the hard way. It wasn't like today you go to MMA gym and say, oh, you're like a dilettante or a fact finder, and you're all of a sudden instantaneously, because you pay gym dues, you're a fighter. Didn't work that way. There was no gyms back in those days. There was open wrestling rooms I used to go to. Used to go to the boxing gym and fight and actually box. Fighting is not boxing. It's not synonymous. There's a part of it that, you know, your heart and the will of dealing with pain and persevering, being a true warrior, but rarely does a boxing match happen in the street, but always in open wrestling rooms, looking to bang around. And in fact, when I finally got into the UFC, had to start dabbling around with what the hell is going on. You know, we saw the Gracies on TV, and jiu-jitsu is a real thing, was a real thing, and you had to learn how to deal with jiu-jitsu. And so we would go into the wrestling rooms, and besides takedowns and all that kind of stuff, started branching off into this jiu-jitsu stuff. And, you know, I don't want to say I'm a historian, even though I have my degree in history, but the first 5 shows, as far as I understand it, was owned partially or mostly by the Gracies, and they were out there doing their own Gracie commercial and trying to push their jiu-jitsu. And obviously it works, and it's tough, but you can figure it out in just about 2 weeks if you have a good, strong wrestling background, which I have. And there it is. You have the first 5 shows, which were nothing more than Gracie Jiu-Jitsu commercials. They picked their fighters. There's a huge conflict of interest in that. And then the first real show is when Bob Meyerowitz and Semaphore took over. That was UFC 6. And there's a lot of shenanigans going on in that thing. My belief, they wanted Oleg Taktarov to win the whole show. I mean, it's not really hard stretch to figure out that why Pat Smith pulled out, and the biggest pussy that walking the face of the earth that fought in the UFC. And trust me, there's been some clowns like Joson and all of that. But Anthony Macias, he's a little pretty boy, couldn't beat up a kindergartner, is out there fighting Oleg Taktarov, winking at him. I didn't know if they were going to have sex in the octagon or not, but I guess he was going to throw the fight for Oleg so he'd be fresh against me. But whatever. it is what it is. He won the fight, but there's a lot of backstory to all the early UFCs that people aren't really privy to. But I was there, and I'm the purveyor of truth, and I know what happened. And they manipulated the fights so Oleg would be fresh. And I fought the two biggest guys at the time in the tournament, and I was there in the finals, and we made it in over 14 minutes, fighting our way in a real fight, not some technique thing. Technique does not make you tough. You can learn everything under the sun, and you're not going to be a tough guy. Sorry, all you dilettantes out there. And, you know, jiu-jitsu by far is the easiest thing to learn, because what are you going to do? Slap the mat? There's no pain involved. So all the little jiu-jitsu guys out there run around and pretend that it's a solve-all, but it's a waste of money if you're not tough to begin with. Some tough guys that I trained with in jiu-jitsu, John Marsh, hell of a guy. He's up in South Bay, Hermosa Beach area. Tough guy, tough as nails. Trained with him, showed me a lot at jiu-jitsu, and rolled with him quite a bit, and put my game up high in jiu-jitsu defense. I'm not really one to roll around on my back and try to squeeze my legs around your neck and stuff like that. It's not it's not really something I'm into.
It's more fun to hit people than trying to submit them anyway.
Oh, yes. And then, you know, back in the day, believe it or not, there's a bunch of assholes in California, but they all thought they were tough. And so the guys that always walk around all roided out of their heads, they would be in the bar, and I guess you get roid rage or something like that. Like, you know, they get all crazy mad over little things. They were my targets, not so much. I would get into their area, and sooner or later they would bump into me and try to intimidate me by their size or what have you. And once you punch them right in the face, everything goes out the window at that point in time, and that's when the fight starts. And a lot of people learned their bad behavior has karma that comes back and pays them back when they're fighting me back in the day. But as far as training and being a fighter and technique, all this kind of stuff, come on. I wrestled since I was 9 years old. I've trained with world champions, NCAA champions, everything else, and I've held my own right next to them, takedown after takedown, right back and forth. Wasn't like I was some fish flopping out in the mat and they were taking it to me. I held my own with them, and that's it. I was they knew who I was, let's put it that way. It wasn't fighting, it was wrestling, and that's what they got. God, I'm rambling on. That's all right, Mixford.
Now, on another subject, before I forget, you mentioned to me you'd seen some of Ken Patira's shoot interviews. As you know, he's a very popular subject on my channel. Do you have any thoughts on him? I know you met him too.
Oh, yeah. You know, I met him at ICP thing that they had. What do they call it? The Gathering.
Gathering of the Juggalos,
Yes. I enjoy ICP. I like their music and everything else.
They're on your bike.
Oh yeah, I got their stickers, the Joker stickers on my fairing of my Harley. But I was there, and you know, we were going back and forth from the hotel and the arena and stuff like that. And I got on the van with him, and I was like, "Yeah, who's this old timer?" And I said, "Hey, you know, what's going on?" And he goes, "Oh," and he alluded to or introduced himself as Ken Patira, and I was like, "Whoa, my kind of guy," you know. He has his little legendary stories of jumping in the counter or what have you at McDonald's, Burger King, or whatever. He told me the story somewhat, and I was very in love with the fact that somebody was out there doing real things that I have done. I've actually, when I was younger, climbed through the drive-through window after some smart-ass guy, and often thought how it was, I wasn't motivated by Ken Patera doing that, but it was just some big mouth behind the order counter that needed to be dealt with. I didn't get my hands on him, though. But I'd like to know what he did to my food. So.
Now, as far as Tito Ortiz 2021, we've already heard his name last year. I guess he had that fight with Alberto Del Rio.
Uh-huh.
Then he also had a WWE tryout that I guess he wasn't hired from, which is a bit surprising because they take people with a lot less credentials than Tito, but I guess he didn't quite make it. But what are your thoughts on everything that's been going on with him the past year?
Oh, I am in complete amazement. People don't know, but I got him into the show. His very first fight, he fought on some alternate match, and they needed somebody because somebody pulled out, and so they threw him in there, and he was like a scared little puppy. He actually started crying, and one of my guys that I used to hang out with, still do, he's a warrior at heart, little guy, but that doesn't change the way he thinks. He slapped him across the face and said, "Quit your crying. You're going to get out there and you just go out there and treat it like a wrestling match." And he slapped some sense into him, and he went out and beat up some little yahoo that shouldn't have been there, another like Anthony Macias clown. Anyway, so he went out there and beat him, but he turned into the true colors of somebody's character comes out and turned into a scumbag. And people always say, "Oh, what are you so bitter about Tito Ortiz?" I mean, I'm not really so bitter, but I have personal interaction with the guy. He was training up his Bakersfield, and he basically went into my truck after asking me to borrow $500 from me, and I didn't have it, and I said, "Sorry, if I had it, I'd give it to you." But I was up there wrestling with Stephen Neal, who is an absolute animal. He went off to play professional football, and he was the heavyweight champion then. And so I was like a blessing in disguise. Who gets to roll with the NCAA champ and top-notch guy? So I was rolling with him for a couple weeks, and it was a good time. But I walk out after practice. We kept going, and then I walk out, and Tito's in my truck. And I used to drive the kid around, and he played the victim. That's his big thing. He's, "Poor me, victim. Do you know I was homeless type? My parents were losers. Oh, they were drug addicts," and all this kind of stuff. He's like, anybody that plays the victim role is just a con man liar. He's a modern day Beowulf, pretending that he's a warrior and everything else, but the truth comes to it, he's just in it for the glory and the riches. So ends up, I would drive him around, and he was always looking through my shit in the truck, and he would go in my glove compartment, my side compartments. Well, he must have seen I had an empty checkbook in there, and he went into the glove compartment. All you little Tito lover fans, this is the kind of scumbag he is. Took a check out of it, put it in there. When I walk up to my truck, I go, "Hey, dude, what are you doing in my truck?" This is after practice. And he's, "Oh, it's cold. I just wanted to say goodbye to you guys." I was with Paul Herrera at the time. And Paul's all, "Wow, Tito, what are you doing in this truck?" And he's like, "Oh, ha, ha." Well, back in the days, before you got computer printouts, they returned your cashed checks. So a month later, I fought Hugo Duarte, had a good time, was going through my checks. And there's one for his brother. I'm not sure about his family lineage, but his mother had brothers or children with other people, and so their
brothers. I don't know if that makes you a half brother. It doesn't really matter. But he wrote a check out to his name. I'll leave the name out of it. And I was like, I thought it was for $500, and it was the day after he asked me for the money. So he took the check out of my glove compartment from his previous snooping. He knew there was a checkbook in there. He wrote it out to his brother and cashed it the next day. So was it like a crime of opportunity? He had a chance to go home and sit on it and pretend and think it over, mull it over, like, am I really that much of a scumbag that I'm going to take a check out of some guy that tried to help me out? I was trying to help the kid out. And cash it with his brother? I mean, desperation drives desire, but my Lord. And so at that point in time, I cut waves with him. And there's another joker that tried to pretend like he was my manager, and he took him in. He always wanted to start all this stuff with me, like, let's do a clothing line, let's do this, let's do that. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm in it for, bro. I'm a warrior at heart. And with all those kind of characteristics of honesty, courageous, integrity, all those kind of things, that's what makes me tick. I'm not like a scumbag like that, but this guy was, and those two got together, and they would go to, no one even knew who he was. It wasn't even on TV, I don't believe. It might have been, they might have showed a clip of it. And he's pretending he's superstar, and they would go sign autographs in a trailer out in front of high school wrestling tournaments. And I'm like going, what does this clown think he is? And Eddie, my friend, is like, that guy doesn't know any shame whatsoever. And it's a true statement. And Eddie he's not one to mince words. But so that was the birth of this Tito explosion of trash, biological trash, fucking stealing not only checkbooks or checks out of my checkbook, but air from good, honest people. I mean, he is a dirtbag. And if you think I'm bitter, that's your problem. That's the truth. And yeah, you would be bitter too if I sat and I stole something of yours. He used to call me because he'd know I'd be down at the bar on Main Street. It was a good 10-minute thing. He'd call me at the bar, make sure I was there. Then he'd go over to my house and pilfer through all my stuff. He'd take things and like my booze and all that kind of stuff. And at the time, it was not worth me to get all worked up over. That's hard for me to do. But that's the kind of scumbag he is. So you guys can all worship him and go vote for him. For Huntington Beach, it used to be a great town. It's turned into a piece of shit with a bunch of fucking assholes that live there. And I'm here in Scottsdale, Arizona, where everybody here is cool and they're awesome people. And I'm glad I made the move. That was that for a roundabout way to one question.
Now, I'm working with a company now called SWE Fury. They're on TV in about 35 million homes. But just because I work with them, would you ever consider having a pro wrestling match with Tito Ortiz in a company like SWE Fury or another company? I know you guys don't like each other, and you never know what could happen at a pro wrestling match, but would you ever accept something like that? Oh,
absolutely. I mean, only because I don't know how professional I would be with him. I would love to knock the stuffing out of that guy. But yeah, no, he's not a very bright guy. I think everybody knows that. And I don't know if I would want to get into the ring with a dummy like that. I mean,
what did you think of his wrestling skills, by the way, the couple of clips that he showed? And I saw the YouTube video too. He was training with Norman Smiley, an old buddy of yours.
Oh yeah. Good for Tito. I mean, WWE, I mean, I've never met Vince, and I've met a few of the talent agents and people like that, and they're not lining up to sign guys that has children with a porno star. And you know what? I think there's Paul Herrera told me about this. There's a video of homemade video of Tito. It's called Rug Burns, and it's floating around. And I've said that I would love to get my hands on. There's these guys, they used to hang around downtown, and Tito was a hanger-on kind of guy of these people, and he's a star in his own little porno called Rug Burns that used to be passed around all the time. Remember those days, Tito? And it's floating around, so maybe, just maybe someday that'll pop up on the scene. But so you got that kind of porno stuff, and then you got his criminal record. Right, they can't open it, but that guy's been arrested numerous times. Me personally, I know of things. I had a meeting with UFC before Dana came along, and one of the executives of the company came and visited me at the bar. It was kind of a meeting, but not really a meeting. It was a chit-chat, get-together, let's kind of make, touch base kind of thing. So Tito hears that I'm doing that, and he comes up out of nowhere and sits down right in between us. I'm like, hey dude, I'm having a meeting here, conversation. Get your dumb ass out of here. He's like trying to weasel his way into this thing here. Lo and behold, the bar across the street has a parking garage behind it. Comes walking in, the manager from the bar comes walking into the bar across the street and goes, hey man, your boy right here just stole a bag of golf clubs out of a trunk of a car over there. And the guy's pissed off, and because you know him, we didn't turn him in. You think you could take those golf clubs and turn them into lost and found at the parking garage? And I'm sitting there with the executive having a business meeting going, oh my God, what kind of scumbag is this guy? And what is the executive guy looking at me like I'm part of this team of once again, scum, no character whatsoever. He does not have one, there's like 9 characteristics of a warrior and a thing. He doesn't have one of them. He's the antithesis of a warrior, and he's a con man, and everybody believes his bullshit. And then they're going to kick him off of city council within a couple months as pro tem mayor. He gets up there and does his crocodile tear bullshit. Like, oh, I just love my job. Everybody's on to you, Tito. Your little con man bullshit of sleeping under the pier in Newport on cardboard box. Oh, at the same breath as you have every wrestling doll from whatever action figure dolls they have of every top guy they had with Tito Santana and all this stuff like you're Mexican. They're gonna have somebody like that come into the WWE. I don't think Vince or anybody else would want like a porno guy with a record of thievery in his past. And every organization, he's kicked out of the UFC. I'm pretty sure he's kicked out of Bellator. All why? Because they got to know the real person he is. So all you people that have fantasies, you're dilettantes about who Tito is, why don't you do some real research and find out who he really is before you start backing him and saying all this stuff and claiming that I'm bitter. I'm just the purveyor of truth. Tell you how it is. You don't like it? Whatever. I'll tell you about fights that I lost. I'll tell you why, if I showed up at the same shape I was in UFC 6, how these guys that I would have fought would have been easily taken care of. But I'm a warrior, man. You call me up against all odds, I'll show up. I'm a man of my word, and I'll fight. I don't care about the outcome. It's about the fight. It's about getting in there and fighting. It's not like, oh, you know, you got to protect my record. You talk about these guys that fight. Why do you think I fought on short notice? I didn't fight on short notice with Don Fry, but any other fights? Maurice Smith for the championship, okay? No one would fight him. You think I was in the number one top list? Don Fry says I was their prize pony of the show. I was the most popular of the show. I was top UFC dog. I mean, not because I was pushed or told to be pushed. It was because I was honest and true. I was a true warrior. Not these phony guys that fight nowadays and even back then just so everybody would know them as fighters. I was what they were trying to be, and everybody could see that. Yeah, is Hoist Gracie a tough guy? He's got some warrior in him. Sure the hell does. You want to go down the list? I'll tell you. Hey, that guy's a tough guy. Mark Coleman's a tough guy.
What do you think about Mark Coleman, anyways? Because I know he watches this channel, and I'm curious what you think of him.
You know, first run-in I had with not run-in, but introduction with Mark was at a bar, believe it or not, and he was fighting, and God knows, you know, I've had strokes and my memory isn't good, and then whatever, but it was at a fight show, and I was in the hotel bar, and he came down, and he got some kind of mixed drink, and I go, "You drinking before the fight, bro?" And he goes, "No, it's like a virgin thing." I said, "Well, I go, take it easy, man. It's just like a wrestling match. Don't get yourself all worked up." I go, "You a piece of cake," you know, because I'm a wrestler at heart, and I go, "You'll dominate. You'll go out there and take care of things." And he went out and did his business, and I've always liked Mark. He's been cool. He's a warrior. He's a stand-up guy. He's not a phony Yahoo like this business is filled with. Everybody wants to be known as a fighter because of the accolades and everything that goes along with it. I'm a warrior, a true warrior at my heart, and there's very few warriors that fight in the UFC. They're all prima donnas nowadays. They get a stubbed toe and they can't fight. Oh, what the fuck are we gonna do? Oh, let's call Tank Abbott. He'll fucking fight. He doesn't care. That's how shit went down back in those days. And so for people to sit around and say, you know, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Mark Coleman would be a guy like that. He wouldn't say, "Yeah, I'm up. I'm ready to go." So yeah, Mark's a good guy. As far as warriors go.
Is it true you almost got into it with Eminem at one point over ICP, something to do with ICP?
No, it's not true at all. I all by happenstance. I didn't even know they had beefs with each other, and whatever. But I actually went there as a fan. And this could be, I'm shady on this, no pun intended. Anyways, I think it was at the Hard Rock on Sunset. But man, I got a liver transplant, man. I used to be a funaholic, man. I get down. I drink like none other. Not too many people survived what I put my body through, but I was there, and he was performing, and he unwrapped some big. There was like a mummy on the stage, and it was some big time actor. It was an alright show. It was a misdirected cocktail, empty glass thing that I flung towards the stage, hit him. Accident. I apologize to Eminem if he thought I did it on purpose. It was by accident, and that was it. It was not a big deal. And then I guess I got sucked into the ICP thing, and which I enjoy their music, and got pulled into it, but none of it's like true or anything like that. I'll tell you if it was.
What's your favorite song of ICP?
Well, the song that hooked me was "I Want My Shit." Fat chick, was it a fat chick named Bridget or something like that?
Yeah.
There's 4 things before I die. I want to wash the axe. I gotta stop.
Now
I gotta know voodoo.
You
A
mentioned
fat chick named Bridget.
You mentioned that there's some people that want to portray themselves as fighters for the accolades and stuff. Is there more groupies and stuff as a fighter or as a pro wrestler?
Pro wrestler. Definitely pro wrestling. Pro wrestling circuit is, if you're at the big leagues, pro wrestling circuit, which everybody aspires to get to, is awesome. It's just like a traveling rock show, like a band. And you go work out in the morning, early afternoon, go do your show and party all night.
Who was the biggest partier in wrestling out of them all that you met?
Oh, I think it was kind of the tip of the spear in my realm of things. But I like Knobs, Brian Knobs.
Yeah,
He was fun to party with. You know, everybody. As long as you didn't take yourself too serious, you were there just to have fun and party. That's what it was like.
What about Lex Luger? He was a bit of a partier at one point before you.
I guess, but I'd never ever seen Lex. You know, everybody in my experience with professional wrestling was, for the majority, cool guys. That I got introduced to social media after I got out of the hospital. So Paul Herrera put me on Instagram, and then I kind of followed about that. And then you have the YouTube channels and stuff, and then you have the people that really don't like people. And I try to like people, but Lex Luger was not some guy that I liked. And I'm not alone in that fact. A lot of people didn't like him, and I found that through social media and some other. I'm telling you, wrestlers on one hand that I didn't really like, because I minded my own business. I wasn't anybody's stuff, and I tried to not be political. But Terry Taylor is another guy who was a Yahoo, full-on Yahoo. Just those two only poke out at me.
What was your interactions like with Terry Taylor?
See, here's the thing. This is where it could be a rub, and then maybe he didn't like me, but I used to have a word, and I still do now and then, for thingamajig. Like, hand me that thingamajig, over at that thingamajig. And it used to be rooster. I say, hey, hand me that rooster over there. Hey, get that rooster over there. Oh, we're going to the rooster over there. And I would say it quite often. And unbeknownst to me, Terry Taylor was the red rooster or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And so Vince, I guess, would make him dance around like a rooster. And that's what he was known for. And I think that he didn't want to be known for that gimmick. But so then here I come up and I pop up on the party scene and, hey, hand me the rooster over there. And he would turn around real quick like I was ribbing him, and it had nothing to do with it. And then he would kind of rib me back, like booking things, like travel. I want to go somewhere. I want to do this. Nope, you got to go to the power plant and learn how to train and wrestle. And it was at that point in time, look, I'm not going to be the next Chris Benoit and be some awesome technical wrestler. That's not my gimmick. I'm there to punch you, knock you out, and make a name for being a badass, not for being a technical wrestler. So that being that, he would say, "Oh, you need to go work on your wrestling," and I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to be doing, I can run the ropes, I can do this and that, I'm not going to be doing no high-flying stuff." And so there were some run-ins, some resentment, but, I'm at the point where I'm just want to be comfortable in life, and that's all that matters. And so even back then, it was like, "Oh, you want to be that way? Be that way." It's not something that I care to waste my energy about.
How do you think Terry Taylor's had a job for all these years? He still works for WWE, just a good politician?
Well, that's the only explanation, I would imagine. I don't think people like him that much, according to social media. But hey, that's whatever. It works for him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell you, I thought about Terry Taylor maybe 5 times in the last couple of years. And that's only at the behest of someone bringing up his name.
How did you find the cliques backstage in WCW? Did you join any, or were you kind of neutral?
Oh, no. I'm Tank, the one-man band, man. Everybody has their cliques. Everybody hung out, and at face value, which is all that matters, they were all nice to me, all cool to me. I didn't care what their politics were. As long as they were cool to me and they wanted to have a drink. I used to, I usually get relegated to the late Mean Gene Okerlund, and we would sit at the bar and just have a good time. Mean Gene was fun. That guy was a cool character.
Are you surprised Goldberg's had the long run that he's had? I know you knew him from back in those days.
Not surprised, but Bill's Bill. I mean, those animals in that jungle, the big cats do their business, and who knows what gets over? I mean, you would think there's a bunch of Bill Goldbergs out there, but Bill's the man. He does his little spirit, and it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that he's still out and about doing his thing.
How would Bill have done in MMA? He never got the offer that tempted him enough.
Well, hey, this isn't a rub against Bill, but he's not a warrior. I got into professional wrestling after I felt secure enough to know that everybody knew that I can kick ass. I don't know why that's important to me. Probably because, you know what, I treat everybody with respect, but no one's going to treat me with disrespect. I mean, that's just the way it goes. And if you want to find that out the hard way, you'll find it out the hard way. And it is what it is, but it all goes back to being a warrior, and I wanted to be a warrior, and I am a warrior, and all the way down to I had to do UFC first. My last book of the trilogy is done, and Walter Fox, after he fought in UFC 6, goes to the bash on the beach, and he goes and meets with some bigwigs of the wrestling company there, and Walter Fox wasn't ready to do professional wrestling. He still had to make his name in fighting, and so the lure of money and fame and all that kind of stuff wasn't even a factor in Walter's life. Walter wanted to be a warrior, and Walter was a warrior and still is a warrior, and that is important to him. That's not, that, if you could define Walter, he's a warrior, and it's very important to him to be known as a warrior. He's not, like I said, back to Beowulf, he's not in it for the riches and the glory. He's in it just to go put his head on a pillow late at night and say, "That's right, I'm that guy."
Now, Paul Varlane's died recently. You fought him. Any thoughts on that fight and his passing?
First of all, his passing's terrible. This COVID thing, and God, no one needs to lose their life before their time. Before their time. But that's awful, and my condolences go out to his family and everything else and his friends. Paul was the typical big offensive lineman. He could have been a big offensive lineman for the NFL. And I played football pretty much a long time. Grew up in a football family. My dad was a football career coach, and football was the almighty. But big offensive linemen that should know their place. Just because you're big doesn't mean you're tough. And he kind of was shoving his weight around at the UFC, and I actually saw him at a nightclub and chuckled. And go, oh my God, that guy's going to get in. He's going to get a beating if we meet up. And we met up, and he got a beating. That was a whole different thing. The UFC is not what it is today. It's got rules now. It has everything, and it's great, and everybody thinks they can be a participant. All these little guys somewhere should go find out who invented the weight scale to give themselves some importance in life. I mean, you can't play with the big boys, and so you might as well get a scale, and if we weigh the same, we can fight each other. But yeah, so weight classes and all that kind of stuff is just, it is what it is.
What are your thoughts on Conor McGregor's last fight? He lost to Poirier. He wasn't talking trash before the fight. Do you think that had anything to do with the loss? He wasn't able to really get in the other guy's head? Or?
No, I don't think, like, anybody can talk trash to me and say whatever they want, and God knows they have. I have mixed reviews on Conor McGregor. He's a little guy, first of all, which means nothing. And the more that I've exposed myself to him, he seems to be a warrior, and which is cool in the sense. But he's pint-sized, and mind you, the premise of the UFC at the beginning was the baddest guy in the world, walking the streets, doing whatever, be it a martial artist or just some guy, a wrestler, or they're all martial arts, but that was the premise. Who's the baddest guy on the thing? And like I said, all these little guys, so they could participate, they should go find out who invented the scale and say, oh, thank you, now you've provided us a sense of participation in wannabe tough guy stuff. But Conor McGregor seems to be a warrior in his soul or his makeup, but that doesn't make him tough. It's kind of back in the days when Sugar Ray Leonard and Marvin Hagler and all those guys were boxing at I don't know, the little guy weight. Anyways, and then it's like, oh, what do you think he would do against, I can't remember who was Larry Holmes or something like that. Larry Holmes would knock him across the ring with an up jab, kind of like I did with Don Fry. But Don Fry, fuck Don Fry. I saw that on your last show. Fuck Tank Abbott. I have to say, my wife woke me up in bed, and I watched it and laughed myself back into dreamland. I didn't know Don was so angry, and God, I'll like Don Fry. He's a warrior. I mean, he gets out and does his thing. I didn't come up with it. He shot over the bow with me, saying that, I kick his ass and all this kind of stuff. What the hell? I just wrote it off. He's in the hospital bed, and I know what it's like to be in the hospital. So he was maybe having an off day or something, but he shot over the bow. All I did was regurgitate what I've heard, not from, but about Big John McCarthy. He's the one that said he got paid Mark Hall to take a dive. I mean, like I said, I fancy myself as a true warrior. If I was to walk out in the cage and Paul Herrera was standing on the other side of the thing, I got no fight, my friend. Are you kidding me? And so he goes out there and fights a guy. That's on you, Don. You're the one that fight. You could have turned around and said, "No, I'm not fighting this guy." That's all on you. I just don't hate the messenger. I'm just repeating what they said. And so you shot over my bow. I'm just laying the things out there. It's the same way with Oleg Tiktarov. Like I told you, that little bitch Anthony Macias. I can't even believe. Obviously, it looks like he shaved his legs and everything. He should have walked out with pumps and fucking makeup on. But hey, Mark Hall, like I said, straight shooter, looking at it. Mark Hall took a dive for you, Don. I don't know if you paid him or not. It doesn't matter. That's what it looks like. That's all I'm saying.
Dan Severin recently did an interview with me, and I think you saw that clip. He doesn't hate you or anything, but he said he had an issue with you over, I guess, hitting a guy after you already knocked him out.
Yeah, no, I saw that actually. Well, Dan might have a skewed point of view, but that's all right. I'm in a fight. It was not like I knocked this guy out and I walked over to the side of the cage and turned around and saw him laying there, and I ran across the ring and punched him in the face. We were still in action, and regardless, you don't have time to stop and think and go, "Oh, he's knocked out," while you're flying through the air to attack him. So if he interprets me kicking back and getting a second thought like, "Oh, I'm going to go kick him, he's already knocked out," or punch him, that's not what happened. It was in the middle of a fight, and I'm charged, and I'm from the streets, and you better take care of business. And that was the period at the end of the sentence. And or should I say exclamation point of the sentence. So Dan can say that, but I understand how he could think that, but it wasn't a premeditated thought. It was full action. And that's, hey, we're all grown men, and we know exactly what we're getting into. And if he would have done that to me, I wouldn't hold a grudge on it. That's what I fucking bargained for. And that goes back to the street fighting days. Everybody thought they were tough guys back then. And you know what? I went to jail for it because some guy thought he was tough and he got his ass handed to him, and then he changed the rules. It's like these new millennial guys. You can't touch me. Oh my Lord. That's not how it was back in the day. Back before there was any of this UFC stuff. It was after my first show in the fight. I was so surprised. Yahoo after Yahoo that I knew thought that they could come up and give me fighting advice that I've known for years, all through high school and afterwards. Never been in a fight in their lives. They're going to give me fighting tips on how to beat somebody up. I was like, are you kidding me? It was shocking to me how many yahoos, and now they've turned it almost into a science. All these yahoos that watch these videos and fact finders stuff. Oh, look at him, he's gassed. Well, hell yeah, he's gassed. I was on a bar stool 2 days earlier. And why am I fighting? Because all the other pussies, wannabe warriors, wouldn't show up, wouldn't fight. I would. That was the difference. So they can make all their little excuses, and I think these people live vicariously through other fighters. Like, that's what I would do. I know jiu-jitsu. I'll tie them up in knots. Well, it's nothing more than a martial art pussyville. You start to get hurt, you tap on the mat. Oh, okay, let's stop right now. There's no stopping in a real fight. You're going to get your face, you're going to eat a punch. You're going to eat hands. And that's what these kids and all these yahoos want to sit there and analyze fights. You don't even know the backstory to any of these fights. I mean, oh, you're talking about jiu-jitsu now. Everybody going to bring up Frank Mir or something like that? First of all, I shouldn't even been in the cage. I called Dana weeks before, told him I couldn't fight. But because I am a warrior, I said, you know what? I will show up, but don't expect anything. And that's what they got, not a thing. I went out there, did my thing. My head was 3,000 miles away to my house in Huntington Beach, dealing with emotional issues that were not something that had anything to do with fighting. Shouldn't have even been in the ring, but being a warrior that I am, I went there and fought. And I dare all you guys watching this, all you haters out there, go ahead and say that I'm not a warrior. If you say that I'm not a warrior, you don't even know what a warrior is. And everybody that ever met me will tell you, yeah, that guy's for real and will get you and whatever.
Now, as far as Boss Rutan, he told the story to me about an airport incident that allegedly occurred with you. You say this never happened.
No, that's absolute truth. I mean, listen, after my strokes and after my health issues in the last 2 or 3 years, there's things that I got completely confused on, like, what UFC I was in, that kind of issues. That's understandable. But this is way before any of my health issues. Boss Rutan, I've never even seen that clown. That guy's a clown. You know what? You talk about a warrior and you changing the premise from the baddest guy on the planet walking this earth and walk into a bar, walk into a restaurant, pull over at the side of a intersection and throw down. That kind of fighting. That's where I come from. And Boss Rutan, all these guys, Boss Rutan is a joke. The only run-in that I ever had with him, I went to did some of his high definition show. I was supposed to fight Ken Shamrock like 3 times. I was supposed to fight what's his name, Vinny Perarelli or something like that.
Yeah, his real name, I don't even remember.
It's Vinny Perarelli or something like. Anyways, I was supposed to fight him 3 different times. And did he show up? No, he's always had a hurt hand. He pulls out all the time. This time he got tested positive for steroids. He's another poser, fake, phony, wannabe. He's accolades from being a tough guy. Hey, come on. He's whatever. He's a shamrock. He comes from a troubled kid, challenged kid home of that Bob Shamrock guy. So he's a shamrock. And that should say something right there. Who's the other shamrock? That guy's a scumbag too. That guy, seriously, him and Tito should have a dumb off to see who's dumber. Although, I mean, that guy, I don't know if you know this or not, but surfing around this thing, he tied a dog, poor like little bud right here sleeping next to me. He tied him in the back of a pickup truck and left him at the airport for a weekend. I mean, what kind of scumbag does that? I mean, that guy's such a Frank Suarez. That guy's an idiot. That's one guy that I engaged in a conversation with at a fighter convention thing and stopped myself from listening to this nonsense babble, and I just walked off and go, wow. and that guy knows how to breathe air. It was unbelievable. But yeah, he's a Shamrock. So Shamrock pulled out 3 different times. So I'm sorry I went off on my little word there. Boss is doing this high definition to push this fight with Shamrock, and Shamrock tests positive for steroids. Back to Boss Rutan and his little high definition fighter show, whatever it was, and he's got all these stooges in the control room, thinking that he's the baddest guy on the planet. And that guy, he made his name for doing pancrase, which is nothing more than a bunch of professional wrestlers that are pussies that don't want to hit each other, so they agree to slap fight in a wrestling ring, and then they put these big pillows on their shins so they don't hurt each other, and kick and stuff. And that's his claim to fame, a pancrase pussy that goes to Japan. And then he rides with that like I'm Mr. Tough Guy, and then he starts the show and he starts to talk to me, and I'm totally confused here. You are running around telling people you're the baddest man on the planet, and all the stooges in here believe you, and I'm sitting at like a control desk, and you right there, you're like the biggest pussy there is. I go, what's your claim to fame? I go, you fought in the UFC. All I know is you fought Kevin Randleman, and Kevin Randleman kicked your ass. And the only reason why you won is because the first show, and mind you, I could be off what tidbits, you little fact finders out there. The first show that had referees, and they decided in your fashion, after you just got your ass kicked by Randleman. I mean, that guy ate your lunch and breakfast and dinner. And just because you're going to be like some the next Bruce Lee, I'm glad you have an acting career, because that's all you are, is an actor, and I guess you get to practice that every day. But now you're telling stories about me in an airport and talking about my one ab with my big fat gut and all that stuff. So I never ate steroids like you obviously had, because you don't grow a forehead like that by drinking buttermilk. And point is, I shut him down. You ruin the UFC by bringing in referees, and they job the Kevin Randleman. There's a little window from UFC 5 to whenever that show number was, where there was some real fighting going on. No conflict of interest in anybody's thing, and then it's evolved to what it is today. And good for Dana, good for the show, and good for all you kids that are sport fighters, not real warriors, not some guy you want to go march around in the jungle with in Vietnam, but some yahoo that was a clerk desk hand in Vietnam and Hanoi or whatever, not Hanoi, but one of those cities there. I don't want to get into it. Ho Chi Minh City is nowadays, but and then come back here and say you're some combat warrior. I've seen many people do that, and it makes me sick. But they're not warriors, they're all phonies. And Boss Rutan is an actor and a phony, telling stories that never even happened. And then someone's like, oh yeah, let's talk about the story. And then you wish-wash it around, and he goes, I don't want to talk bad about people. You're stumbling over your own words because you can't think of a story that is going to make sense, because it never happened. And this is another yahoo, that Pat Miletich bozo. Granted, the bar's not very high to be a fighter in intelligence, and Pat is not obviously one guy that's going to be a Rhodes Scholar, but he's another yahoo. Yeah, oh, let's see here. Take Abbott, who fights in bars and on the street at a drop of a hat for anything, that would stand up and fight on short notice and injured and everything else, would run from Pat Miletich, who's he's trying out for an elf for a Disney movie.
I'm just gonna make this a little bit higher. Because I'm gonna add in the fan questions, but that's pretty funny stuff. Is there anything we missed that you wanted me to bring up?
I'm trying to think. I Kentera quite a bit. See the word now. You're gonna steal that. What are you talking about? Never mind.
Who do you think's gonna win the Stipe Miocic versus Francis Ngannou fight, or have you been paying attention to that?
No, but I know who Ngannou is, and he looks like he's pretty tough. I haven't seen him under pressure though.
And the winner of that's supposed to go up against John Jones.
Yeah, John Jones is. Okay, you can go into that. That'd be. I want because I'd like to get some sideways ribs on Rampage, fighting Fedor.
When's that happening?
That already happened.
Okay.
He got knocked out like in 10 seconds, and Rampage is like fatter and shit. I'm not even gonna say his name. I'm just gonna. All these guys think. Oh yeah, you can talk about light heavyweights.
All right, well, we're going to add some live fan questions in now. Fans watching this, I am going to post a high-quality version of this later. This is just a cell phone version, so I can get your questions in. But in a couple of weeks, there'll be a high-quality version up. So we're with WCW and UFC legend Tank Abbott here. Let's start this off. What do you think about John Jones going up to heavyweight, and supposedly he's going to be fighting the winner of Stipe Miocic versus Francis Ngannou?
Yeah, you know what? Be honest with you, I don't watch those fights and all that kind of stuff, but obviously I heard a lot of stuff about John Jones, and from what I hear, he seems like he's the real deal, and everybody says like he's the greatest of all time, the GOAT thing. You know what? But at the end of the day, you can't. I don't know, and I could be completely wrong. Maybe he's naturally a big guy, but as a light heavyweight, the oxymoron of that is so appropriate. You can't get fat and become a heavyweight. I mean, okay, other fighters have tried that, and it hasn't worked out too well for him. You know, so who look at Randy Couture fighting Brock Lesnar. That didn't work out too good for Randy. Brock handed him the size difference rather quickly. I was there, and I didn't even realize I was at the fight. So that'll tell you how much I paid attention to it. And then there's other fighters that went over and fought Fedor in Japan, and we all saw what happened with that happen. You can't just go out and get fat and say I'm a heavyweight. It helps to be naturally strong and be that size.
Victor Murphy has a question for you. He wants to know how your health is going, and he says he was a big fan of you in WCW.
Oh, you know what, man? I've been on a long, long road for 2.5 years, and not too many people, according to my physicians and doctors and surgeons, all synonymous, but I'm a miracle. Not too many people have come back from what I've been through, actually literally being dead on the table, and to the point where I am now with strokes. It's like being trapped in a cloudy bottle. You can't get out, but inside you're all fucked up, but you know there's an outside there, and I'm finally breaking through that glass and feeling good, and much to the dismay of a lot of people because I'm running my mouth off. But hey, truth is the truth.
The Lions Den Gaming wants to know, how does UFC take care of its legends?
Oh, I don't think they do take care of their legends. They've never really done anything for me. I mean, but it's not their job. I've never asked for anything. Anything I've ever asked for from Dana, he's given me, but I never asked for anything. So,
Do you think they're going to put you in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know. And when I got sick, I was wishy-washy, stroke age-wise. And if they decide to put me in, great. There was like a desire of mine to want to be in, maybe because my death experience, and it kind of had a paradigm shift. But I'm kind of getting back to an even keel. If they want to put me in, that'd be an honor. But if they don't, it wasn't meant to be.
During those times where you were clinically dead, did you have any experiences about spirituality or anything?
I absolutely did. I obviously, you don't know you died, but there was a point where I was, I want to say out of body, but I was on my back floating, and I was floating away from my sense of my body, my physical body. I was floating away in a area that was like a space, and I was floating away, and I was like, and the further I was floating away, the more it was like I was going into a bath of feel-good water, and I was going up my body, and then all of a sudden, metaphorically, my eyes popped open and said, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I don't know if hell is the right word, but I said, no, I'm not going, no. And then I could feel myself floating away, floating back to where I had a physical sense. And then I got back to that point, and metaphorically, it was like I took a deep breath, and I went, and then it happened again, and same scenario, and then this time I had more vigor of like, no, and I got back, and I did a nice, really deep breath, like I knew at that point, okay, I'm good now, and that was my, if you call it out-of-body experience, because my body wasn't floating, it was more of a presence.
So are you more comfortable with the thought of passing away now?
Yes, absolutely. Like, doesn't bother me whatsoever. Where you go somewhere, God knows where, but I'll tell you one thing. What put me to that point was alcohol, and just out of respect and being a warrior, the people that donated their organs to me, I'm not going to put them at risk or jeopardy. But the first thing I'm going to do, wherever I go on the other side, is have a drink. I'm going to get really drunk too.
John Stewart wants to know your favorite part about working with the Insane Clown Posse.
You know what was strange back in those days is I didn't know who the Juggalos were. Or the Juggalos, or ICP, Shaggy, and Violent J. I didn't know who they were. I was lost without my Juggaloism. So they were cool. They were, they kept to themselves. It was hi bye, see you later, whatever. But after I got into I want my shit, I was obviously had a good buzz rolling. And I go, wait a minute. Next thing you know, I started listening to their music, and I was like, holy. And whoop, whoop. I actually went to their gathering where I saw Ken Patera there, and I was still not clued into the Juggalo lifestyle, but I shortly thereafter got immersed into Juggaloism, and whoop whoop, tear it up.
Brian Briggs wants to know if you're friends with Scott Forenzo now.
You know, I talked to him on the phone. He said he was going to come out here, and I don't have any friends, so except for this guy right here. Wake up! This is my only friend. Ferozzo called me and said he wanted to visit, go out to dinner. I'm like, sure, I'm down for it. I don't have any ill thoughts about him. He's a warrior. There's a guy right there. I'm not talking about physical attributes or anything like that, but that guy's down to fight. How many people, right? How many people? I flew across the nation to Ohio to go fight some guy that's a willing participant that wanted to fight me. And he fought, and we fought in the backyard, and we threw down, and we had a good time, and we whatever. You know, there's a backstory to that fight too, so.
You weren't paid for that either, were you? In the end, they ripped you off?
No, absolutely not. Brian Grooms, who's a person that I know, like I said, I don't have friends, but he is a guy, a stand-up dude. Brian Grooms out of Miamisburg, Ohio, which is in the outside of Dayton. Hell of a guy. He's through the roof, and he put it down. And no, there was no shenanigans whatsoever. I got paid.
Okay. Josh wants to know, how was your tag team with Rick Steiner?
Sure, Rick's a tough guy. And sure, it was a good time. You know, he's kind of showing me the ropes of professional wrestling and kind of steering me the right way. When I wrestled the Mexican cat with the skeleton suit, what's his name? La Parca. I go, hey, Rick, they got me fighting La Parca. I go, what should I do? He goes, knock the fuck out of him. I go, really? He goes, yeah, knock the fuck out of him. So I took his advice, and I don't know if you've seen that match with me and La Parca, but I knocked the fuck out of him.
I'll have to look that one up. William wants to know if you could tell us about your training with Alan Gross prior to UFC 8 fight in the stands.
Alon goes, yes. He was, we found out, mind you, there is no MMA, and I've heard other people say this stuff. I came up with MMA, all right? Mixed martial arts. I'll claim it, and all you fact finders out there run around, but you weren't around, you don't even know. So they didn't have gyms. And so in the boxing gym in Westminster, it was old school boxing gym, like ones you see on Rocky and stuff like that. That's where I cut my teeth, and I trained with some top-notch trainers. Noy Cruz, who trained Carlos Palomino, Mexican welterweight guy. He taught me how to punch, sit down on my punches, Mexican style boxing, and he's my hands guy. But I digressed, and we were talking about the question. Alan goes. So I went into the weight room, and I got onto the bar, and sometimes when you get onto the bar and everything feels like 500 pounds, well, 500 I can actually do pretty easily back in those days. So everything felt like 1,000 pounds. And I go, fuck this, I'm not working out today, I'm too sore. I go, what do you guys want to do? And I had Eddie Reese and Paul Herrera with me. And they go, I don't know. And I go, hey, I got this flyer from the boxing gym, and it's this jiu-jitsu stuff. And I go, let's go there and see what's up. Let's see what this Gracie Jiu-Jitsu stuff is. It can't hurt us. We got to figure it out. We'll find out. So we go there, and Eddie is a wrestler, tough nut guy. He fought Yves Edwards once, and thing, but anyways, he's a tough guy. He's a good wrestler, and so, but he's a little guy, and he goes out there and Alon goes is all demonstration and all this kind of stuff, and they didn't want to fight. They just wanted to roll around jiu-jitsu. They started on their knees, and he tapped out Eddie real quick with an arm bar or what have you, and then Paul Herrera, who's from Nebraska, All-American. I'm not sure about his accolades, but he was there with us, and so he went out there and lasted a couple minutes with him. Finally gets tapped out, and mind you, this is jiu-jitsu at the beginning, so, and they weren't punching, they weren't striking, they weren't doing anything. So then he's like, okay, time for the big guy. So I get in there, and I had on a shirt, and he reached up and grabbed the collar, and he starts like choking it, and I kind of like put my fist right by each side of his face, like, do you want to choke me with my shirt, and then we'll turn this into a fight, and I'll blast your face in. So he let go, and then does some more stuff, and he ends up getting an arm bar on me, and I picked him up off the mat, and I made a fist, like, do you want me? His eyes got all big, like, no, don't hit me. And so he let go, and then he got into some other moves, and he gets a rear naked choke on me, but it was all grab ass, figuring it out, feeling it out, and so there was a history there, and his fighter, I forget who it was, but was fighting, and I was cheering against him, and then Alon comes up and smarts off, and I'm like, hey, we're not in your little dojo, and I'm not here to try to figure out things. I'll fucking kick your ass. So it was me and Eddie, and me and Eddie started a fight on the side of the octagon there, and all the Brazilian people, and we were trying to fight. Nothing ever happened, and it was a little ruckus. Turned into a major ordeal. Big John McCarthy and his wife got involved. They're stuffing their nose in stuff that they had nothing to do with, and so interesting little tidbit. We're at the hotel the next day, and they have an elevator, and it goes down to the pool section, and it was kind of nobody around the elevator, and I rode down the elevator a couple floors down in the car, opens up, and the whole Brazilian posse, if you will, entourage, all the tough guys, they were all standing at the elevator, and I open up, I'm by myself, and I look at them all on goes, and all of them. And they all just sat there. I walked right between the whole group. They all just kind of got out of the way, and I walked to the pool. Now, where I come from, if there was heat, and I'm standing there with all my boys, and the head honcho comes down the elevator, he's going to get an ass kicking. But they all, just because they're not warriors at heart, they all like, and I walked off to the pool. But Alon he came into a wrestling room a couple times. I don't have any heat with the guy.
Michael Allen Rubin wants to know if your match with Goldberg was stiff.
No, I don't think anybody that wrestled with at WCW dare got stiff with me, much less would I notice or no. I like it stiff, so I wouldn't even know.
Ibzan wants to know if you had any heat with Hogan, or how was he to you backstage?
Hogan was cool. I mean, he's got a reputation, but Hogan was way cool to me. I actually like the guy. I know a lot of people don't, but I do. He's cool. I don't have a bad word to say about him. Interactions with me, he was always a good guy to me. That's not the stories I hear from other people, but I'm not other people.
Were you Ultimate Warrior? I guess was in before you were back there, right?
Yeah, I never ran into him.
Razor wants to know who helped you the most achieve your goals.
Oh man, I was saying a true warrior stands alone, and I never really had somebody help me. I always picked people that I used, but no one helped me. No one, like I'll give you my wrestling coach. I just had a natural ability to wrestle, and I wrestled since I was 9 years old, but not anybody that I came in contact with wrestling knew what the hell they were doing technically. And so by the time I got to junior college, this guy, Coach Ray Hawes, Cypress Junior College, is just like all old coaches. They have a legacy behind them, but he taught me how to wrestle, and I learned the science, if you will, of wrestling, and he did. And then Noy Cruz also, you go get him, but Noy Cruz took the time, so I got into boxing because I got in a car accident. The first time I lost my teeth was when I was a freshman in high school. Then on my 19th birthday, I got my teeth knocked out. Almost got my leg cut off in a car accident. And so the lust of combat was kind of taken away from me as far as wrestling at that point in time. I was just going into my sophomore year, so I got into boxing. After wrestling was over for me, I got into boxing and went into the gym. It was like old school, like you see in the movie Rocky stuff. All these old punchy fighter trainer guys, and I walked in there and I go, hey, I want to fight. And Matt Kirihara was he used to train Tyrell Biggs. He's kind of a known boxing guy. He says, I'll train you. And so I go, well, I want to fight. And he goes, oh no, you can't just go fight. That's crazy. He goes, you gotta learn how to box. I go, fuck no, I want to fight. When's the next show for the amateur show? I'll fight in that. And he goes, oh, that's like 6 weeks, but you can't do that. You can't go do that. That's crazy. I go, pencil me in for that. I'm fighting. I go in and fight this guy box this guy. I hate saying fighting, it's boxing. So I go in and box this guy. He was in and out of the gym for like 3 or 4 years. I'm supposed to get destroyed. I end up knocking the stuffing out of this guy just on toughness alone. I didn't know how to throw a punch. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was just fighting, street fighting. Noy Cruz, who was Carlos Palomino's, Jackie McCoy, and all that guy, went up to Matt Kirihara, who was training Tyrell Biggs at the time, and he goes, hey, that guy is a fucking animal. He goes, he's got all the shit you can't train, to my heart and everything. He goes, you can't train that. And he goes, you can make that guy the next white heavyweight champion of the world. And he's like, I don't have time for him. He goes, I have time for him. And he goes, he took over. And so I give all my tutelage and help, if you will, to Noy Cruz and Ray Hawes. Ray Hawes showed me how to wrestle. Noy Cruz showed me how to box. Together they helped me in those sports. Nothing to do with fighting. Not anything. Back to mixed martial arts, and the reason why I'll say that I came up with mixed martial arts, and all you dilettantes and all you people that don't want me to have any credit for anything, because that'll take away from you. The truth is, I was like the top dog. If you will, the Hulk Hogan of the UFC at the time. Nobody wanted to talk to anybody else at the shows, at the fights. Everybody wanted to talk to me, and it was new. It was real. There wasn't not any of this. It was real fighting, people, and they're like, "Oh my God, this guy is the real fighter, the true, real warrior," and we want to see that guy. Everybody wanted to talk to me. Don Fry said I was the prized pony. No, I wasn't the prized pony. I was the most popular pony because I was real. I didn't come in and say, I'm a wrestler. No, I said, I'm a fighter. I'm going to kick your ass. Every wrestling room I've ever been in, I could kick everybody's ass, all the way up for the little midgets, all the way to the big fat heavyweight. I could kick anybody's ass in that whole thing. Every wrestling room I ever went into. All the guys that wrestled, they never said a word, because they must not have believed it themselves. But those two guys were the guys that helped me along in those sports, but nobody can teach. That's the big rub and everything. Everybody wants to think you can go buy fighting lessons and you can do this. Now you have to be a warrior in your heart and in your head. You have to have those characteristics. And I check all the boxes. I don't just check a few of them. There's not one warrior quality that you can say that I don't have.
Landstins wants to know if you could have had one person at any time in your life to back you up in a fight, who would it be?
Oh, wow. I don't know. Maybe Mike Tyson. You know, Mike Tyson's a hell of a boxer, right? But that guy's got the warrior spirit. I don't know the man, never met the man. You know how they say about that. The thing is best to when you have good thoughts about people, not to meet them, so it gets tarnished. But from what I see about Mike and everything he says, I'm 100% behind him, all the way down to his criminal charges. He got railroaded, he got fucked. But you know what? That guy was a man, and he fucking sucked it up and goes, no way, I'm not going to apologize. That's not me. I'm a warrior, and he is. And the guy likes to have fun, it looks like. And God, I'm sure he's had a lot of fun, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I read his book, and I'm pretty positive he has.
Yes.
William wants to know, at the Ultimate 96, Ken Shamrock couldn't fight you due to a broken hand. Did he say anything to you?
There's another, that's another pullout. Fucking come on. I mean, you ever seen him in person? Sally, my wife, was like freaked out. She's going, oh my God, look at that guy. I go, yeah, he's obviously tested positive for steroids. Next time he was supposed to fight me, I would mop that guy up so fast it wouldn't even be funny. I mean, people would be mad at me. The mismatch and natural size and ability. I mean, when Knobs can fucking beat you up with a phone, or while Knobs was supposedly passed out, Sags or whoever, I might have met him, but I don't know. But when he can beat you up with a phone, you just stick with your most dangerous gimmick, most dangerous man, and then you can go around and, like somebody said, have somebody grab your cock and do all that. It gives a whole new meaning to the world's most dangerous man when you're wrestling.
I'll just throw this in because I forgot to ask you earlier, but what are your thoughts on Dave Meltzer?
Don't know the guy, never met him. He's got a lot of heat with Eric Bischoff, and I like Eric, so I'll tend to take Eric's side on that because I do like Eric, and back again, goes to integrity and everything else, and Eric is a stand-up guy.
Affy wants to know about your fight with Chemo.
Yes. That's another, I shouldn't have even been in the ring. When I came back, those 3 fights, they came back, they asked me to come back and fight, and I said, yeah, I would love to do that. I don't need to get into the details. I don't need to get into details about my life at that time. but it wasn't good. And chemo he fought a shell of who I was, and that's all it was. But once again, I got in there and fought, and he won. So if he was to do it again, it wouldn't be the same. I mean, but what is it? If, ands, and buts, candy and nuts. What every day would be Christmas or something like that. I can't. But anyways, and then Cabbage. Dana calls me up and says, "Hey, we need footage of you in the gym sparring." All right, by no means. I struggle after my strokes to get back to average intelligence or slightly below it. But he calls me up and says, "Hey man, we need footage for you for Cabbage." And I'm like, "What do you need footage for?" "Oh, well, yeah, we're going to use it," and all this stuff. I go, "You know what? I don't care. You can film me doing whatever. It doesn't matter." But so they came there and filmed me in the thing, and I used to slip punches and go under them, and I would get down real low and sure that they passed that tape on to Cabbage before it happened. Maybe that small-time Joe Silva. What a bunch of clowns. How do you have that bozo that used to work at an arcade comment on fighting or have any knowledge of fighting? It's like these dilettantes that are probably going to write in the comments, "Oh, I know more about this than you do." No, you don't. Don't even pretend. Joe Silva, he's the biggest joke on planet Earth, used to work for them. I'm sure he had something to do with it, getting the tape and sending it to Cabbage. So Cabbage knew that I was going to come in and bob and weave, and he drilled me with a knee and he split my forehead open. And then another dumbass, John McCarthy, stops it when they put some adrenaline in my cut, and then he goes, "You all right? Can you see?" And I go, "No, I can't see because you got shit in my eye. They put the fucking adrenaline so wipe my eye off." And John's, "Oh, nope, stop the fight." Referees don't have anything to do with it. And so I digressed and I went way off base. And so anyway, so that whole thing about the chemo fight, I shouldn't have been there. I shouldn't have been there with Frank Mir. And that Cabbage fight, I was mentally okay, but they had the video of me and they stopped it on a cut. Cabbage came back and fought me. I fought him on the rock and I stretched that motherfucker out like that dumbass needed to be. He's lucky they didn't catch him in the octagon, because my guys are real fighters, and John Marsh threw a water bottle, hit him in the face or whatever. Those guys are all clowns. They all act like they want to be whatever. And so Cabbage fought me again, and so did Ferozzo. And we fought in that backyard, and they taped it. And then now I clicked it on the other day. It's Ferozzo 2. They edited out the fucking best punch where I stretched out Ferozzo. They edited that out. Well, I wonder who made the tape, you know. So chemo, he won. All the losses that I had, the people won, but there's reasons behind them all. But those two guys are the only two guys that came back and fought me again when the playing field was even. And so we all saw what happened to him.
There's a fan that wants to know if you have any stories about Kimbo Slice.
Kimbo Slice, nothing. I just know that we had a bunch of meetings, because Showtime was putting it on, and this shit was illegal at the time, and this is like, you can't fuck it up for Showtime, and talking, it was like sitting through a forum class in a college about fucking underwater basket weaving for 2 hours about you can't cheat, you can't punch, you can't do this. And so I'm like, okay, perfect. And then we both said about the rules. And like I said, my background is in wrestling. I go, I'll just shoot a fucking double. I'll shoot it on him, take him down, and he'll be fish out of water. Fucking guy punches me in the back of the head on Queer Street. Don't know what the fuck's going on. They stopped the fight. I walked over to my corner like, what the fuck happened? And I don't know if they're afraid of me or whatever, but they just, Paul Herrera, and then I was looking at each other like, and then turn around and the guy goes, you ready to go? I'm like, fuck, well, I'm in the fucking cage. You better be ready to go. Like, yeah, fuck, come on. And he walked over and finished me off. But, you know, if the rules weren't so drilled into our head and the guy wasn't going to fucking hit me in the back of the head, I wouldn't have shot on him. But it is. He won. I don't care. But no, as far as him being standoutish about a thing, he told me why we were standing there. He goes, dude, I'm so sorry for hitting you in the back of the head. He didn't say that, but he said it. I mean, and I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. You know, I didn't go and cry about it at the press conference. I just let him have his glory. It's his deal. It was whatever. But outcome could have been different. But I'm not going to complain about it.
A few people are asking on here if you've seen Jack Swagger, any of his MMA matches. He used to be in WWE.
I know who he is or whatever, slightly, pictures of him, whatever. And I'll ask you, because you're the wrestling guy, did he used to be the Harvard dude?
No,
okay.
That's a different guy. They do look, I see the similarity though.
Okay, so that would be as much as I know who Jack Swagger is. So, no, I don't know anything about him.
Shot in the Dark wants to know if you guys go out and have beers after fights like wrestling, or is there animosity after?
Well, a friend of mine was a POW in Vietnam, and his name's Major Mark Smith, Zippo, and he's quite the character, and Vietnam is his life, and he's one hell of a guy. And I sat there and go, hey Mark, you know, what's up? And he's you know, like, did you ever hang out with this whatever? He was talking about things, and he said, Tank, because let me tell you something. And he smokes cigarettes out of a black cigarette holder. He's a hardened warrior, combat warrior. And he goes, we're like eagles. He goes, warriors are like eagles. And he goes, and I go, how's that? And he goes, they might share the side of a mountain now and then. He goes, but they never flock. So other fighters I don't really hang out with. I mean, I've, like Eddie, who is much smaller than I am, we both think a lot alike, but he is a little guy, and he's been beat up by me numerous times, very comically. We were in Mexico at not a restaurant, but a hotel, and I got us the presidential suite, and we're sitting at the table, and he got in an argument with me about turning the channels on a couch in this living room adjacent to the dining room, and we had room service coming, and he ended up getting on top of me because I was thinking he was choking me, and I was telling him, get the fuck off of me, I'm not in the mood, I'm hungover. So I busted him, and I hit him in the ribs and broke his ribs. And timing is everything. The doorbell rings for the suite for the room service, and it's a Mexican lady in a uniform, and she's pushing the cart, and Eddie's rolling around in the living room with broken ribs. And she's pushing it by, staring at us. And she set up the thing, and then she pushed her cart out and left, as Eddie was still sitting there going, ah! And I've also beat him up other times, but he was unruly and he deserved to be beat up. So
Lewis wants to know if you thought the asylum cage sucked when you saw it.
It sucked so much I don't remember seeing it. So, yeah, there was a lot of goofy things that went down.
Gregory wants to know about your book.
My books are on my end. First of all, I wrote the book maybe over in a bar over like 3 years, and it's been going through constant altering it and editing it and everything else, and it's not been like the front burner for me. And I get to it. It's an intellectual exercise, and I wrote over 1,000 pages. But it's finally done on my end completely. And then the third book, Cage Fighter, should be out. I always say this, like it should be out tomorrow, but it could be coming soon. But everything on my end is done, and it should be ready to go. It's just a matter of getting it done. And it's all about a fighter, Walter Fox, or a warrior, Walter Fox, that used to stomp the streets of Orange County and was, through his behaviors, ended up in jail for beating up big mouth punks that thought they were tough at bars. In the street fighting world, back in the day, you didn't call the cops. And he ended up getting thrown in jail. He gets out and he fights in a show, a no-holds-barred show, and becomes Crazy Fox at the end of the book. And it's a parody, and it's a novel, so it's not an autobiography by any means. And check it out. Before There Were Rules. It's 3 books. The first book, Bar Brawler, just kind of sets the stage about the lives of the late 80s, early 90s, and how everybody was back then, because there was no MMA stuff. And the second book, Cage Fighter, it just kind of goes on to fighting and being involved. That'd be the third book. Street Warrior is the second book, so I get all mixed up. And then Cage Fighter is when Walter Fox gets out of jail for beating up a cop's son that had a big mouth that thought he was tough and got his ass handed to him. Walter Fox goes to jail for that, gets out of jail, and then through some backdoor things that happened, Walter Fox gets into the UFC by accident. Or did I say UFC? NHB. He gets into it by accident and surprises the whole world by being a real fighter, not some of these bozos like that pussy fucking Anthony Macias, thinking, oh, God, I don't know how that guy walks around in this world. I hope he's prostitute in Tijuana fucking for Mexican.
There's a fan that wanted to know how many street fights you've been in, speaking of your street fight book. I obviously never kept tally of it, but I sat down and thought about, like, you know, how many times have I been in fights and altercations and everything else like that, and it has to be in the hundreds, because I would go out and party every weekend and weekdays and everything else, but most people came out on weekends, and my source of entertainment and fun was fighting. And so there was at least 2 fights a weekend, and I went out every weekend. I obviously, with the liver transplant and the kidney transplant, I don't like to call myself an alcoholic. I call myself a funaholic. I tell you, I've had more weekends than most, and I can tell you this: I make the most of it.
I dare to say, and it's all relative, and everybody can say, "Oh, how can you say that?" But I've had more fun than you could even imagine. And lived to talk about it. I know people that kind of got on the same track as I did, but they fall off like flies. They crash and burn because they're mental pussies, or oh, you call him a mental pussy because he can't party. But I'm just saying that they have a breakdown, and or they're physically breakdown, they die. But I died. I made it. I'm lucky. I'm thankful. Thank you so much to the donors. If you are in a position to be a donor, you have to put yourself. You're not using your organs. You're dead, man. Use them. Give them to somebody. It's through the roof.
This is a funny question. I Am Hack wants to know, who would you fuck, marry, or kill from WCW, or and kill of that little game?
Oh, God.
Any one of the talents, including the Nitro girls, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? I never was into any of those girls. They you talk about cliques. They ran with the other people's cliques, and so I don't know, you call it barbaric or whatever, but they were property of the cliques. And I was a free floater, man. I did my own thing. I didn't need to be a clique. And so I never really cared about anybody's women in WCW. Actually had very little talking. Hi, bye, and hello, whatever. Hey, how you doing, young lady? But that was about it. And then that would be, takes care of the fucking part. What was the other ones?
Marry, which she didn't like any of the women, so I guess that cancels that out. And kill, who of anyone in WCW would you kill?
Oh, well, as I said, the two people that others talk about on social media. I mean, so I always like, well, maybe I'm just being hard on them because maybe I had a bad day or I was a jerk or whatever. But Terry Taylor is right on the top of the list.
Did you see the Scott Steiner incident with Terry Taylor, by the way?
No. Should I look it up?
It was a backstage thing where Scott threw a TV monitor at him. But I interrupted you on that. Sorry. I just popped into my head.
No worries. But did Terry Taylor put his tail to his legs and run like a bitch?
Apparently, and Steiner got fined over it.
Oh, sure. I doesn't doubt it. Anyways, like, so that him and Lex Luger. And Lex Luger, he just wrongfully disrespected me because he didn't even know who I was. But that's that. But that's almost makes it worse. Like, you're disrespecting people you don't even know. Like, if I did something to him and he's like, hey, fuck you, that's one thing. But he didn't even know who I was and he's disrespecting me. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? You know, I'll show you who I am. I fucking, come on. As fucked up as I am right now with two, you know, I got 3 people living in me or whatever. You know, liver and kidney. I'll get up and fucking try to fucking fuck you up and die trying to do it because that's just the way I am.
Well, Luger's in a wheelchair now, so I don't think he'd be too difficult to...
Oh, well, that wouldn't be too bad.
that might get a pay-per-view buyer, too.
And then the winner gets Don Fry. Don Fry! Fuck Don Fry!
Martin wants to know, what was your job before getting into MMA?
Oh, I was selling garage doors for a friend. He wanted to get a sectional garage door. You call up and say, hey, you know, like, come put these doors in. You had to have somebody come out and measure the doors and try to sell you what kind of door you wanted. I wasn't much of a salesman because people already know that they want the door. I was just the in-between guy to get the contract signed and take the measurements. Pretty cake job. I didn't work that much and kept me in booze, and that's all that mattered.
Scooch wants to know if any wrestlers tried to rib you.
Oh, I'm sure they did, but I don't remember, and I don't really care. It was like, whatever.
Victor wants to know why you lost weight during your time in WCW.
Oh, no, I didn't really lose weight in WCW when I was there. But the whole point is from fighting. When I was fighting, I wanted to be strong, so I ate everything you put in front of me. I never did the gas. I never got on it. I never had to. I'm a freak of nature. Not too many people can walk around and say they never take a steroid and it benches over 600 pounds. And so, but I got response just eating food. I would go like to Sizzler and get like all you could eat steak and shrimp and fucking a salad bar, and then what else would I get? Like a chicken breast thing. I would get like 3 things. I would just eat like crazy, to the point where it hurt. I was like, when you talk about weight, gaining weight and losing weight, you have to hurt yourself. You just don't eat.
A long story short wants to know, when you were doing your knockout punch finisher in WCW, did you ever accidentally seriously hurt somebody with that?
Scott Steiner, total accident. And there was reported heat between the brothers there. They didn't like each other and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how much of a work that was, but they did some angle with me and Scott and a group of people, and they had Rick on my side, and so Scott did something, and Rick was to hold Scott back from me by his arms, and then I was supposed to come up, punch him in the face, and knock him down, knock him out, but that was because Rick was holding his arms back and he couldn't protect himself. I go up to do the punch and told him I could pretty much, I had it down where I could punch somebody and make it look like I just hit you with a wallop and it would feel like a feather. So I had it down. Well, I go, don't mess up the distance because you'll screw up. Well, Rick was holding his arms and he's like, yeah, get him, Tank, get him, get him, get him. So I get ready to throw the punch and we all knew what was going on. Rick kind of adjusted Scott's face closer to the glove. And so instead of me just touching his lips, Scott was pushed by his brother Rick into it and it split his lip wide open. And he went crazy, running around the backstage. And I'm like, oh, wow. I go, hey, Scott. I go, fuck, your brother fucking kind of pushed you into it. And he's like, yeah, accident, don't worry about it. Scott's always been cool to me.
Hector wants to know about your fights with Hugo Duarte and Pedro Rizzo.
Pedro Rizzo. And what was the first guy?
Hugo
Duarte. I think I was discussing that with you before and I got them all mixed up because of my strokes. But Hugo Duarte, I don't know. They were selling him to me. I think I fought him in New Orleans or somewhere like that. And I was in pretty good shape then. And he was supposed to be the Mike Tyson of the Valle Tudo stuff and all this kind of things. And so I made short work of him. But then again, I was on my game there. And his fight, he kicked the shit out of me. I don't know if I subconsciously or consciously put my hand up like when I say he kicked the shit out of me. No, he kicked the shit out of me, but I had no respect for a leg kick. And then I learned out real quick that you should, because he was fucking blasting my fucking leg. And I always said, fucking go ahead, I'll trade a kick for a punch. Every time you throw that, I'll fucking kick. But he has a big long legs. And he fucking, whack! And I was like, oh my God, that fucking hurt. And I tried to hit him, and the fucking guy, he had reach on me, try to take him down. And there was an interesting thing, has nothing to do with it, but I was having trouble, to throw my punches and sit down on my feet with those punches. But I had wrestling shoes on, and the canvas they had there had like a resin on it, almost like a fiberglass kind of resin over a tarp. And then when I was getting in the ring, all these guys running the ring with water bottles. And they're pouring water all over the fucking canvas. And I didn't think of it till later when I was in Rio de Janeiro partying. What the fuck were they doing that for? And Hizzo had bare feet. And so I'm thinking the rubber on my wrestling shoes was hindering me from sitting down on my punches and moving around. And so that would be the thing, but no, he kicked the shit out of me. I learned how to check a kick after that. Fucking point my knee out and stuff, but fuck, before that I was ignorant. I should have had somebody fucking bust me up in training, but hindsight's 20/20.
Tim wants to know your best bench press, squat, and deadlift.
Oh man, I've done a 625. That's without a shirt, without wraps, without steroids. And I think the world record at the time. And I never did like a powerlifting pause at the bottom of my lift, because I was always lifting for explosion. I never seen anybody push somebody to a knockout. You can put straw through steel if it's going fast enough. So I always try to have an explosion out of there, boom. So I never really paused it, but I did a 625 pretty easily. Squat, I had respectable squat power. I would do without a belt, full on squats with 405. I'm not exaggerating weights or anything. I would do that by myself, like for sets of 4 with 405 without a belt, like real deep squats, without wraps, without anything. And that would be like, I never did like for like a heavy single, and I never did deadlifts ever. I used to do straight leg deadlifts.
There's a bunch of fans, including Jay Miller and Philip Connor, that wants to know your thoughts on Benoit, who I'm sure you ran across in WCW.
Yeah, okay, you have to realize when I got into professional wrestling, I knew like the Junkyard Dog, Hulk Hogan, the big names of that era type thing. But Benoit, I didn't even know who he was. Real quiet guy. He always struck me. He's quiet, said hi and bye. He was just whatever. I didn't realize that in the wrestling world he was like a technical wizard or whatever. But he was always kept to himself and never thing. Like when I heard about the things that went down, it was like, wow, that guy did that. But that was as far as it went with Benoit.
AEW wrestling historian wants to know your thoughts on Vince Russo wanting to make you world champion.
News to me that I was going to be world champion, and they had some thing. I came there, and collectively they're called the boys, and I go walking through the thing, and they go, oh, they put a strap on you? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, it was like, a strap? What do you mean? They're like, oh yeah, they're gonna make you the champion. And I'm like, no one's ever told me any of this stuff, and I didn't know that it was such a big deal. And I'm like, oh, I whatever they want to do, this is their business. They know what they're doing. And I guess Russo had plans for me to do that, but it was like shock to me. And then it was shock. I was supposed to win against Sid. Shocked me. Didn't give it much thought. It was like, whatever. So, yeah.
Did you like Sid?
Yeah. Sid was a cool guy. No nonsense kind of dude. He kind of could tell that he was like just here for the money, and that's what we do. Actually, he was the first guy that came up and talked to me. We were in DC, and they brought my guys that I walk out with. And so we're all sitting in the back taking it in, kind of more like spectators, like, wow, this is crazy. I was just beginning. And Sid came up to me, and I was like going, fuck, he must have been on the gas or whatever. He is fucking huge. And he comes over and he spreads his legs all apart, and he puts his hands down on his knees. So he's looking at you eye level. And I'm thinking in myself, Jesus Christ, this is a big motherfucker. And he goes, here, let me tell you something, Tank. And he starts giving me the lowdown on things. Like, it's best to keep to yourself and this and that. And I was like, oh, thanks for the info. Like, I didn't know what he was talking about because I was still ignorant about the whole deal. But as time went by, and I was like, oh, that's what Sid was talking about. But Sid was always a straight-up guy, kind of.
Rob wants to know if you respected Vitor Belfort for standing up against you instead of grappling.
Didn't think much of it. The fight, what have you, and obviously he caught me with a good punch. I went out, whatever. That's what happens. That's what that's the fighting game. And this isn't boxing, where there's technique involved and skill, and that's when you start getting into hand speed, and it's not so much technique. And so when you're wrestling and boxing and striking and all that kind of stuff mixed together, it opens you up for shots that normally if you were just boxing you would catch and block. So he caught me with a good shot, so what? Knocked me out. What are you gonna do? It happens. There's no one on undefeated in fighting that I know of.
Nicholas Stein wants to know what kind of music you listen to. I know you were playing the Smiths for me earlier.
Oh yeah, I listen to all sorts of things. The Smiths, Morrissey, Doors.
Oh yeah, they're a great band.
Juggalos, ICP.
You're gonna have to put some Doors on in there for me after.
Oh,
He's got a great sound system, fans, in his living room.
Yeah. And so, yeah, nice little pad I have here. It's my Shangri-La, man. Like I said, I boned out of HB because I like to say, the saying, it's gone to pot.
Which is legal in Arizona now, by the way, fans, apparently, from what I understand. David Richard wants to know if there was any wrestler that helped you out the most in pro wrestling.
I thought about that. There's a bunch of no-name guys that were wrestling at the power plant that helped me out. God forgive me, but I forgot their names. But then he had this guy named Sarge. He's a short little guy. He ran the thing, Sarge, but he wasn't really a hands-on guy. There was a guy there, and God, for the life of me, can't remember his name, but he was cool. And it's heavy competition there, and so everybody was trying to. I already had contract and everything else, and they were trying to get a contract. So, you know, there's all this competition to shine at the power plant. And I was kind of removed from there. But so they had these guys that would help other people in there wrestle. And so, and I want to say his name was Dave. He had long brown curly hair. I can't remember his name forever. I was like, oh wow, this is kind of a, but he took a hands-on approach to helping me out. Paul Orendorff was like the head of the power plant, and he never ever was in the they had like 4 or 5 rings, might be 6 rings. Nice facility. And Paul would come out now and then. Paul was a grumpy old guy. I don't even know if he's still with us.
He has Alzheimer's and dementia, I believe, but he's still alive.
Well, he had it back then, and that was 20 years ago.
He beat cancer, but
yeah, no, he the only thing I came in there with, and slowly but surely they found out that I was signed up, and go in and have this meeting with him. And back in the day, he didn't know what UFC was and whatever. He's like, oh, that tough man, he's stuff like this and that. And I'm like, yeah, well, whatever, you know, just got to learn how to do the basics of wrestling and figure out. I got kind of a following for people that know who a real warrior is and a true fighter. And he's like, yeah. And he goes, oh, man. And I'm looking at him across the desk, and he goes, I can't wait to get you on the gas. And I'm like, what? And he goes, the gas. The gas. You'll be off. And I'm like, this guy's fucking crazy in a funny way, not a scary way. And so then I walked out, and all the guys are all like snooping around, like, why did Paul call you into his office? Had like a big glass thing you could see in the thing, and I go, I don't know. He was talking about what they were thinking about doing with me. Dusty Rhodes, and him and Arn Anderson were in professional wrestling. I told you about amateur wrestling and boxing.
yeah.
Dusty Rhodes and Arn Anderson were good for wrestling with me, but not technically, but just the nuts and bolts of it. But so I go out there and they, what would Paul want? And I go, I don't know, man. He was talking about getting me on the gas, and they all fucking laugh. He goes, do I know who you are? And I go, I don't know. I don't think so. And he goes, you'd be on death row if you less than a month if they got you on the gas. Are you crazy? And I'm like, that's just what Paul said, and that was the only real takeaway I have of Orendorff.
I see your dog's wrestling around with me.
Yeah, hey bud, come here. Come on. Over here, come on up.
This is Living wants to know your honest opinion of Don Fry in his prime, despite what Don Fry said about you the other day. What would you think?
Oh, I loved that he said it. I said I liked Don Fry. He shot over the bow first, and he got back. Well, he seems a little sore and whatever, but he's a tough guy. Whatever, you know. What are you gonna say? He's a tough guy. If I was to fight him again, I would beat him easily, handedly.
Well, today
he can come over here. I was gonna say,
you're gonna have him show up at your house if he hears that.
Yeah, no, well, oh yeah.
Dave,
you can film it.
Yeah. Dave Richard wants to know what you think about Ken Shamrock in 2021.
I always thought he was a joke to begin with. Nothing's changed that. I think it's funny. He put out his little book, making himself a victim. All these guys are victims. Him and Tito Ortiz and all this stuff. I'm a victim of living a comfortable life. That's the only thing I'm a victim of.
Yeah, you're not that type at all. AJ 2000 wants to know your opinion of current UFC.
Like I said, I haven't really watched it. I can't even tell you. The last fight I saw, only because of the people that hang out at the gym, I actually went and saw Congo fight. Czech Congo.
Yeah.
He fought that guy from Arizona here. I can't even think of his name, little wrestler guy. On the rematch, and they stopped it because of the eye gouge or whatever up in San Jose. We went out and saw that fight, and then I saw the fight with Fedor and Rampage. Rampage got all fat and thought he was a heavyweight, and Fedor kind of showed him that's not how it works. But you know, those are the only reason why, because of the same gym, the Huntington Beach Ultimate Training Center down there with Tiki running that joint down there. But those are the only guys fight. I can't even tell you a fight that I've seen that, and I think it's that Nagano guy. He looks, from what I see on the YouTube things and all that kind of stuff, he seems to be like that doesn't ever tell you. I haven't looked under his hood yet, and I'm sure all you haters out there are gonna have nice little jokes about that. But who knows? I don't know what kind of heart he has, or what kind of warrior status he is. But who knows?
Big Guy Sports Collector wants to know who hit you the hardest in UFC, and was Nelmark your craziest KO?
Oh, I've knocked a lot of people out in this life. I've been in the cage. So I couldn't tell you how many. I didn't even register the Nelmark thing. And what was the beginning question?
Who hit the hardest in UFC?
Cannot tell you anybody that hit the hardest, because you know there's like a cliche or a saying, when you get hit hard enough to be knocked out, you really don't know how hard it is. So somebody that knocked me out. But I can tell you one thing: no one's fucking beat on me. Like, people have beat me, but like Dan Severn, right? That guy, he's not like a warrior. You don't think of Dan Severn as a warrior. He's like, he doesn't have that attitude. Like, I walk down the street and look at everyone and see which way I want to kill somebody. I could see Dan like walking down the street saying, who do I want to hug?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so and I don't dislike Dan, but you know, in the past when I was younger, trying to stir stuff up, I would call him a big dumb goof and that kind of stuff. But I actually have heard him on on YouTube interviews and stuff like that, and he's not dumb by any means. And let's just put it this way, he's no Tito. And so, and he's got a good grasp of what things go on. Back in the day when he fought me, I didn't really feel like he kicked my ass. He won the fight, but he won it by holding me down on the ground and slapping me in the back of the head till the clock ran out. Like, I used to do that when I wrestled in college. I would go out and get my takedown in, and then hold on to the lead, get an escape, and I used to cut people loose, and I'd win like 3-2, you know. And so I understand all that, but so like Dan won the fight, but did he kick my ass? If it was a fight to the death, I'd lay there till he got fucking tired of slapping me and then get up and fucking beat his ass. But that didn't happen, so who cares about that anyways? I don't care about winning or losing.
Jordan King wants to know how you would have done in the Brawl for All that WWE had.
Obviously, walk in my shoes, you got to think that you would win. And those guys aren't guys at a professional level as in fighting on their feet. Maybe they can grapple, but standing on their feet. So I paid my dues in the old school boxing gyms. I didn't get some boxing trainer after the fact that I went and fought in the UFC. I cut my teeth in boxing, real boxing matches. And so as far as what was the
well, Bart Gunn won, and then Butterbean ended up knocking out Bart Gunn.
As far as those guys boxing, I mean, it's kind of like me. It's like, let's have a swimming contest against Mark Spitz.
You talked about this guy before we went live, but Don was wondering if you had any stories about Paul Varlins.
Yeah, no.
Well, you have right now an Instagram and a Twitter. I don't know if you control your Twitter anymore, but how can fans follow you?
Yeah, just on Instagram. I checked that out. That's about it.
And what's that, Sally? Tank.Abbott on Instagram, and there might.
That's my wedding picture with my awesome wife. I'm telling you, she is the greatest person in the world, and she's made me a better person for marrying her.
Yeah, and in the first interview, I'll just say this on the record now, people were asking why you kept looking to the side. It's because it was just before you got married and your family members were sitting at the bar watching that interview.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in one last fan question. I don't know where this is coming from, but Steven Seagal, did you really meet him and have something?
Nope, another story. Did Boss Rutan tell you that? And then, in my parody novel is martial art legends. You have Butch Gee, Chung Flores, and Evan Siegel.
Those are the names of the people in your book, the way that you write your book, which again, everyone can look that up on Amazon.
That book is a true warrior fighting his way from the streets into a cage and fighting in front of TV and all this shit that goes on behind it, how that guy got there. And just, it was meant to be, for some reason, God or a higher power or whatever you believe in has to have a hand in it. I'm telling you, because it's Walter Fox is the deal.
Anything you want to say to the fans to close this off?
Keep on keeping on, and don't believe all these fools that are. There's only one rub I have in this whole thing, in this business that I'm in, and that is, this place is. This space, not place, or of MMA, is filled with a bunch of phonies, fakers, all trying to be like Beowulf. They all come off like they're and we're serious fighters and all this, and they all turn out to be fakes, phonies, telling phony stories about passing me in an airport or me running from a bar fight. Guy's been in more 200 street fights, and I'm going to be afraid of a little pipsqueak called Pat Miletich. Come the fuck on. You guy's a retard. Hey, it's Tank Abbott here. Sitting next to Dan Severn, the guy that took me down and slapped the shit out of me at Ultimate. He got the big W. He's a cool cat, rapping with him. It's been a long time. Good to see him. Here he is, the one and only.
It's over here for Take Abbott. The one and only. That, let's face it, his pedigree. I actually, you won't know this, but I actually asked Big John McCarthy when there was at one point that, see, this was not going to be good for an intro right now because it's going to go into the story here. But I go, you had made the comment at one point in time you could take all the other UFC competitors and add up their rap sheets and it wouldn't come close to yours. And I asked John, because he was involved with LAPD, is that a legitimate claim? And he did do a little background check. He goes, oh yeah, because they had a lot of brawls at a lot of different bars, and you were banned at a number of different bars. So
Very true
again,
statement.
I'm just saying, with the brawler himself, the bar brawler himself,
Yes, sir.
Take him.
Before there were rules, and Dan, I jokingly said, I don't know if you know how to read or not, but here it is.
Is there any pictures in here? Maybe just a picture book? Maybe?
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna get him. I'm getting
Give
him
me some
some
crayons.
crayons.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and today, for the first time, we have two UFC pioneers with us, UFC Hall of Famer Dan the Beast Severn, MMA legend Tank Abbott, former WCW superstar. Dan Severn's also former NWA world champion, former WWE superstar, in tons of Hall of Fames. How are you two doing today?
Well,
Not too bad. How about yourself there, Big?
We're in the sun.
Yes.
I could be back east, freezing my butt off in Coldwater, Michigan, but I'm out here enjoying the sun. Need to know what kind of sunscreen I need to put on here instead of how many layers of clothing I need to put on to stay warm.
Yeah, that's always a better option.
Yes, most definitely.
So when was the last time you two probably chatted?
Probably 25 years ago.
Well, I say, yeah, but
we didn't chat then either.
Just recently at one of these professional wrestling fan fest conventions. That's why
Las Vegas.
Somewhere with the last, let's say, couple years.
Yeah, we crossed paths. Yeah, I just got out of the hospital then, so that had been 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I was slowly moving across the floor, and Dan came by. I said hello, and he walked off and didn't say anything. So I go, oh, I guess Dan doesn't like me. Join the rest of the world.
You play such a heelish role.
Of course.
You know.
It comes naturally.
But now you two seem to be on decent terms. You're not killing each other. No one's throwing each other into the pool.
What? I'm here with Dan Severn. Fuck Dan Severn!
Do you think Don could ever forgive Tank for their heat, Dan, or was Don just playing it up for the camera?
Don's a different cat altogether. So you say I won't speak for Don Fry by any means.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to break bread together, but I mean, I don't know why he'd be upset with me. All I'm doing is speaking what John McCarthy is pushing and other people. It's not for me to decide if someone set a fight up or not that I participated in, but you know, it can look that way. And that's for him. All I know, like if Paul Herrera is probably somebody else was in the octagon waiting for me to fight, who I trained with, I wouldn't fight him just because that's the warrior in me and the way I look at things. So, but you know, everybody marches to the beat of their own drum, and Dan thought he needed to do that. I seen it. I'm not too good with this social media stuff, but I think I seen that Dan and Mark fought before, and it kind of looks similar. I don't know where the fight was, but
With could be Mark Coleman.
No, Mark Hall,
Oh,
the guy that
no, no,
fell down and slapped on Matt without even
no, I
Don even touching him.
never faced Mark Hall.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it wouldn't be to Mark Hall's advantage or desire to face with you.
As far as your early memories of UFC, what are
No,
some of
actually,
your...
I'll go back. This is probably the first time that we've actually had a chance
Okay.
to interact this much. I mean, the last time we saw each other again was at a fan fest, and Tank had actually just gotten out of surgery there. I mean, I'll say I hardly recognized him at that point because everything was from coloring your hair and stuff like that.
Sure.
Everything was like all white at that point, and.
That's what happens when you die.
Well, and your voice was real soft,
Uh-huh.
I mean, again, from seeing you inside the octagon, but then now seeing you out there, to where you went through this incredible diet plan that they had,
Sure.
so
Yeah, I was skin and bones. I was down like 192 pounds.
yeah.
I got even skinnier because I got a parasite infection, roundworm, and they think I got it in Japan, but they also think somebody brought to my attention that Vitor Belfort was there with me on a press junket kind of thing for the very first UFC in Japan. I think the very first and only show they did in Japan. I was like the headliner there. And Vitor Belfort is eating crazy amounts of food. And it was shocking, all the executives from Semaphore and all that. And they're going, why do you think he eats so much? And
Okay, he can eat that much, but he's not putting the weight on.
right, well, so they were asking, and I go, I don't know. I'm guessing steroids. I'm not a physician or anything, but I would imagine I've never taken steroids, but I've seen people that have, and I would say they like to eat a lot. And I was my guess at the time. But he also used to say in his broken Portuguese that it was the worm, and none of us understood what he was talking about.
The worm.
Yeah, the worm. And then so when I found out I had roundworm, they said it's prevalent in South America, and it could be, it doesn't really matter. Oh God, I sound like The Rock. It doesn't really matter, but he might have had roundworm there because he was eating quite a bit, but either or, steroids or roundworm. I got roundworm, and it was in my body, and when I take anti-rejection medicine, it makes your thing go down. So I must have had roundworm in my body for all these years, the doctors were telling me, and when I get to a dangerous level, my body would turn on my immune system and kill it off. But no longer have an immune system because of my transplants. So it allowed the roundworm to flourish and almost kill me. I spent like 30 days in the hospital.
They have to just bomb the body with antibiotics.
They ended up giving me pills, or like 16 pills at one setting, and
Antiparasitic pills.
from my doctor wife, anti-parasitic pills. And after 2 days, the chainsaw and blowtorch that was going on inside of my insides went away. So it was like instantaneous. It was like,
Wow.
yeah, thank God for Cedars-Sinai. They're a hell of a hospital, and Dr. Toto, the amazing Dr. Toto, figured it out again. He was scratching his head for a couple of weeks, but figured it out. They did a biopsy on my intestine when they were doing a nerve block in my pancreas, and that's when they found it. So that was my last deal with death. I was like 2 days away, according to the infectious disease doctor. He goes, you kept putting off, because I was just putting the pain off, like I can deal with this, until it got to the point where everything, he goes, being Mr. Tough Guy, saying I can deal with it, almost cost you your life. And he goes, anytime it hurts like that, you got to tell us. And so here I sit right now, talking with the one and only Mr. Severn.
Well, okay. Here's a question for you. I know that we got Hannibal over here that wants that ask, but being from the cage fighting world and then going to the wacky world of professional wrestling.
Yes.
Okay, as I was going to go from the real world to this magical,
Sure.
mystical world, what the, what, I guess, that maybe not how were you treated, but what was your, I guess, first take upon it when you're being approached by companies that
Yes.
are wanting to be involved?
Yes, I was approached by the WWE at first.
Did it intrigue you? I mean, is that something that you thought that
Well-
you wanted to do, or?
At the beginning of my career, I fought on Friday night, and they had Bash at the Beach, WCW, on Huntington Beach. And the agents and all that kind of stuff, I was the guest of honor of that show. I still had 2 black eyes and beat the hell the way I like to look sometimes.
It's an acquired taste. Okay.
Yeah,
It's an acquired
exactly.
taste.
And you went to battle the night before. It kind of brings back the memories. And so I went there, and like I said, I was kind of the toast of the party, and they were trying to get me to go that way, but I wasn't ready for that. I'm a warrior at heart, and I needed to make my name in fighting first, and then I could do that. And then my hand was forced when John McCain, the senator of Arizona, in the beautiful state I live in now, decided it should be illegal.
Should be banned. You bet.
And I had nowhere to go, so I knew that they were interested in me. So I ended up meeting with the WWE, and then I went down to WCW, and Ted Turner and the likes. Eric Bischoff made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and the rest is history. I had a blast in WCW. It's a whole different walk of life than real fighting, but it was like a rock and roll band traveling show, and I was lucky enough to be part of it. It was a great time.
Yeah. So,
Probably expedited my cirrhosis of my liver. But then again, I've always said I'm a funaholic. I don't think I would have stopped doing it. I would have been doing it somewhere else. But it was a great time.
yeah. No. Being at WWF, it was, I'll say, strange on the outside seeing it, and I'm
Sure.
always kind of a person that kind of keeps to himself a little bit. So, but I sit back and observe. It's kind of like even talking with Hannibal. I always tell people that I'll sit back and be quiet. You ask me a question, I'll give you a nice thorough answer at that point. But otherwise, I just kind of just sit back and watch what's going on, because almost everywhere there's good and bad all
Sure.
at the same time. It just all depends on what you're into or what are you looking for.
Exactly.
And
how you take care of yourself and act.
yes,
And what kind of honor you have.
yep. I just got to do that. There was only ever going to be a certain portion of my life, and I had my career before, and there'll be whatever I do afterwards, and don't want to be, especially we live in this social media world now that everyone
Right.
wants to take selfie pictures and post it left and right. Well, I don't want anything that's going out there that's going to look bad upon family and things
yes.
of that nature.
I'm more selfish. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. Say whatever you want to say. I know the truth, and that's all that matters. You can try to twist it, but I know the truth.
Now, did you ever get an offer from WCW, Dan?
I was actually romanced by both companies, WWF at the time, now known as WWE, and WCW. When I met with Eric Bischoff that day, he was trying to say, he goes, "Hey, I picture you as like a train wreck hitting the system." I'm thinking, train wreck is not exactly a good thing. So I'm thinking, I didn't quite understand how he meant going about this, but it's kind of like, I'll just say that I know what I was looking for, and WWF basically just agreed to my terms, and that's what I went with.
I see.
I never was looking at doing this on a full-time type basis, because I was, it was going to be just a short period of time, because I knew I was already older than what what they were looking for. If they would know what my age was, they probably wouldn't have been talking to me. But I did not look my age. I did not act my age. So it was a good opportunity for me. So I worked just really a fraction of the schedule. The average wrestler was working 187 dates for Vince at the time, and I was working, I think, 60 is what my contract was for. So, and I had no type of restrictions, meaning I could work for the NWA, I could work for any other professionals company, but at the same token, they kind of knew that I'm kind of that old school kind of cloth that I'm not going to simply be doing the job for. Again, I always use like for Doink the Clown. I mean, not to say being slanderous towards him, but I'm not going to, as a former NWA champion, stuff like that, I'm going to be simply doing the job for a Doink the Clown. I've got too much respect for what the belt meant at one point, and some of the people I spoke to. Can I say that that's the current status of that belt and the people that hold it? No.
You both fought Oleg Taktarov. What's your opinions of him as a fighter?
Please go ahead and I'll let you take the floor first.
Oh, we start with the whatever. I think Oleg is a tough guy. Although he cheated to get where he got in UFC 6. That's not too much of a warrior characteristic.
I don't know what you mean by
well, he fought that little bitch, Anthony Macias, the guy that winked right before me. So he was fresh, didn't have the stress of facing the unknown, like what's going to happen in my next fight. He goes out and fights his friend that winks at him and goes out and falls down and does the job for him.
Or were they trading partners or something?
Yes, well, I seen him when I was walking around in the things back in the day. You have to remember, this wasn't like the UFC of current day. It was back ragtag things, walking around the hotel, and him and they were. There's a whole group of people. They had Pat Smith,
yeah,
Oleg. I think Buddy Albin was their manager. And they were like, oh my God, this Tank guy's for real. And at that point in time, wrestlers didn't know about what guillotines were. And Dan fell victim to that. I fell victim to that because Oleg got 2 guillotines on me, but I muscled my way out of them. But the second one took everything I had to get out and ended up rendering me not able to fight anymore productively. And so Oleg had a cake. He fought some guy from Canada, a wrestler, and he choked him out in a real quick guillotine because no one had seen it at that point in time. He was a wrestler. I can't remember his name. Then he fought the scourge of the UFC, the phony fake. He's like the poster boy for all these fake guys that fight. Their little pretty boy bitch that should have been in there goes out and winks at him and falls down. And so Oleg is essentially fresh, where I fought the 2 biggest guys in the tournament. And regardless how easy they were to beat up, what have you, the stress of knowing that you're going to fight one of these big guys, it runs its toll up on me. And so Oleg was fresh, I was not. And we all saw how Pat Smith pulled out so the other guy could move in. It was all these things behind the scenes, which a lot of the UFC early ones did. Like with the Ferozzo fight, they set that up with the Shamrock, appropriate name, Shamrock, pulling things behind the thing. I'm digressing, but that's where
there's actually quite a few other stories that you're alluding to that we could easily go off into.
Yes, exactly right. There's a word for that, but I won't use it.
What the hell is that sound, by the way?
That's my cell phone. I forgot to show.
Oh, that's your cell phone.
Yeah,
okay.
so I'll
I wasn't sure if it was a phone or his cuckoo clock.
It'll go for like about 12 weeks
Okay.
before, but I apologize.
I thought he might have a bird
I
clock.
could actually go with it just.
It might be.
If you want to turn it
Yeah,
off.
It might be done.
Let keep talking. I'll just mute it and then
Sure, sounds good.
Keep going.
You can keep. Or someone wanted to know about catch wrestling.
I don't know what it is, but I'm imagining it's like trap fighting and catch fighting. Like they're gonna catch you in a like submission hold or something like that. That's what I'm guessing, or a trap fighting and that's what I'm guessing at. All these wannabe fighters and everything else, they come up with these esoteric terms to make themselves feel special, like they know something that somebody else doesn't know.
Yeah.
And so they're coming up with trap fighting and catch fighting. Something, I think it's an offshoot of professional wrestling.
Dan, could you tell us about that match you had with Tarzan Godo over in IWA?
Well, okay, professional wrestling, but
Yeah.
IWA was kind of like these hardcore type of promotions. They do a little bit more Bob Boyer, some explosives, things of that nature, but that's not exactly my cup of tea. But it'd be Tarzan Godo would come out with a baseball bat wrapped in Bob Boyer and swing it around, and it just. I'll just say that we kind of blended both worlds. He did what he does, and I did what I did, and really, that's probably all there's to say with it. It was, I think I probably did some things to him that he wasn't used to having done to him, because again, my amateur wrestling background just tends to kick in different elements there. So it's kind of going. I look at things that are there, and I just go with it. So. I think the previous interviews I've talked about. I've got the amateur wrestling folk style background, but then I've got that freestyle background. I started my freshman year in high school, and by my sophomore year I jumped into Greco, and then by my freshman year in college I jumped into judo, and then I jumped into sambo. So I mean I had a lot of different elements of grappling implemented. So way before Jeff Blatnick helped coin the term mixed martial arts, mixed martial artists, I was, not only I, but there were other people that were doing the exact same, that were cross training in different forms of call it martial arts. Or to me, I just was training different elements of wrestling, grappling, just to try to help my career out. That's all I was looking for, just to help win more matches, do something that is not normally seen, or just take on certain elements of it.
What is funny is because I said yesterday that I was the person that came up with mixed martial arts, because everybody wanted to interview me, and they said, well, what are you? And I say, you don't understand. I'm a wrestler at heart from wrestling. I've been wrestling since I was 9 years old. Wrestling is what I'm all about, but I am not just a wrestler. I went to the boxing gym, and now I'm training in jiu-jitsu and submission. So you take all that kind of stuff and you mix it all together, and that's what I must have gave 50 interviews to everybody, and I used to say that mix it all together. And out of that, maybe Blatnick stole it from me, because he came up with I don't give a rat's ass either way, but I was the one that was coining that phrase, and he must have.
Huh.
Yeah, it's just a little tidbit for history, just like the gloves. Everybody wants to say, I didn't come up with the gloves. I was the one that came up with the gloves. I dare anybody to find somebody on the UFC that's wearing those kind of gloves, not a golfing glove or a boxing glove on alternates that you never saw on TV. Someone wearing those gloves. Me. So there.
And you didn't like it when they brought in the mandatory gloves, did you?
It wasn't mandatory when I fought. I was just...
Yeah, when they were starting to implement the gloves, I mean, the gloves, I was okay with the gloves. It was the taping of the hands underneath the gloves.
Uh-huh.
Putting on just a pair of MMA gloves, you still have the capability of
Wrestle.
ripping and grabbing. And again, the wrestler at heart, I want to be able to take people down. I want to be able to do lateral drops, headlocks. And by the time you tape your hands, it's like you tape your hands like a boxer's. It really restricts your movement, and then you put on the gloves on top of that. So I mean, literally, I went throughout my entire career, only ever having to tape my hands once, where the athletic commission is like, no, it's mandatory. You must tape your hands. I'm like, what's the bare bones minimum?
Right.
And they said, well, basically one piece of gauze and one piece of tape. So I basically had one piece of gauze, one piece of tape, and as I'm putting the glove on, it's actually falling off.
Right, sure.
And now the athletic commission is like, well, what good is that going to do? And I go, what part of I did not want to have any on my hands at all.
You're just going by the rules.
Yeah, again, just trying to play the rules just to my benefit, knowing that I need to be able to grip people. I was never going to win matches with the Dukes of Hazzard because that was not my skill set. But if I could get a hold of somebody within my grappling range, I was good to go. And last I knew, people had to be within arm's reach in order to punch, legs raised to kick, knee, elbow. So it's kind of like going, I just was pretty good about staying back, just enough out of range, bait people to do things, and then try to close that distance, get the clinches, or just jam them up against cage walls. And that literally was my whole career, just doing those kind of elements.
What are your thoughts on this Lithway type of fighting that's becoming popular now, where headbutts are allowed? And I don't know if they're going to allow this rule in the U.S., but apparently the knocked out opponent can be revived within 2 minutes to get back into it.
I'm not even aware of this. Are you aware of this?
No, I'm not, but it sounds pretty cool.
A guy named Dave LeDuc is the world champion of it.
But is the name of the organization, or do they call this fighting something different than MMA? Or
It's called Lithway.
Lithway.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of it before.
But they've started to have some in the U.S. now too.
But I would think that if you're going to get knocked out, and they revive you just to possibly get knocked out again.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly. I don't think that's a good career move.
Yeah.
Everybody tries to outdo it one more time, like bare knuckle and all that kind of stuff, which is like ludicrous. Why would you fight bare knuckle? The only reason why you have gloves is to save your hands.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with being bare knuckle. That's like dumb. That's about the phonies that get into fighting that don't know anything about fighting, and they want to go, oh, let's do something crazier. No gloves, bare knuckle. That's stupid.
Are you surprised that's being sanctioned?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but I don't. It's not going to last. I don't think. Who wants to go out there and hurt their hands?
I know there's been pay issues with some of the bigger organizations. I don't know if the current ones are still like that, but I know Chris Lieben and Phil Baroni had pay issues.
Well, really, I mean, the bare knuckle. I mean, aside from Ultimate Fighting Championships, when they had the no holds barred bare knuckle aspect of it at the beginning, now with the bare knuckle boxing that's coming on board, it really has not been around that long inside the United States.
It's a dumb thing if you know anything about fighting. It's not all it's going to do is bust your hands up and maybe cut your face up.
Yeah, I can see that's why I look at that the knuckles that more meant you're going to get much more cuts around the eyebrows, more nose breakage, more cut up lips, things of that nature.
But it's not going to make any difference in a fight.
But you're saying overall, though, just the punishment to the hands, or we're talking about like long range, starting to get arthritis and things of that nature, or
that's going to happen anyways, but not when you're young. Oh, that's not going to happen to me. Like, yeah. But no, like when you're in a fight and you punch somebody, your hands get messed up. And
potentially even broke in the process.
Yeah, but if you have those gloves on, it takes away from cutting. Like I used to have like railroad track scars all over my knuckles. I don't know how I acquired them, but some people out there in Huntington Beach can tell you how. Anyways, you just mess your hands up. You break your hands, and your hands get cut up, and you get infected. And that's why I was like, I can't fight 3 times in one night with no gloves. That's stupid. I mean, and then like, what are these martial art guys run around thinking, oh, that's crazy? It's not crazy, it's stupid.
Okay, when you came up with this glove idea, did you have to run it past the UFC, or did they
Yes,
simply
they had a fighters meeting at the show I was at.
Okay. What,
Yeah.
what number was this event that you work
6.
on? Okay.
And so I went into the fighters meeting, and I asked them about fish hooking. They didn't know what it was. And Big John McCarthy is nothing but a Gracie stooge, meaning he pushed their Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and that was all a conflict of interest. They have a fight show, but they're going to pick who's going to fight in it. I mean, just by that nature, it's a conflict of interest. So if I had a fight show,
So what you're trying to say is that Jorge Gracie, being half ownership of the UFC at
Yes.
that point in time, might have a
He
little bit of a vested interest.
yes, and the UFC 6 comes along, and the average.
I'm just trying to lead you a little bit.
Yeah,
That's because
thank
I
you,
felt
yes.
exactly the same way, that it was basically a marketing tool, and I tip my hat off to it. It worked.
As a commercial.
And infomercial for selling Gracie Jiu-Jitsu
Yes.
franchises. So yeah.
Exactly right, and so they picked who was going to fight.
Yeah.
Like Joe-san, that guy's a killer. No, he is a killer and a rapist now. I guess he picked the wrong guy.
Yeah, that was Chemo's trainer, right?
Yes, the guy that got found. He stabbed somebody, or he sliced somebody's tires, and they had to do a DNA test on him. This is what I think. And they did a DNA test on him because he pleaded guilty to a felony vandalism charge.
Yeah.
When they ran his DNA, he was popped for rape, and then the statute, he raped some girl on the beach. That ran out, so the feds went after him with a torture charge.
Wow.
He got a torture charge, was some sentence like 25 or whatever, and then he killed his cellie, and I think he got death on that. So
Oh wow.
he used to go to the boxing gym that I used to go to, the Rocky Westminster boxing gym, the Rocky boxing gym, back in the old days, and he was a scumbag from those days, and I would have not a thing to do with him. He always wanted to hang out and party. I'm like, I had my bad person radar on, and I was like, no, dude, I don't need to hang with you.
Is he gone now? I mean, is he?
He's on death row.
Oh, he's on death row. Okay, I didn't know if he had already.
I'm guessing he might just be doing life, but I think he is on death row.
He's still alive for sure, because I interviewed Chemo
I don't know.
not too long ago.
You
and
don't.
you didn't talk about him as if he was dead.
Yeah.
He would have known.
Yeah.
Now, as far as fighting over in the UK, there's a UK fan watching the live version of this. They want to know both of your memories of the UK.
I was completely. They called me. I had like 2-day notice, and they said, "You want to fight?" And how much money you have? And I said, "Okay, I can do that. I'm sitting in a bar right now, but I'll get off the stool and fly over there." Went over there. I filled in for Bob Sapp. Fought on Sky TV. I was jet lagged, crazy tired. Don't really have any thoughts other than that big Ferris wheel thing that goes around by the river there. I think it's the Thames or whatever. That was a scary little place. Not scary, but it's like, whoa, it was impressive. That was all my takeaway from, what is it, Great Britain? The UK, whatever.
You must have enjoyed the beer over there.
Yeah, it was good.
Almost any beer outside of
I was
the
gonna
United,
say,
the United
yeah.
States has a little bit better, more kick to it. I mean, most Canadians don't like the beer inside the United States because it's watered down. Kool-Aid is what I hear most Canadian counterparts refer to our beverages like.
I don't really remember much partying there. I went out there and I fought. And I fought as long as I could, and there's a lot of things. There's not a lot of fighters out there that will show up on a couple days' notice. They have to get the Rolodex out, and then they finally come to T, and they go, "Oh, Tank will do it." That dumbass. But no, I'm not a dumbass. I just love to fight, and that's it. And so, what the hell? I said, yeah, go over there. Flew over there. It was interesting bringing the pounds back home here, because I put them in a bag, and I forgot to declare any money. And so I had a little what's that movie called where they find the hash on them?
I don't even remember.
Midnight Express. I had my own private Midnight Express going through customs with
Hopefully they didn't
with a
body
big
cavity search
with a
it.
big with a big bag of money under my hand. I'm like, no.
They're like grabbing people's dicks now in custom too. Have you ever experienced that?
Is Shamrock working for them now?
Yeah. I experienced that, and I'm like, what the hell? What do you think I'm doing there?
I'm gonna go with you.
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
to have to be
Was this
searched like
just
that.
recently this happened?
Yeah.
Or- Really? Wow.
Yeah, in December, I was like, what the hell
The
is this?
pat down. Okay, but
Yeah.
Yeah, where's that at? I'm gonna go fly every day there.
other question would be:
Yeah.
was that a male or female guard? Though.
Yeah.
Close your eyes. It
I'll
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
leave that up to people's imagination.
Yeah.
But Dan, what about you over in the UK?
I've been to the UK on a number of occasions for both professional wrestling, but then also the fight world. But then even one match where I'll say that again, I was flying over there to where some volcano erupted and had to have planes were being rerouted, and I think I was I'm trying to think where for 5 days, 4 nights, had to hang out at an airport.
Wow.
And so that was, I could say all about that airport at that time, but here, the life of me, I can't even come up with the name here right offhand. But that was, I saw the very best of human beings, and I saw the very worst in human beings. It was all about, for survival's sake, because it took them like 2 days before any kind of a Red Cross. I mean, it was, people were like the first night, so people just camped out wherever they could camp out because they weren't really allowed to leave the airport. All the local hotels were already filled up, and they're basically have you there. It took them, like I said, like a couple days before they got Red Cross set in there with some cots and showers, and you got people that have medication that was on the airplane that they got to get back off. So it was real chaotic, and see the very best in some people where they they helped each other, and then other aspects were hoarding of food, and when the Red
Toilet
Cross.
paper.
Yeah, well, again, that's more recent. We're talking.
Yeah, I know.
coronavirus.
I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's
like
yeah.
toilet paper. All these people.
No, but it was just an interesting thing to go through it. Obviously, I never made that show, but it was. I would just say that I had a volcano that stopped one of my matches.
An experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on women in MMA? It didn't exist when you guys were there at the beginning, and now it's one of the more popular forms of MMA for viewers.
Well, me being ugly with no game, there was no women in my life in wrestling or fighting. So I was lucky enough to find my beautiful wife, and she's a great person. So women weren't in my Rolodex of fun at the time.
At one point, you wanted to fight Ronda Rousey.
I think she brought that up, or somebody brought it up, and once again, it's called biology. I mean, we don't need he-she's fighting in the UFC. I sound like an old grandpa or something like that, but no. And a woman fighting a man, wake up. There's biological differences between males and females. And
No matter who you identify with that morning, right?
right.
Yeah.
And so I don't, whatever skills, all these people get behind technique and skills. How do you think I just fell off the turnip truck and rolled up in the street and decided to fight? I've wrestled my whole life. I've boxed my whole life. I've trained with world champions in both sports, but I took it to the street and adjusted people that had bad attitudes. Everybody thinks they're tough in Southern California, especially back in those days. And they rapidly found out different when they came across somebody like myself. And I guess, probably I was looking for those kind of people. That was fun.
Women in UFC, Dan.
Yeah, well, with Dana White, was asked that question, I mean, he quickly was like trying to poo-poo it. I'm thinking, oh, Dana, you are going to eat those words so quickly because the inevitability, women boxing, it eventually came about. I mean, it came about, what, almost 100 years after the sport of boxing had been going, but it came on out. And then, you got men's MMA that's taking place.
I don't cut you off, but you have to qualify or make clear that it's not men against women.
Correct. No, these were two distinct differences.
Different areas, right?
Women compete against women, men compete against men. Whereas, I mean,
That's fine. I'm all down for that.
Yeah, I think that all kind of came about here within the last couple weeks.
There's going to be a sunscreen pause here.
It's gonna be
Yeah, here, you need to.
has to do with my medicine.
Yeah, I'll use the bathroom while you're doing that pause, but I'll let you guys just jump back into it.
Yeah, I'm looking at him, I'm like,
Are
he's
you
getting ready.
Starting to get red. Yeah,
Would you like some, Dan?
I think I'm okay for right now.
You sure, David? Let me get your arms, honey.
I can get skin cancer for my medicine.
Oh,
That's why she's being hyper vigilant.
no, that's good though. That's so good.
I'd be dead without her.
It's kind of like makeup. Okay, let's go makeup.
Okay, honey? All right, you sure?
Yeah, I'm good for now. I'm good for now.
Yeah, no. So I got heat from that. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't step in a hole. I got heat. Oh, you want to fight a woman? I was like, no, I don't want to fight a woman.
yeah,
But the outcome is ludicrous that you're sitting there saying that it would be a competition.
Yeah.
A 145-pound man, woman, or child is not gonna fight with me.
But that go get with all the political realm of the world that we're in right now, where they're trying to say that.
I know. That's what I.
Who do you identify with? Not to be a parent anymore.
She's
Let your
always-
kids make your own
She's
decisions.
always coming here going, you shouldn't say that. And I go, I'm not running for president. I mean, I'm just going to tell you who I am. I'm a warrior, and I have warrior principles that I live by, which is like courage, honesty, and integrity, truthfulness, and loyalty and fidelity. And I'm on your team. You don't have to worry about me running. I'll be there fighting right next to you. And that's what I live by. And if you don't like that, then you don't like me. Go like Tito, fucking scumbag. I never finished this story, but Kerr said that the team went on a hike to lose weight. Tito asked for the keys. He said he forgot something in the van, and they were staying overnight and the whole 9 yards, so they cut weight and everything. He went down to the van and fucking drove into town and ate at a diner and stuff, and then came back. And he's like, what took so long? He's, I was sitting down in the van. And then he said, we walked down the next day and there's tire tracks backed out and the whole 9 yards. I go, he's not my buddy. He's a scumbag. I go, I'm just here to wrestle with Steven. And he's all, oh, okay. And then he ripped off $500 from a check out of my glove compartment there. He got a blank check out of my glove compartment and wrote it to himself. He asked me for a loan at first. I said, I know who he was, his character, and if I had it, I'd give it to you. He's like, oh. So then when I'm wrestling with Steve and Neil after practice, we're in a barrel. We were going, a good half hour after, and walk out, and he's in my truck. And I'm like, what the fuck you doing in my truck, dude? He goes, oh, it's cold. I was just waiting for you. And I go, okay. Not thinking anything of it, trying not to think like a bad person. He's a bad guy. And then when it was back in the day where they returned your checks. It was the next day after he asked for it, signed for $500 to his brother.
Wow.
I'm like, I took it to the bank, and the bank goes, we'll cover this. Fraud's going to call you. And I said, sure, I'll tell you. His name's Jacob Ortiz, and that's what this is. And I go, okay. I go, that's his brother right there.
So were there any repercussions?
They never said anything, and the only thing I could come up with is that his brother must have paid the check. Like, they called up and said, hey, what's going on? And he said, what? That check's no good? I'll cover it. And they probably sweeped it under the rug. But that guy's a piece of trash. That's not... Oh, my God. He got me started.
Do you think they should have a wrestling match together, professional wrestling, Tito Ortiz versus Tank?
You know what? He wouldn't fight me.
No?
I tried to do. I go, let's do a fight right here on the beach. I go, I'll find a promotion to do it. He was with Jenna Jameson out on the patio thing. I went outside and everybody went to the window. I go, look at this, Tito. I go, everybody thinks I'm going to kick your ass right now. And his wife, well, that wasn't his wife, but his girlfriend, the porno chick, pulls her guns and looks at him like, you're going to let this guy talk to you like that? And he's all, hey, Dave, hey. And I go, you're Mr. Getting Over you with Chuck Liddell and everything. I go, why don't you fucking grow some balls and we'll meet in between. I'll cut weight down to like 220 and then we can fight. And I used to spank the shit out of him. And he's like, oh, yeah. And I go, then we can find out. You're calling yourself Huntington Beach bad boy. We'll see who the real bad boy is. I go, besides all that, we'll make a lot of money off it. We probably would have made a lot more money than him and Chuck. But he's like, oh, yeah, sure. And he has my phone number and he never called. So I don't know if he would do wrestling because he would think that I would tater him and
He needs to prove himself, though, because he didn't get signed. I don't know if you saw the video, Dan, of Tito Ortiz having his WWE tryouts. I guess it was last year he put out.
No, not at all.
Norman
not even
Smiley
aware.
was
He pursuing it.
But the next thing we know, he's mayor of Huntington Beach, or he's on the council there. So it seems
Mayor
like
pro
that didn't
tem.
get
So if
through.
the mayor goes out, he's the one that fills in. And they tried to kick him off the council, and he gets up, typical Tito fashion, starts crying, and poor me, I'm a victim, and you guys are just ganging up on me, and I'll try. And then they all go, okay, we're not going to do it this time, but if you do it again, we're gonna recall you. Oh, please.
Well, he really hasn't been in office all that long, or has he? Has he been
3
there for-
months.
Okay.
And
Wow.
they already want to get rid of him.
Wow. That's pretty quick.
It was like,
Yeah.
how did that fucking lying scumbag get into the city council? He got the most votes ever from anybody that ran for the mayor there. Jack Kelly, he used to be one of those rifleman TV show. He was a mayor for a long time. I would think that Jack Kelly would have had higher votage thing. He had like 40,000 people vote for him. And they're like, what the fuck? Why are you? I was like, yep, that's Tito. He's a fucking lying fucking phony, just like he is in fighting. He's not a very good fighter. He's similar to you. He goes out and does a takedown and holds you on the ground.
What about a political future for Tank Abbott?
No.
Okay, why?
First of all, I don't have any desire to do that. And
Okay.
I don't like people. And I don't want people bothering me for anything, much less a city council movement type thing about anything, all the way down to masks and everything else. I just like, no, you guys go figure it out. Leave it for the smart people like Tito Ortiz. You know, he's real smart. Look, YouTube him. Oh, the first 10 shows are how dumb that guy is. But
I don't like how Tank is sugarcoat this right now. I really wish he'd express himself right now. Just he's skirting the issues here.
Well, how have your dealings been with Tito, Dan? I've never actually heard you talk about it.
I've only ever, I think I might have met him just once, possibly.
you're lucky.
You know, and so it's kind of like going. I've never really had any dealings with him. I mean, I just really ever. I think I just met him once. That was in passing.
Tito has good people radar. Like if he knows that you have morals and the such, he will kind of avoid you. Like if he knows that you have the capability to be on his game, he'll go, oh, nope, don't try to ruffle that guy's feathers. He's going to call me out. Well, I'm trying to do a public service announcement. Tito Ortiz is a scumbag.
There you go.
I have personal
And I'm not bitter. Tito's never done anything to me that I would be bitter about other than stealing from me. He used to break into my house when I wasn't there, rummage through my house, take alcohol, take a variety of things, and then go, "Are you still at the bar?" It was before cell phones. He would call the bar to make sure I was in the bar, and then he would go to my house. My friends, Eddie Reese, told me all about it, and he used to brag about it. Story in part will tie it up. I know that I'm doing this, but we were in Georgia, and Kevin Randleman and Tito Ortiz broke the candy machine glass and took pillowcases and took all the candy out of it and brought it back to their room. And they're acting like it was kindergarten. I wasn't there. Eddie Reese told me about this, and so that's hearsay, but whatever. This is the story I was told. And they were all throwing the candy on the bed and all like, get this and this and this. And
Sounds like Halloween. Did
Yeah,
like,
so
what's in your bag and what's in my bag?
right,
Okay, yeah.
Look what I got. I got extra Funyuns. What's in the bag? So he's there, and then he was spouting off to Eddie about him being professional now that he's up into this level, claiming that he's Mr. Professional. And Eddie goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, "You got these UFC shows with Tank, and you're out there breaking in candy machines and filling up your pillowcases with candy. I mean, and you're talking about being Mr. Professional. Oh Lord, this is going to be a hate Tito moment. Right? I promise I won't bring him up anymore, but we'll see."
Well, get just a question, just out of my own curiosity. You're here now in Scottsdale, Arizona. I mean, are there
Yes.
any projects that you're working on? I mean, what consumes your time right now? What are you working on? Do you have a memoir, a book?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not.
No, I'm just curious as to
And
you're here.
it's a novel.
Really? I said again, I did not know that.
And the novel is called Before There Were Rules. And it's also a parody, kind of like Mad Magazine and stuff like that. And you're in the book. The final, there's three, it's over 1,000 pages long.
Wow.
And it's the third book of the trilogy, and it's called Cage Fighter. Starts off with Bar Brawler and Street Warrior, and then it's Cage Fighter. And because it's like Mad Magazine, there's a character in there called Sam Devon.
Okay.
Okay, and he's at UFC 6, and that guy fights a guy named Sham Pebble Rock. And they get into it, and don't really get into the fight because I'm talking about as an observer and as it being a novel, meaning it's not true. Standing back, taking it in, and about like if you were a fighter, what would you see, and how did it go down there? Like,
okay.
so it's very visual book, and Walter Fox is the main character. It starts with him fighting on the streets and like going to jail for it, getting out of jail and going, "Oh my God, what is my life going to be if I keep on doing this?" And so Walter Fox fights in the show, and that's when it's Olaf Cheetolot, the Russian guy that fights in that.
I like the names you come up with here so far.
Yes, so Olaf Cheetolot fights Walter Fox in the finals. But all the behind scenes that I know about, I included in my novel, my story I made up, of how the Garcia brothers with their jiu-jitsu from Mexico didn't participate in the show anymore because they didn't own it anymore, and they couldn't pick the fighters. The Semaphore and Bob took over. His name is Meyer Bobowitz, and that guy took over, and they kind of made the fight tournament, which was tournament. They manipulated it so Olaf Cheetolot would be fresh to fight Walter Fox in the finals. And then Walter Fox goes on. If, if you're a dilettante out there and a fact finder and all 9 yards, this book is a novel, but it's probably written by an insider that would know a lot about it, which would be myself. And it's a hell of a read. I might have to get Dan the first 2 books before he leaves. Although I don't know if he knows how to read.
Yeah, you did give me a copy.
It's not a picture book. I take it then, okay?
No, it's
He drew the artwork for
color
it.
book.
He drew the artwork.
I'll give you a free box of crayons.
There you go. I have a hard time keeping it within the lines.
You're right. We have more in common than we know. But so is that when Joke Pebble choked out Sam Devon on that super fight? That was the first super fight.
The first match.
First super fight. Yeah. And Joke Pebble has a lot of stories about his behavior back in the day, coming from Japan and thinking he was a superstar. Oh, it's a good chuckle. I mean, if you like Mad Magazine stuff.
Well, again, there's I love Mad Magazine. I like their sarcastic humor.
Sally, yeah, I actually made Mad Magazine. I was sewer tank in Mad Magazine.
Really?
Yeah, somewhere in there I got it. I got stacks and stacks of stuff for all you memorabilia people. Videos, VHS tapes. You know what that is?
Yeah, to look at to Google that or go to the Smithsonian.
You're right, exactly. What's a VHS?
Hey, Tank, you wanted me to tell you about haters. Somebody says your nickname should be the King of Excuses, Abbott.
Oh, they're not excuses. They're not excuses. I tell everybody I lost. There are reasons why I lost. I never cheated, fought my friend. I didn't do any of those things. I was a warrior. I go out and get my ass kicked. I sat there and told you. Somebody asked about Pedro Hizzo and Hugo Duarte. I handed it to Hugo Duarte, but I got my ass kicked by Pedro Hizzo. Does that sound like an excuse?
Yeah. Now, Dan, you beat Kurt Angle in amateur wrestling. There was always talk of him going into UFC. How do you guys think he would have done?
I think he would have done well. I mean, it all depends on what time area are we talking about. I mean, if it was early on, because like I talked about my own career, I was basically a one-trick pony. I was not going to win the stand-up game of strikes, kicks, knees, or anything of that nature. I was good at grappling and trying to control. I mean, that's what amateur wrestling does. It helps you control the tempo, it helps you control your opponent. And a lot of the techniques that you do to get a athlete to their back, which, I mean, they're easily going to roll over because they're fighting off their back in the guard position.
Well, you brought up a point that people bring up. What do you think about the fighters or the athletes of today compared to us? I happen to think that you're the only other fighter that fought in the UFC that didn't take steroids. But these new generation kids that are, where's mommy? They need to suck their tits and give them money. They probably still live at home, which isn't a bad deal. I lived at home for a long time too. But they're like, oh, if you only knew this. What, like, if you could only learn this, like it's something we weren't capable of learning. He's a very accomplished wrestler. And if people looked into my wrestling, they would understand that also. I just happen to take that stuff and take it to the street to deal with smartasses. But what do you think about these new fangled guys like, oh, you're old school stuff? No, we were warriors. We're tough son of a bitches. Something you can't learn in a fucking gym. And so you can sit there and go, oh, if I just did that. You vicariously live through these new fighters to make yourself feel good, because you're still a pussy if you're saying that.
No, there's a lot with what you say there. I mean,
I want to know what you think about the new breed. And we were what we were. We weren't this MMA gym creation.
No, there were no. You could Google MMA. You could Google how to do a training camp. I mean, you weren't doing training camps. I wasn't doing training camps.
Right.
So it was kind of like going. You simply just went out there and you did what you know what to do.
And you
That's
had
all it was
you
boiled
had
down to.
balls and you had warrior
Yeah.
heart things in your head.
I mean, half the time there would be like certain rules that all just depend on what the event was at. All of a sudden, it might be like, okay, because we're in this state now, we have to abide by this, and you're finding out about that just that night when you are showing up at the show. But then when you look at what used to be the Friday night weigh-in slash press conference. There were no weigh-ins back in that no holds barred era. You showed up to a press conference, and literally you didn't even know who the other 7 men were.
They picked them out of a
Bingo ball
ball.
machine. Yeah. So again, that's why Miguel, that was what I was before. Just you're there, you finally see the other 7 contestants, and all of a sudden you realize, they just kind of randomly go down. You got a mediator that's behind the podium there. He just goes contestant number 1. There's a Ken Shamrock. Then he talked about height, weight, a little bit of the background. They sit down, next person stands up. There's a Hoist Gracie. They talked about height, weight, background, and then they pull out the bingo ball and machine, and they spin it. And all of a sudden, boom! Here pops out. There's a number 1. There's a tank gap. There's number 2. There's a Hoist Gracie, something like that. So you finally know less than 24 hours before you're going to step into the cage, and now you're like going, well, who is this guy? What do we know about him?
That's Severn's example, but you want to know what? They changed it the night of. They had alternates in all these back.
Sure, there's alternates as well. Yeah.
Back left, Sam Devern and Oleg Cheetah in the NHB finals. They changed in the back. Pat Smith pulls out, and then another guy comes in, and you know what? The warriors that we are, and I consider him a warrior. There's other fighters out there that are far from it. They're just fakes, phonies, and actors trying to get a little glory and a little bit of riches if they can find it, but mostly glory. But they're all phonies and fakes. And yes, the T word's coming up. Tito's one of them. And what you got that other Joker Boss Rude, and he runs around like he's Bruce Lee or something. Guy got his ass kicked by Kevin Randall, man. It's on tape. Check it out, people. That's the only reason why he won is because they finagled these judges in there and they jobbed him. And so Boss Bruton, and he's in the Hall of Fame, believe it or not. What? He's a joker like no else. I'm glad he's into acting and he can go after his want to be the next Bruce Lee or Chuck Norris. Bruce Lee, here's the books.
Yeah.
Those are the first 2.
Which is number 1?
That's the first one, Barbara.
Okay, so book 1, book 2. All right.
Show them to the camera. You guys need to buy these.
Book 1, book 2.
The only reason the third one's coming out.
And that's his artwork on the cover of the newest one. That's one of Tank's original things.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I mean, it's actually.
Well, you can read that. You're in book number 3, which is done, and it's in the editor's hands, and he's taking. That's when.
No, that's fantastic.
Give it to Don Fry to read. Someone's asking on air, "Where's Don Fry?" You see,
what? Don Fry. Fuck Don Fry.
You should present those to Don at the podcast.
I'm putting that on my answer machine on my phone. Abbott, Tank Abbott. Fuck Tank Abbott.
I don't think Dad saw that video.
No, you haven't seen it?
No, I don't think I have. Yeah, I mean, again, in a lot of ways, I kind of live in a little bit of a cave because I don't.
Oh, that's you see where I live.
I try not to get. There's too much of this Facebook, everything anymore. Social media, everyone wants to take their selfie and they want to make they want to elevate themselves because also they'll be like this, they'll spin around. Look,
I know.
I'm like going,
I know the whole story.
Can I get that spray? It's get a little sunny if you don't mind. Or is it like saying makeup? No, I'm.
So the whole thing. You don't think I can wrestle? I wrestled with a world champion for 5 weeks.
The Schultz. I mean,
Yeah,
you had
Mark Schultz.
Mark, yeah.
And he actually mentioned you. He said he went on a wrestling thing with
International
you.
trip, yeah.
Yeah, and he
International.
said, he goes, you know how I remember Severn? He goes, some guy was bothering me.
Thank you.
And-
You just sprayed it, you face it, or what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
just, you can just spray it wherever you want.
spray it on him.
Oh.
Spray it on him.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
close
just
your
close
eyes.
your eyes and close
She's
your
a
eyes and
great
your mouth.
applicator.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
hated
you don't
guys
wanna
that had
be with-
oil on them, didn't you, Dan? You thought that was unfair.
What's that now?
The guys that would put oil on them.
Well, yeah, there was,
Oh, of course.
because there's an advantage, because I'm looking to try to get good grips for good throws, stuff like that. You put baby oil on you, and it's, you go from, being around the waist or you're up in the armpits. And the moves that would have been way more effective, I've not been able to pull off.
So we were talking about the fights and that. I seen on Hannibal that he was talking to you earlier, previous, and you said something about me hitting the Samoan when he was knocked
Oh,
out.
yeah, no, I can tell you.
Okay, but here's my point of view.
Right.
I am in full rev gear. It's on. It's fight forward, and it's and I'm not stopping. I didn't knock him unconscious, walk to the side of the thing, and see him still sitting there. I was still going. I was in attack mode. So I didn't sit there and go consciously go, oh, he's fucked up. I'm going to kick him or I'm going to punch him. I was on go mode.
Yeah.
If I had a second or two to get out of that mode, I wouldn't have hit him.
No, I can understand it. I see what I hate.
I don't really care.
No,
It's your side, yeah.
don't go. Let's fast forward to today.
Uh-huh.
There are, I question a lot of the referees. Period, because there's guys that are taking way too much punishment.
Well, the referees also they're giving them punishment, but from the onslaught of John McCarthy. John McCarthy has a lot to do with fights. Not my biggest fan. Probably doesn't like me, but I never lost an ounce or a second of sleep over it. But the point is, he affects the fights.
With the rules, you mean just the rules
Well,
they come up
when just my parody there, when Olaf, Cheetalot, and Walter Fox are fighting, he pulls them up for no reason. And this is UFC 6. There's no rules.
Yeah.
And Walter Fox pulls out of the second guillotine, and he goes, boom. Like, I'm exhausted. I'm going to lay here and rest. Get my wind back. That just pulled out of a guillotine. Well, Walter Fox did. And so he then goes, okay, get up. Where Oleg's in the guard not doing anything, just blocking. So he's fresh. Where did that rule come from, John? It was never, ever, don't touch the fighters, let the fight go. Obviously, he was saving TV time because it was running out. But why did he do that? And then there's other fights, like with this cut on my head that I got from Cabbage. They were putting adrenaline or what have you to stop the bleeding. He hit me with a knee. And the guy goes, are you all right? And I go, no, I got goop in my eye. I can't see. I'm like, just wipe it. He goes, oh, I can't see. Stop the fight. I'm like, no. What are you doing?
Yeah, the goop that's in my eyes, I can't
Yes,
see.
no, but he's looking for every angle. And then,
Your pool boys
God.
have arrived.
he just fucked the door up.
Hey, how was the meeting with your stepdaughter's boyfriend the other night?
I think that chance to meet him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he was nowhere to be found.
I see.
Yeah, no, that was.
Devin was telling me he had some nice art on that.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't get into that. I was just curious.
Hey, Christy, how you doing?
Good, I didn't want to disturb you.
Oh, no worries. Hey, James, you want to meet Dan Severn?
What are both of your thoughts on Chemo?
Chemo's a tough guy. He's not a wrestler. He's not a striker. He's just a tough guy. What people think of me, because I claim the street as my thing, which I believe is synonymous with real fighting. It's not fighting with a wrestling background. It's not fighting with a striking background. It's not fighting with a submission background. I mixed them all together and I took them to the street. Jeff Blatnick, rest in peace, Jeff. He was a cool guy. Might have picked it up off of me, but I can't tell you how many interviews I would do. I was the top dog after my first show. Everybody wanted to talk to me because I had more personality than most. And so everybody was talking to me, and then they go, "What's your style? What's your style?" Like all these kids out there nowadays. And I go, "Nah, I just fight." I think, "Are you a wrestler?" I go, "Yes, I'm a wrestler." "Are you a striker?" "Yeah, I can strike." You know submission? I know enough submission not to get caught. And I go, I just take it all. I mix it all together and I fight. I don't have a plan. I don't go out with a strategy. I'm going to tire them out and do this and that. And
You know what your strengths are.
Mixed martial arts, and that's what it was. And so.
Yeah, I the same played off this what Tank just said. When I went to my very first UFC, they're basically trying to get all this basic information about you, and then when they hit me with the question, "Well, what is your martial art?" I had never been asked a question like that, and I simply just look at the gal and like going, "I'm an American wrestler." Well, they had never heard that response before, and they're like, looking left and right, like, "What exactly does that do?" And I go. I just kind of maybe I look left and right. And I'm like, you might want to watch because I'm kind of making this up as I go.
Yeah, exactly. You can't have a plan. It doesn't work. You know what? It got me in a plan with his buddy and some guy that doesn't want to be my buddy, Don Fry.
Yeah.
When he stepped on my foot and I fell backwards when he was on Queer Street, which means out on your feet, he was staggering. He stepped on my foot and I fell down. I rolled over. And it was evolving at the time, and I go, okay, I'm going to snap his fucking ankle. I'm going to reach down and grab it and crank it like a strategic move like I've been training for. And if I would have just balls to the walls and said, fuck this, I'm getting a stand-up and did what I've done for a year since I was 9 years old, I would have got away from him. But no, I'm going to do my little sneaky submission hold and twist his ankle. See what that got me. It got Don Fry going, "Fuck Tank Abbott." 25 years later. So it goes back to styles and wrestling, and utilize wrestling to no end. And back before,
as the first by 6, what were the newest rules other than time? I think time was starting.
Okay, there wasn't no eye gouging and no biting.
Okay,
that was it. Because I said, "Can I fish hook?" And John McCarthy's like, "Well, fish hook? What the hell's that?" And I don't know if you're wrestling rooms.
I know exactly.
After wrestling, there's like a free-for-all fight practice, and in high school. And so everybody would fight, and I would fight the coach, and he would get fish hooks on me. He'd come in with the side and just rip my lip off and bang my head on the mat. The tears are coming out of my eyes. He's like, "Yeah, it's a fish hook." And I guess every wrestler knows what a fish hook is. I guess John's not a wrestler. He's the jiu-jitsu stooge. Anyways, so I asked him if you could fish hook, and he's all, "What's that?" And then I said, "What about these things?" I didn't tell him I modified them. I said, "There's speed bag gloves. I found at like a Best Buy package store, box store for sporting goods. It wasn't a Best Buy. It was like a Dick's Sporting Goods or what have you.
That's the big chain that's out there.
Yeah, it was a chain thing, and I found them in there, and it was like speed bag gloves. And I'm like, those look interesting because I need to wrestle. And I looked at them, and they had a plastic tube that was sewn into it.
Bar that you could
I cut that bar out, and I didn't tell him anything. I said, "Can you wear these things?" He said, "If you want to, if you want to." I'm like, this guy's never been in a fight in his life. You're gonna punch somebody with your hands, and then you have to fight 2 other people. It doesn't work that way in the street or where there are no rules. So he's like, "Yeah, you can wear them if you want to." And they were all like, that's all in Walter Fox going to the first his first NHB story. It's all in there. And
Well,
the referee, his name is Little Winchell Duncan.
Okay.
Yeah, Little Winchell Duncan. He's a referee in that show. So I don't know him being a cop and off Winchell's and everything runs together.
Yeah. Off the same aspect, but I mean, it was like I actually asked him, "Can I wear wrestling shoes?" And like, well, if you do, you're not allowed to kick or stop. I'm going, what did I lose just now?
Absolutely.
So I wore wrestling shoes because, again, having a good surface to grip off.
I wanted knee pads, and I left them at home. And then Andy, I don't know if you remember Andy.
Anderson?
No.
Andy, yeah.
He was a little guy that fought a big fat guy that eye gouged him. Andy Anderson.
Yeah.
Andy Anderson. I guess he's in prison. He fell on bad luck.
Oh, that's bad.
Meyerowitz told me he's like in federal prison for something. But he went and got me. They weren't padded, just knee coverings.
Yeah, like the sleeves.
So I wouldn't get mat burns.
Yeah.
And I wore those. I still have them. They're covered in blood. Not mine. And so as far as gear went along, as gloves and that kind of stuff, as Dan's saying, as long as you didn't have steel things in them, that's what he said. And there was only 2 rules: you couldn't bite and you couldn't eye gouge. And then after I fought, you couldn't fish hook.
Who would have won between Don Fry and Hoist Gracie? The fans want to know from you guys.
Don Fry.
Yeah, because Don had the rest of base, but he had that. He had
the jiu-jitsu secret's out. It's not like Steven Seagal or whatever that you can't quantify his secret moves because he uses brain things. His secret's out. It's not. Submission's not hard to learn if you've wrestled your whole life. If you have a strong grappling background, I guarantee you Dan would not get choked out by any submission nowadays. But back in the day, they introduced the guillotine, and I fell victim to it, and I believe Dan did too. From Shamrock, what a joke that guy is. Whoa, keep me on track. So Dan was out there, and it was all new, but everything's not new anymore. Everybody knows just about everything.
Yeah, especially when you could Google match after match. I mean, it's you could trade. There's so much footage that you could see, and you got all kinds of cool coaches out there that they've got 30 plus years in it as well. That can help you break down tapes to see what is an opponent's strength, what their weaknesses are. You always try to avoid their strengths.
You know what?
Capitalize on weaknesses.
I don't want to cut you off, but you're a wrestler, and people don't know exactly how much I've wrestled, and I don't really care. But I've wrestled with some top guys. It doesn't really matter how much wrestling you can watch, how much wrestling you can know. It matters what's in your heart, what's in your head, and how tough you are. You can't just go, I'm going to the wrestling room and I'm going to be a tough guy and fight in the UFC.
Yeah, I totally agree. It doesn't work like that. You either have that
natural ability,
determination, and you have to have heart. Those are 2 things that no coach can really instill inside of you. Either you have it or you don't. And there's ways of conditioning people, but I've been in the practice room. I coached at Arizona State, I coached at Michigan State. There's guys inside that practice room that they are king of the practice room. But you put them up for that live crowd, they choke. And
Paul Herrera.
And then there's other guys that they can't walk across that wrestle mat without tripping over that painted out line, but you put them out in front of a crowd, it's like the biggest vitamin B12. It's like dun dun dun. They come alive, and most people fall somewhere in between those two levels.
Now, we posted some clips on this channel, Dan, of your Toxic Masculinity podcast that you're doing with Tank's buddy Don.
What do you think of that toxic masculinity name there in the first place? Toxic masculinity.
Oh yeah, if I understood it, I would know. I mean, I understand it.
Oh no, trust me. I actually had to ask because the Don's.
No, I'm dissecting it in my brain right now, and I'll put my disclaimer out there. You know, I had a series of strokes when I was in the hospital, so I'm struggling to get to average intelligence. But I'll toxic. What's the
masculinity? Toxic masculinity.
It's kind of an oxymoron, kind of like light heavyweights.
Well, but when you think about today's political atmosphere,
I
this whole
understand.
I mean, it goes well beyond that because I had asked Don some questions about that, and he's the one that brought up all these other. I thought, well, you put in a lot more thought than I'll give you credit for, which I mean, it was comical, but
Oh, sure.
but it was we do have quite a bit of the neutering of our society more and
Oh,
more.
I happen.
From parental aspects to people just be what you are.
Yes, and it's not like I after my first show, which I pretty much dominated, except for in my novel, Olaf cheated his way to the finals, and I lost due to fatigue and everything else. Not that I was not in shape. I get in shape, people. I just show up when I shouldn't. But that whole point of Olaf, cheat a lot, and all that, it's all about how tough you are. It's not, that guy is a tough man. You can't take that away from him. Back to Hoist Gracie, that man's a tough man, but he's 180 pounds. And jiu-jitsu's not going to save him because I know jiu-jitsu and I know how to stop it. He's going to try to stop a 600-pound sledgehammer coming in his face. Good luck. And Dan will tie him up in knots. I'm pretty sure Dan's not going to get tapped out ever again. So that's where it goes. Bitter old man.
No, it's kind of like sometimes
It's just the truth. I'm the purveyor of truth.
Yeah.
And then people get all pissed off, these people that ask these questions, because you can't buy being tough. And,
Right.
and everybody wants to be a tough guy for some reason. I'm at ease with it. Whatever. I just laugh at people now.
No, I always say they don't have to ask to be my Facebook friend. If they don't like what I'm talking about, they can simply go bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly.
Move along. That's the freedoms that we still have.
Maybe that's how I ended up out in the middle of the desert out here.
No,
right?
maybe it was actually interesting driving off that 136 because
Yeah.
it's kind of like going. I feel like I might be getting seasick here.
When we came out to view this house, because we were looking all over the place, I could live anywhere I want to live. And I go, once we got on this road, I go, I'm starting to really like this place. I hadn't even seen it yet. And she's all, yeah. And then I came to the dirt road where it says private road.
Yes.
I go, oh, I love this place. I hope the house is like the pictures. And it is. So, yeah, I'm enjoying living here.
Do you have how much land do you have here?
It's an acre.
Okay.
I own all the way that way. See where the fence ends?
Yeah.
That's the property line. I'm going to put a fence across the back there.
You mean the metal fence or was that about
The further fence out there,
yep,
the
yep,
neighbor's
yep,
fence.
Okay, got it. That's it. Yep.
And that's to our property line. So I sit out here and chill with my wife, the only person I can stand. And of course, Sam Devon.
Yeah. It limited dosages though. Okay. Limited dosages.
I don't know, because I was back in the days. I was, I'm sure you don't remember this because we all know the yahoos that we run into in this life. But I was at UFC 5, I believe, in Charlotte.
Okay.
And I was one of these dilettantes that comment on us at the thing, and I'm like, I was so in love with wrestling and like wrestling ever since I was 9 years old. That was all about me. And
Just way before I started.
yeah, well,
wrestling.
so you got on the elevator, and I'm sure I was across the highway drinking cocktails with the locals there. And I was just there to check it out. Because Art Davey told me that I would be in the show,
Okay.
but not this show. So I had someone fly me out there. And so I was there, and you got in the elevator. And you had a towel around your neck, and somebody was with you. And I go, oh, so you're Dan Severn. And you're like, yeah, like you would talk to a Mark. And I go, listen, man, I'm a fucking wrestler. And I go, don't fucking let wrestling down. And you looked at me like I was crazy. And I'm like, I go, you got to stand up for wrestling, man. You got to take care of these guys. And you're like, oh, yeah. I'm like, okay, idiot, quit fucking talking to me. And I go, because if you don't, I might come back and kick your ass. When I was getting off the elevator, I timed it right. And you just kind of shrugged and looked at your friend like, that guy's fucking crazy, right? We meet crazy people in this life.
You just never know who you're going to be there.
Yeah, you're like, what, dude? Hey, calm down. I've never met you before in my life. But, yeah, that was my first bump in with Sam Devern.
There's a fan, Tank, that wanted to know if it bothered you to lose to Scott Steiner.
No. Scott, it's a good guy to lose to.
All right, as we wind it down here, what is your thoughts on the current UFC scene right now compared to what it was when you guys started?
I don't really watch it. I kind of catch up here's and there's. So, whatever. Back in the day, the premise was, who's the baddest guy walking around the streets? In a bar, whatever. And so Dan Severn, the likes of me, all these guys came together to fight like men, not a sport. It wasn't like I participate in a sport. It was like, you got out and fought. And it's like if you were into soccer, you would carry a soccer ball around in your car and stop at every stoplight and start juggling it with your feet. But that's how it was with the fighting. They were real warriors. Now it's like, oh, I train in MMA. Oh, so in your head, that's making you think you're tough. But these guys, I don't know. And then, like I said yesterday, all these little guys should look up and thank and pay homage to whoever invented a weight scale. Because if they didn't, they could never compete in a tournament. Why don't they have a tournament? And then I vaguely know some names like that Nagano guy. He could fight, who's the little leprechaun guy? Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
He could fight him. They could have a tournament like that. And then I could get that GSP. That guy is like a metrosexual looking dude. I would hate to lose to that guy. Like, oh my God.
What did you think about GSP's last fight? Some people said it was given to him.
I've never seen him fight, and I don't know. The way he looks like Van Damme.
What time there was his last fight in?
That was a few years ago now.
I thought he was coming back or something like that to fight.
There's always talk of him
There's
versus
talk
Khabib.
about him possibly coming back.
It's a money issue, I think.
He strikes me like Anthony Macias, kind of like a metrosexual kind of guy. But you got to take your hat off. I guess he's talented.
And I guess it's happening right now. Tiger Woods has been in a serious car accident. He's in surgery right now.
Oh, wow.
Any thoughts on Tiger Woods? I don't strike.
I have a joke about it just right off the top of my head. It was like, did he mess up his car, or was his wife with him, or now ex-wife? Didn't she beat the shit out of his car with a golf club?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think in Florida that was a big deal. So that was my attempt at a joke, that he got in a car accident. Did his wife beat up the car with a golf club?
There's a fan that wants to know your guys' thoughts on testosterone replacement therapy. That's
just an excuse for pussies that have to take steroids because they can't be who they are by themselves, and they're mental pussies, and they fucking have to take a crutch. I hate these redhead guys that fight. It's cheating.
Yeah, to me, it's like there should be there's rules and regulations to all. What you asked before, it's a nice competition. Is what the UFC has morphed into.
Yeah,
it's nowhere near.
It's a sport.
Yeah, it's nowhere near the spectacle that it was when it first began, of having big mid versus different smaller. I mean, have weight differences of 400 plus pounds. Yeah. But you still had mid that climbed in there, and they're ready to throw down. And when you only had, just either a couple rules to abide by, and no time rounds, you just simply wait until somebody was unconscious, whether that was because they choked them out or they knocked them out, or your corner could throw a towel in. the 8-man tournament concept. You know, we
Yes.
talked about that.
It's not illegal. They should do it. They should have it. Why don't they have it? Because none of the fighters will do it.
Well, you would have to have so many alternates in place because what's the chances of one person surviving 3
Well,
matches?
right,
or,
but
or at least the first 2 to go into a final.
You've fought in tournaments. You know, you suck it up. It's
Well,
not like, oh, I have a hurt hand. I can't fight now. You suck it up and do what you got to do.
But that I think, but a lot of that is because of, well, again, for myself, I'll speak
Yeah,
because
sure.
of that wrestling background, doing 4, 5, 6, 7 matches a day.
Tournaments.
You know, so do that tournament format, knowing that okay, first round I've got this guy from this school,
Absolutely.
whatever. I go against this guy. Next round I'm going to get other ones. But the same way, if you jumped into freestyle and Greco-Roman tournaments, you jump in, it's a blind draw, and you simply know you could be going against a national champion, a World Cup champion, Olympian, or something like that. Your first
Sure.
time out, and you go out there because that was just the luck of the draw, and then. Whether you win or lose, you're always guaranteed at least 2 matches.
You didn't have to make sure the conditions were right.
Right.
You went out and wrestled no matter what. Even if you had a broken foot, you went out and wrestled.
Yeah.
You didn't sit there and go, oh, I have to make an excuse. I can't fight. Everything's got to be perfect for these guys to fight. And that's not me. I'm a warrior. I'll step up there. I'll take a loss. I don't care because everybody else are pussies and they don't want to fight.
Last fan question I'll ask. Thank you, all the fans, for your questions. I know we didn't get many of them, but these guys go off on tangents, which is fine. That's what we want.
The ADD kicking it here right now, that's all.
But favorite match, Dan, from WWE, and Tank, they want to know your favorite match from WCW. And also, last thing, fans, there will be a high-quality version of this released with the full video. This is just the cell phone version.
Yeah, I mean, this high quality, whatever fan favorite type match. I work predominantly with Owen Hart, with Shamrock was in the mix, and Steve Blackman. I mean, it seemed like there was always like the 3 of us getting together. I had other individual matches that took place, but it seemed like towards I'll say it kind of kept getting more that I was with those 3. But there was the inevitability was there was a match 3 between Shamrock and myself, a rubber match that could have easily have played out in the wacky world of professional wrestling that never got its opportunity, and that just it's lost. So lost opportunity.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. I like wrestling with everybody, but I would have to say for the World Championship, WCW World Championship match against Sid Vicious, I thought I had him. I was busting him up pretty good, and I was new, my novice thing, and I turned my back on him, and he snuck up and choked me out. And it's just because another excuse. Here comes the reason why, is because I just didn't know what I was doing. I thought I had him, and I was being braggadocious. I turned my back to him, and everybody saw him choke me out. I had that belt this close in my hands, this close, and it was snatched away from Sid. And thank God I went to the hotel bar and got drunk, because I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't have done that.
Getting drunk with Mean Gene.
Mean Gene Okerlund. Gino.
Now, I forgot to ask you earlier about Gregory Helms, Tank, your time working with 3 Count and Gregory Helms. I don't know if Dan ever met him, but you were the manager. He was the manager of 3 boy band wrestlers.
Yes.
He would often dance and sing.
Oh, yeah, I wrote a song. I was using them to get a record label to sign me. Yeah, those guys, because you know how rock stars are, they're really full of themselves. If you don't, but my run-ins with them, and they think they're, the next best thing since sliced bread. But that's all right, goes with the territory. But that's how 3 Count was. They were a boy band. I mean, they had like NSYNC and all those kind of bands going on, and they didn't really have time for me to chit chat. And they were on to my sneaky ways of using them as backup singers for my debut. I can't remember what I called it. It was in But it's a Tank thing. I sang, it ain't nothing but a tank thing. And it went off. I actually filmed a commercial, and I was branching off to be Tank Sinatra. What somebody else is a Tank Sinatra now, but the Sinatra people, I set a whole commercial for them with my singing and all. I was in a tuxedo, and the Sinatra people would not let legal let me do that parody of Frank, even though I have blue eyes. I actually dedicated a fight, I think it was Hugo Duarte, to Frank Sinatra just died, and I dedicated the fight in the octagon to him. Old Blue Eyes.
Where did Tank come from? Where because that's your first name, so
No.
So where did Tank come from?
Okay, so I'm in jail. I get a
What time frame? How old?
95,
Okay, okay, so you are
30.
okay.
I was a teenager till 52 when I got sick.
Okay.
And so I was 30, and I got out on work release during the day, and then I had to go back to like a temporary jail. And the guy that worked there goes, I can get you in this show, because we'd seen it and just popped on the thing. It was like a big deal. Like, wow, they finally got a real show, and there wasn't a martial arts show. It was just billed as real fighting. And so, my friend, who's an annoying, doesn't know how to take no for an answer, kept calling Art Davey. And he's like, listen, okay, he needs to be a black belt of something. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. Black belts don't work. That is karate and all that's all a bunch of bullshit. I've been in more street fights than you can imagine, easily over 200. And no one has, there's been a few fools that thought karate would work for them, and it didn't go their way. And I'm like, no, I don't have a black belt. So Art Davies doing background to find out who I am from Orange County in the street, and it didn't take him too long to find out. Calls up my friend and he goes, oh, did you find out that he stomps the streets around here? And he goes, is he qualified? He's not a martial artist. And he goes, no, he's not. We have a problem. And he's, oh, he's not qualified? And he goes, no, we heard he's overqualified. And I'm like, okay then. And he goes, we got to think about what we're going to do to bring him in. And so they're under the impression that a street fighter has not been in a wrestling room since he's been 9 years old, or a boxing gym for 4 or 5 years, and goes out every weekend and beats the shit out of people at bars, because I looked for it. And so he goes, you're saying he's a street fighter. You're saying he's a street fighter. Art Davey goes, okay, we figured it out. Tell Tank to come in for an office thing. And so I come in. And I wasn't Tank at the time. He goes, tell Dave to come on down here. And he goes, all right, we've been scratching our heads, and here's the deal. You ever seen Any Which Way But Loose? And
yeah, I've seen the movie.
Okay, and I go, no, because I don't really watch movies. And he goes, there's a guy on there, he's called the Street Fighting Legend, and his name's Tank Murdoch. And this character that Clint Eastwood is playing, Philo, Beto, or what have you, is a fighter too. And he's going to go fight in a backyard fight. And he's going to fight Tank Murdoch. And he goes, the Street Fighting Legend. He goes, so we want to pump you up as like the real life Tank Murdoch, the Street Fighting Legend. I don't care. Am I not going to jail? And they're going, yeah, you're not going to jail. And I go, perfect. Call me Lucy. Call me whatever you want. As long as I'm not in trouble, I'm down for throwing down, And so ever since then, Tank I used to shrill at the name, like someone would go, "Hey, Tank," and I go, "Oh my God, that's so fucking stupid."
Well, even going to be here today, I kept thinking, do I refer to you as David? Or
Oh,
to as Tank,
I'm
or-
used to it now.
Oh,
You
okay.
can call,
Okay.
most people call me asshole,
Oh, well.
so that's more used to it. So, anyways, so they booked me as Tank, the street fighting legend, and according to their martial art brains, because they know certain stuff that you don't know, and they're gonna beat me up. I was going to be made fast work of, especially by the 400-pound bone breaking Samoan, even though it was happenstance with the lottery balls. They're like, "Oh, this is going to be perfect," because everybody out there in TV land, which is absolutely turned out to be true, thinks they can fight and thinks they're tough guys. I found that out after the show. All these people I've known for years, went to high school with, they all decided that they're going to give me fight lessons. And I'm like, I've been stomping these streets and beating people up for the last 5-10 years. And you're now going to tell me how to street fight? And I've known you forever and I've never seen you back down to cheerleaders, and you're going to tell me how to do it.
Yeah, what's your pedigree?
Yeah, exactly.
What's your pedigree?
And so they called me Tank, the street fighting legend, and voila, it stuck. And in the book, Crazy Fox, that's what they changed his name. His name's Walter Fox, and they call him in the book Crazy Fox. And Walter Fox in the book cringes at the name of Crazy, much like somebody that in real life that would cringe about the name of Tank. Like, "Hey, Tank." And I go, "You know how stupid that sounds? Like, you're like, "Hey, I'm a tank." And I'm like, whatever, but it's stuck now.
Okay,
That's who I am.
I just kind of thought with it because of your
Oh, you're
stocky demeanor, the fact that you're bench pressing 600
Yes.
pounds, and
No, it had nothing to do with any of that.
Okay,
It was all the street fighting lessons stuff. Like, "Are you the beast?"
to me, it's like that was just a.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
the same.
The girls gave him the nickname the Beast.
Oh, I
Back
have
in
no
college.
doubt. They have not 1 ounce of knowledge about fighting anywhere, and they're going to name people like they named me Tank. Whatever.
I was probably just looking for that marketability.
Yes,
trying to get
absolutely.
more sponsors on board.
It was that
stuff like
stooge that worked for Bob Meyerowitz, Campbell McLaren,
Oh,
and then Art Davey. Those brilliant minds got together and collectively came up
I think
with Tank.
Campbell. Last I knew, he was actually working doing a Spanish version.
Yeah,
of mixed
for
martial
Tito
arts.
fought in it. It looked like a work fight to me
Oh,
against that Del Rio guy, the wrestler.
oh, really?
He
Yeah,
got brought up.
don't
He
know.
got brought up on charges, some sexual kind of charges or something like that, after the fight. But it was a total work, in my opinion. In my opinion, it was a work. He just went out there and threw him on the ground and started punching him in the face, and they stopped at like 30 seconds. But Campbell was at the helm of that show, and like I said, he was nothing more than a stooge for Meyerowitz. So when he was pushing that show, I get his angle on it, but he was kind of cheesy, like a Don Kingish kind of character. He was playing a character, and people weren't buying it. I don't think, unless they really thought he was a jerk.
Dan, do you want to let fans know where they can follow you on social media?
Well, just go to dansevered.com, SEVERN, dansevered.com. You'll see all my social media outlets there. But I am going to do, when we do go off the air, I am going to do something really cheesy. I'm going to ask you to autograph your book.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
I'm all down for that. If I can remember my
Yeah.
name, was it Tank?
Well, what,
The Beast.
but one last,
You have to read it.
one last look there for fans out
Oh,
there.
good.
These 2 books that are out here right now. We got
And I wrote every word of it. It wasn't a ghostwriter. It wasn't anybody else.
Before
sat
There
and-
Were Rules and
That was in book 1 and book 2.
yeah,
Bar Brawler
Cage Fighter Legend.
and Street Warrior.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, especially My
Yes.
character is
Sam
Sam Devon.
Devon.
Okay, good. I'll look for it.
Yeah. I don't know if I go off on you in a good or a bad way. You were just kind of on the
Well,
periphery
basically, yeah.
because you were fighting Sham Joke Pebble.
Well, Dan doesn't have that much controversial stuff to go off about.
Oh yeah, no, but I'm talking about in the novel that I wrote,
Oh yeah.
the parody that I wrote. He was not like a main character in it. He was just the guy that walked by.
Excellent. And the max, or what's it called? Testosterone, toxic masculinity.
There
Toxic
you go.
masculinity. You're still waiting to open a YouTube channel for it.
Well, yeah, I know. There's still things that it's all still in its prelims here. I mean, we're still.
Where are you going down to? You going down to Tucson to do it?
Yeah, down to Tucson, just
I
outside of
could
Tucson.
drive out there if you want me to do it. I'll go down there. Maybe me and my newest fan,
Yeah.
Don, we could do like a halftime wrestling show in there. We can go at each other.
If you do that, and
We're both beat.
back for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're all beat up, and it's like
We'll get the four cactuses for the four poles. Ring
yeah,
posts. Yeah, there
exactly.
you go. Got to do the Arizona sunset scenery.
Well,
Arizona's awesome. I'm glad I made the move, and HB was going down the tubes and still is, especially when you. I don't say the T word, but when you elect Mayor Pro Tem Tito Ortiz, you guys are fools.
Dan, any final comment here to wrap this up?
No, actually, it was kind of funny because when you were interviewing me, I tend not to try to swear, and I always refer to people as a turd. So that's my
Okay.
T word is if you're a turd, you're not you're a person that obviously I want to flush down the toilet.
I understand.
Yeah,
So I fit both things.
Well, no. I was gonna say you referred to Tito.
Oh, the T word, yes.
Yeah, the T word.
Well, it applies both for him. So. Huh.
Do you want to finish this with an insult tag? That seems to be the way that you.
Oh,
like to end it.
insults. Listen.
But your wife would approve of.
Yes, well, my wife will approve.
Well, I'll say one thing before take us up, that this has been an interesting day for me because I've never had a chance to have any kind of dialogue with Tank like this. So
Somebody said it was the best interview ever. Andrew Anderson, you may have met the wrestler. He commented that.
oh, okay, yeah, because Andrew and I were supposed to have done a match at an event all due to the coronavirus and got postponed, then canceled, then postponed, and so.
Well, that's
the
it's
match
something
go
that
on
you
the
haven't
professional
touched
team, we
on.
don't- we
Why
don't-
don't you touch
we don't
on?
know if it ever happen again.
Why don't you touch on Sam Devon and Walter Fox fight?
I guess, but I wasn't there to see it.
No, you were in it.
Oh.
You kicked Walter's ass. Sam Devon beat an Ultimate. Was it Ultimate? I get messed up because of my issues, medical
Okay,
issues.
okay.
When did you fight me and slap the shit out of me?
Oh, ultimate.
Yeah.
That's it. The first time they had the round and stuff like that. No, it
Yeah,
was just-
so let's talk about that fight. This thing. When Dan went out there, he came out like a wrestler, and I had trained with
Mark Schultz.
well, yeah, I don't drop names, but yeah, Mark Schultz, he's a world champion. Dan,
No, I just have a lot of respect.
Yeah,
for
Dan.
those
Yeah,
two
so
guys.
yeah, no, Mark and Mark, you can't say enough accolades about the man. But he's an awesome wrestler. So I was not too worried about his wrestling ability at all, and I wanted to punch, and he took me down, and he just held me there. Whichever, that's his style. But I mean, it wasn't like I was begging for my life. I was just getting peppered, and he won. Oh, it's no excuses. But he just peppered me, and so it wasn't. If it was the street, I would have laid there for like an hour, and then finally get tired. I'd hit a stand up and go after him. But
I believe that.
yeah, but
Like I said, even when it was all the match was over, I mean, you're still standing there, you're ready to throw down.
yeah,
So,
exactly. But it's not. He won. It was an absolute thing, and that's his fighting style. I'm just a little more aggressive, but so yeah.
Issues over here. He's just a little bit more aggressive. That's all.
Yeah. Dan was out there to take you down and win. I was out there to kill you.
He's mellowed.
And pose for some cameras too. I saw one where you had the guy up against the cage, and you had time to like look at the camera. And reminded me of pro wrestling.
Yeah, well, it's like you don't understand. You have a group of fighters, right? And I never understood why they had the cocktail parties afterwards. But you have these fighters.
I didn't understand that either.
Yeah, that's asking for trouble.
And like they're all fighters. I mean, like a good friend of mine said from Vietnam, he's a POW. He said, eagles might share the side of a mountain, but they don't flock. And this man's a warrior beyond warriors. And he's right. It's not like, hey, we're going to, maybe now that we're older or whatever, back in those days, I'm a fuck. You get drunk and go, come on, let's go. We're going to fight right now. And then we'll be friends tomorrow. But as far as that goes, you know, it's fighting.
There he is. You know what? That's much clearer.
All right. Good.
How's the backdrop?
It's not as good, but we can hear and see you, and you can hear me.
Okay, cool.
Before we get back into it, someone wants to know: do you sell autographed pictures or autographed books? And if yes, how do they reach you about that?
Yes, I do. But
self-addressed stamped envelope.
A self-addressed stamp envelope. I think my address is out there for everyone.
All right. And his wife is on Facebook. You can look her up. Or actually, you have a Instagram page.
Yeah.
Message your Instagram page.
I'm pretty bad at that too. So.
Or you can message me on my Facebook, Sally Abbott.
Yeah, Sally Abbott.
There you go. Now, you wanted to talk about Don and Dan's Toxic Masculinity podcast. I think they got about 26.
Oh, you know?
Yeah,
I checked that out. I guess those guys, good for them. They're doing what is it? Some woke broadcast, Toxic Masculinity or something like that. Did he break his back? Don or did he?
He's had several back surgeries. I know he's got a lot of back problems.
Yeah. The Brokeback Cowboy and was that Dudley Do Right? Those guys are awesome. But no, seriously, I haven't seen it yet, but I plan on it. I wish him the best.
Someone wants to know what your best bench press is.
The most I ever did was 625. That's without drugs, steroids, ever, by the way. I have never, ever taken steroids. I'm putting it out there for everyone to know. I will take a lie detector test for anybody out there that wants to pay for it. I will do it by someone that's accredited, legit guy. I will do it. Set it up. I have never, ever taken steroids. All you pussies that take steroids, I didn't. And I don't really mean it that way. I don't really care. But if you're going to fight me, I mean, you should be fair. You should be fair. That's not fair.
Yeah, there's ways to get around it, and some of the federations. I've noticed some of those European federations don't seem to test at all. The one that Triganovsky's in, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, exactly. But it's up to you. Whatever you're into. If you're competing in a sport or something, that's different. But if you're taking it for whatever reasons you want to take it for, good. But as far as me bench pressing over 600 pounds and everything else, I've always been strong since forever. It's just the way it is.
Someone brings up here that they once saw you do a 2 or 3 plate upright row.
Yeah, the most I've ever done with upright rows was 365 pounds for fours. Didn't do them. I only did it one time, but yeah, that was the most I ever did with those. Yeah,
And like I could do curls with 150-pound dumbbells. I could pretty much do. I got all natural strength, so it's not like I'm taking drugs and I'm working on certain muscles and they'll be strong. I've always been stronger than everyone. It's just the way it is. I'm lucky, I guess. Blessed, fortunate, all of the above. But yes, a very, very strong man.
Didn't your father recently die? He was a football coach or something. Did he kind of get you into lifting?
Oh yeah, my dad passed away. I just learned about it. We're not too close with my family and stuff like that, but I learned about it not too long ago. Yeah, he's a great man. He's a great dad, actually. And let that be known. My father was a football coach, and football was his passion. And he lived it. You know, he coached high school football, played football forever. My brother, who's 5 years my senior, whom I had big brother envy forever, um, he was a football star, and we were the football family, man. And then after my brother, he's 5 years older than I was. After football, he went into wrestling, and I was his little brother tag along 5 years as his junior. And he dragged me along into the wrestling room, and the rest is history. I fell in love with wrestling, and it was on.
Why do you think WWE never picked you up after your WCW run? Because you were one of the most popular professional wrestlers in WCW around the time they closed.
You know, that was a really crazy ass time in my life. I was a crazy ass son of a bitch, racing down the rails of hell. Man, I'm telling you, the things I did and the things I've seen would blow your mind. And I'm thinking about writing a book about uh, Walter Fox maybe getting into professional wrestling and doing the crazy things and the crazy life that he could I could imagine that went down. But of course, it would all be fiction.
Someone was asking earlier what happened to your kidney and liver for the fans that don't know what exactly happened that you needed them replaced.
Okay, well, if you don't know, I'm pretty much the legendary party master, man. I was the biggest funaholic. You want to call me an alcoholic, go ahead. But I think it was eighth grade summer. I remember getting some beers, and I took a sip of that beer and got drunk as a skunk and said, "Woohoo, this is for me." And the snowball started rolling, and it got crazy out of control. And next thing you know, not going to happen to me. Oh, yeah. Next thing you know, I was full blown cirrhosis. Doesn't happen overnight. It happens, though. And next thing you know, you're in Cedar Sinai, Sinai Life, transplants, all the doctors. Oh my God, Dr. Nissan, the head transplant guy, liver guy, doctor, physician. Oh my God, I can't talk enough about him. And there's one guy that I don't know, the Dr. Toto, the amazing Dr. Toto, awesome guy, great person, awesome doctor. Uh-oh, enough of that. Anyways, man, yes. So Cedars, I needed a liver because I partied too hard and didn't listen to anybody saying you're gonna die. Not me. I just put a stay on it. I'm so lucky. And every day, oh my God, woohoo, man. Nope, I don't get angry anymore.
Were you just drinking from the time you got up, or was this something that you would just start a dinner and drink all
Oh,
night, or how would you consume?
there is no such thing. Okay, let me explain to you how
things evolve. And that is, I party all the way up to college. Lo and behold, going through college, I get a job at a liquor store. And so I was never in the need for booze. But anyways, the parties got bigger and crazier. The next thing you know, you're dying. In fact, I can tell you, after wrestling came to an end, I was dying. I knew I was dying, and it was clear as day. And it wasn't like I was signing up to go more of that lifestyle. Not that it's a crazy lifestyle if you live it and you want to do it. I mean, trust me, no one partied harder or drank harder than me that is alive, because I should be dead. For 4 years ago, I was dead, and I shouldn't be around, but I'm lucky I pulled it off. But I partied way too hard, needed a liver and a kidney also.
Who would have been up there towards your level in WCW? Because there's been a lot of pretty heavy partiers in wrestling over the years. Bagwell is one of them that's still causing havoc with some of his incidents.
To each his own. All those guys can do whatever they want to do. I kind of everybody just stays to their own beat, but I trust you, me. Best way to explain, even at the end of wrestling, is leaving Las Vegas, but more on the level of 10 times as crazy. It was like, what the hell am I going to do now? Like Ben Saunderson, the character that Nick Cage plays. Like, what the hell am I to do now? He goes, I guess I'm going to go to Vegas and drink myself to death. Well, I took the long route, and I did a lot of crazy. I'm telling you, listen, I know crazy people and crazy stories. No one could hold a candle to me. No one. And I know there's people out there going, oh yeah, I'm not in competition with anybody. If you were, man, you're crazy too, man. I hope you're alive. Anyways, but man, I'm a funaholic, man. I had so much fun.
What was interesting to me when I was over there visiting you was your love of the Smiths, and that when you were driving around looking for fights, you'd actually be listening to them, which is they're so relaxing. So I find that hilarious.
Oh, juxtaposed or whatever. No. The Smiths and violence. Not really. If you think about it, you're like, oh, lovesick over an ex-girlfriend. There could be some violence brewing somewhere. Somebody was mad at you or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. The Smiths. I could get angry at the Smiths. You know what? I have never really been mad. I guess I've been mad at people, but everybody that I ever beat up, and I beat up a lot of people. Oh yeah, I can already hear people. I used to be that guy on the other side of this interview. I'll kick your ass. I don't care. Um, as a friend, once I heard say on a podcast, that's so far in my rearview mirror. In my rearview mirror, I just don't. He said it much more eloquently than I did, but it's in my rearview mirror, man. I don't even go there anymore. But I forgot what I was talking about.
Well, there's a fan on here that wants to know how you
Oh,
came
the
up with
Smiths.
the. Oh yeah, the Smiths. Yeah.
So, it's about being violent and everything and hurting people. It's not about that. Anybody that I beat up was trying to do the same thing to me. And I'm just a little bit better at it.
Morrissey's coming to Vegas in July, somebody says.
Oh, interesting.
And this
I
same
like
person.
I like Morrissey. Yes.
This same person wants to know about the over-the-shoulder flip move that you used to do in WCW, and why do you think nobody does that? It was such a cool move.
I'm glad you noticed that. It was actually more of an amateur move. And when I first got into the WCW, I didn't know what the hell I was getting into. And so I kind of wanted to hold on to the reel. And that's kind of a finish, a good way to finish a nice double leg is you clear the top that way so you don't have any problems. Um, and that's where it came from. I just kind of accentuated it. I'm kind of glad that you noticed that. That's cool. Thank you.
Rye Black wants to know, what are your current thoughts on Ken Shamrock? He's kind of dropped off the radar lately. He was an Impact for a while doing that stuff with Joey Ryan, but that was the last we kind of saw of him.
Yeah, God knows what's up with that old Ken. I don't know. I've never really had anything to do with him. Um, he is what he is, I guess. I hope he's doing well. Um, hmm. I don't know. Good luck to him, whatever he is.
I did try to suggest to Rick Bassman when he was doing his podcast on this channel that he should have you on with Boss Rutan, since Boss was part of the podcast, but for some reason
Oh.
they never did that.
They should have, could have. I guess him and the other little guy. What's his name? The little wrestler dude from Iowa, Pat Miletich. Yeah, I ran from that guy. Woohoo! And I'm gonna broker a fight deal with Boss Rutan, and I'm gonna throw out some contingencies. And we're gonna talk price over a fight. If I wanted to fight you in an airport, I think I'd stomp your little ass. So if you're gonna make up a story, make up a good one. Anything else you want to ask?
Someone
You
wants
know
to
what?
know.
You be honest with you, I really don't care. What are you gonna say? Go ahead and say whatever you want to say. I'm just joking around about boss and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
Woohoo!
now that you're in front of your pool, I did hear a podcast with Dan Severin, who I interviewed both of you guys out in front of that
Yeah.
exact pool about a year or so ago, and he said he had to hold himself back from throwing you in the pool.
Oh, the good-natured, mannered boy got irritated. Yeah, he said I was arrogant. I thought I was being nice. What is it? It is what it is. I don't know. He was going to push me in the pool, he said. And I'll tell you what, Dudley Do Right. No one's going to be pushing me in no pool, arrogant or not. And if you do, you better start running, because when I get out, it's not going to be good for you. And I don't, I blow you one big crazy one. Even amateur wrestling, I think I could beat Dan Severin. I know my wife's in the background going, oh my God, competition. He's like you have to realize these old heavyweights, these pre-steroid heavyweight guys are not athletic guys. They're like big bulldozers, and they had pushed themselves around the mat, and then there's not much going on. That's why I always wrestled 190. I could have wrestled heavy. They're big, slow, and they're not nowhere near as strong as I am heavyweights. And toot. Anyways, I don't wrestle heavyweight, and that's what Dan Severin was, a heavyweight, and I had beat him 3-2. That's right.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're not athletes. Before those days, the heavyweights were big bulldozers, and they'd run into each other, and then they push each other around the mat. They're not athletic people. That's why My whole team went crazy when they picked the Samoan in the first real UFC fight without the Gracie twister matches going on. Everybody got bored over. And they put the first real fight on without any conflict of interest was me and the Matua. And he did the Matua. But he was, they, back in those days, they didn't pick who was going to fight and everything. They had a little ball. This was the first thing, like a lottery ball, and you picked balls and stuff. Anyways, they picked me and the Samoan to fight, and my whole table jumped up. Woo, this is going to be great. Why? Because they're unathletic, slow, and big, huge punching bags, and I'm 10 times the strength as they are. That's why. Woohoo! I'm just joking around, people. Not really.
There's a fan on here that wants to know, during your UFC fights, which one do you think you performed the best in, and which loss pissed you off the most?
You know what? You talk about my record. Sit there and say, I don't want to hear excuses. Hey, excuses, because you're a pussy. You would just take a loss, not me. All of my fights that I lost to, something was going on. Every single one of them. You did see the first show that I fought in? That was the only fight show that I really cared about. And that was, did you see the Macias winking and everything? It's pretty documented that Oleg fought some guy that did the job for him. And that it was all a big work. And Big John McCarthy never, ever stopped a fight, ever. Oh, whoa, the first fight ever he stopped was mine. Why put us on our feet? Why do you do all that kind of stuff? And then you want to talk about tough. You want to talk about Dan Severn is tough. This is the first time ever in the world that anybody saw a guillotine. No one knew what submission was. No one knew arm locks were, any of this kind of stuff. So the guillotine, Shamrock gets Severn in a guillotine. Watch that show. Go get UFC 6 and see how long that tough son of a bitch Dudley Do-Right fights that off that guillotine. He starts slapping that mat so fast, he looked like a fish on a wrestling mat. And then that goes down. It's just, there's your tough guy. That's your Severn. That's your Dudley Do-Right. He's going to push me in the water.
Do you think Don Fry got his voice from drinking out of the horse water?
Oh, probably. The Brokeback Cowboy. I could see that. I hope he's doing good. I hope that show, that toxic masculinity, they could get like that swimmer that that's competing like a woman. They could get that guy on or her, whatever she is, to interview her. A toxic masculinity, doesn't that fit? Hey, I should be a booker for your show. Come on.
Would you appear on their show if they had you on? I'm sure the fans would love to see that.
Oh, I don't think they'd know what to do. Brokeback might get out of the chair and attack me, and then Dudley Do-Right will be over there shaking his head back and forth with his arms crossed, going, well, that doesn't make sense there. I hope those boys don't do that. Oh, Lord.
Ryan wants to know if you think Don Fry was on the juice. I can pretty much guess your answer.
I don't know, but look at that face. You know what? There's nothing. Check this out. We all know that I'm not the brightest guy in the world, but like you got Arby's, like you think about that, right? Arby's, ARBY, but it's actually RB, roast beef. Now, where was I going with that? What was I talking about before roast beef?
Would Don Fry have taken steroids? Someone wanted.
Oh, so you got this Arby's, like roast beef, but you think it's Arby's, like the restaurant. And so you got Don Fry, my wife, laughing at me. Please go back before Arby's again.
What do you?
What were we talking about? Arby's and what? Oh, steroids. Oh, so roid head. You know, I never put two and two together when everyone's going, oh, roid head. That guy's a roid head. Well, do you realize that they're roid heads? Look at all the 190-pounder class. Everybody in that like heavyweight, that whole crew, except for the guy that dad sells pillows with the mohawk and the Japanese writing on his head. They all look like they're on the gas, man. They're sauced up. Their head, they have that roid head look. Like, you know, whatever. I don't care. Who cares?
Yeah, many of the original UFC fighters and Pride fighters were on it. So
Yeah, and you know what? I've never taken them. I've been around it. Obviously, I'm in professional wrestling and professional athletics. I've seen it, and I don't know what the deal is. Why you guys like to do them, and who does them, and you guys are all crazy out there. Who does them? I don't know. What does
AC
it
wants
do
to
for you?
know how. Someone wants to know how ready were you when you fought Kimbo Slice? How much notice did you have for that one?
I was ready for that fight. It was all good. It was a all right fight. Yeah, the warrior fighter in me is not going to say, "Oh wow, he hit me in the back of the head," and that's what happened. I don't know what happened, but oh, that's not legal. Um, we did have a long meeting because the two street fighters and Showtime was all scared about it was going to be a negative situation and please play by the rules. So I was like, I'm just going to take him down. He can't hit me in the back of the head. He hit me in the back of the head. Who cares? He won. I don't care. But yeah, I was totally ready for that fight.
Now, you were telling me on the phone about the last fight against the native guy that you weren't ready for and you don't think you should have been in the ring with or the cage that day.
I was telling you about my final hoorah went with wrestling, and I left, and then I was just living, man. I was on my way to Vegas and drinking like a fish, man. I was going all over the world and doing all sorts of crazy, dumb things, and just whoa. Anyways, where was I at? I got lost. Sorry.
Your last fight that you shouldn't have had.
Oh, so uh, I was pretty much knew before I came back on my comeback after wrestling that I had cirrhosis and that I was going to die basically unless I got a transplant. And the writing was on the wall. I'm like, well, you got to live, man. You don't just lay around and go, oh, when's the death date coming? So I was out there training and fighting and doing whatever I could. And I signed a deal with Dana to fight 3 fights. And I should have never, ever been out there. And then it went on and on and on. I should just never, ever think. My last 3 fights, I tried to fight Severn again out here in Phoenix. I couldn't pass the physical. And then my very last fight against Warpath, I was there at some Indian reservation where they don't do any medical on you. And I went there and I was pondering, what the hell am I going to do? I can die in the ring. And I said, well, I'm going to die with my boots on. I'm a warrior. That's the way I'm going to go out. And so that before a fight, you have like a little dressing room area in the whole 9 yards. And it was right next to the casino hotel. I walked upstairs into the room and I said to Paul Herrera, I said, hey man, I don't feel good. Come get me 5 minutes before the show. He came and got me 5 minutes before the show. I walked out of my room, walked right into the octagon, and started fighting. And that was my swan song. Goodbye. And then I went home and died. And the doctors and donors brought me back, and here I am. 4 years. 4 years, man. Yeah. Woo!
And you're out of Huntington Beach, so you don't have to run into Tito anymore, although I don't think he lives there anymore.
No, he doesn't live there anymore, I don't think. I think he moved to Florida or what have you. Good luck to that guy, boy, right? He's right up there now in the annals of the UFC history. He goes down with Josan and who's that other guy, that Mayhem Miller guy. Those three are the three musketeers of the UFC. Their families should be so proud.
Someone wants to know, were you afraid to fight Yoji Anjo?
I'm not afraid of anybody alive. I don't care. But he's a tough man.
Someone wants to know, did you ever fight in Japan?
Yes. Angie. Or what was it? Oh, yeah, I fought Anjo.
Oh, that's the guy that you fought in Japan.
Yeah. In UFCJ, the first time in Japan. I was the flagship of the show back in those days, baby.
How were you paid for Friends compared to UFC? Did you make more money from that TV show appearance than for real fighting?
And I think they paid me scale. They didn't really deal that they were all excited. And mind you, I'm not about all of this. Let's go be famous stuff. And the guy that was like the COO of Semaphore at the time calls me up. He goes, "Hey, are you sitting down?" And I'm like, "Oh, what the hell's going on now?" And he goes, "You're going to be on Friends." And I'm like, "Okay, who's my friend?" And he's like, "No, this is the biggest show out there." And I'm like, "I don't know even what the hell that is." And the most I ever watched of TV back in those days, if I wasn't in a bar, was the History Channel. But yeah, so I met all these stars and everything. I didn't know who the hell they were. The only one that was really cool that went out of his way was that David Schwimmer guy. He was really cool. Jennifer Aniston's hot. She's pretty cute. Back in those days.
Did you ever have any more acting offers, or you were just really focused on fighting in those days?
No, I wasn't really focused on anything. As far as acting kind of stuff, I did some goofy ass stuff, and every time I guess they have something like. Anyways, I always would look at myself outside of myself. There's a term for it, and just go, "You look like a jackass. What the hell are you doing?" And I did a few of those things, and then I said, "No, no, 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 no. I don't need to do this kind of stuff." Then I got into professional wrestling, where all you have to do is be yourself if you're good.
Do you still keep in contact with anyone from pro wrestling?
Not really. But that's, I don't really keep in contact with anybody from any part of my life back in those days. I'm like a boat, man. I'm down the river onto another lake.
Someone's asking how you got the name Tank.
Oh boy, fucking back in the day, pardon my French. Back in the day, I went to go to the UFC to fight, and the guy there was Art Davie, and it's like, "Hey, this is a martial arts show. You need a black belt and all that kind of stuff." And I said, "Well, I've wrestled my whole life. I'm a wrestler, an American wrestler, and that's real fighting. Not real fighting, but that's real combat, martial arts, American wrestling." He said, "Oh, too bad. We already got one. We got Dan Severn." I said, "Hey, listen, man, I just got out of jail for beating somebody up. I'm a street fighter, man. Street fighting is, I'm a very technical wrestler, and I'm a very technical boxer. But when it comes to the street, I can get down. That's a whole different ball of wax." And so where was I before I got off on a tangent? Who knows? Where were we at?
If you were friends with anyone in wrestling.
Oh yeah, but so No, I don't really talk to anybody from them. But they were all cool people, man. They get it. It's not about acting a certain way or being a certain thing. It's just making money and having fun. That's me, funaholic. Woohoo!
Joe wants to know, besides wrestling and boxing, is there any other styles that you trained in during your martial arts days?
Oh, absolutely. You have to be a fool if you don't watch jiu-jitsu. Gracie jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I mean, very effective stuff. You better know what the hell you're doing, and it's not a solve-all by any means, but it's definitely effective. And yes, I've rolled with some very world-class jiu-jitsu players. And any other questions?
Have you been watching MMA at all lately?
I have not. I plan on it, but I never do. Um, just never works out for me. These
What do you
kids are tough, though, man. They get out there and do their thing.
What do you think about the whole John Jones situation where he hasn't fought in years due to contract disputes?
That's all business kind of stuff, and I'm the last person to talk about that kind of stuff. But if it's your passion, and you should be able to find something that makes sense for everybody, right? I don't know. Good luck to the guy, man. Whatever, make as much money as you can. There's got to be a number where everybody's happy.
Then there's a situation where you have Francis Ngannou, who's technically the heavyweight champion, that his contract is running out, but he can make more money to have a boxing match with Tyson Fury as an exhibition boxing match. So he's saying he's going to do that first. Do you think that's a wise decision to go where the money is, because the money doesn't seem to be in UFC?
Yeah, like don't ask me about business. I'm sure they got it all handled, but I'm old school, man. Handshake. But you know what? Very few people are like that anymore. So, kind of BYA.
That's very true. James wants to know, who was the hardest puncher you ever fought?
Don't know about the hardest puncher, because when you get caught, you don't know. You get caught. I'll tell you, Kimbo Slice was a strong son of a bitch. I'm always stronger than everybody, but I could feel his strength. He was strong. That that's all I got. You don't know when someone hits you hard. You get your head caught in a choke or something, and you get catching some shots. Oh well, that's the beauty of it, man. Fighting's fun, man. It's just the whole thing. It, oh, it is. It's cool. It's it's true. It's closest to being pure as you can get.
Mike wants to know if you'd ever be a manager in pro wrestling if someone made you the offer, a company out there.
Oh, I'd do anything. But hey, you know what? I'm not going to go there. I had a great manager idea, but it would. It's not. I'm not gonna. I misspoke. Nah, nah. It would be fun. Anything's fun, man. Everything's great. Like you're talking about me, like in the Smiths. I like ICP, Michael Franti, anything all across the spectrum. The Doors, Sex Pistols.
Yeah, the Doors are probably my favorite. I listen to them every day. But someone had an ICP question earlier. They wanted to know if you still follow them and listen to them. I know you have the ICP bike in your garage last time I was there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I rode that across the nation, around the whole thing. Hot dog Cadillac. Yoo-hoo. Those are the days. More to be had. Um, uh, yeah, ICP. So I got all the jokers on my fairing up there in front there. But yeah, no, ICP is I still listen to them. I'm a juggalo. My wife's a juggalette. Yeah, and who's that cat that Greg Valentine? Uh, we had some scheduling um, problems. I was going to go on his show and talk with him about ICP or something.
I'd like to see you do some sort of interview with ICP.
Oh well, you never know. I enjoy Violent J and Shaggy.
Joe wants to know why your Ken Shamrock fight never happened, since it seemed like you had a natural rivalry.
Hmm. Once, maybe twice. Okay, but it seemed like he always had an excuse not to fight me. He hurt his hand with Brian Johnson, and then he tested positive for steroids, and then he couldn't make it for an eye thing. I'm always willing. You talk about everybody talks about me not being in shape and all that kind of stuff. I'm always willing to show up and fight. Now, like Shamrock and all that, everything's got to be perfect for everything. Not me. I just show up and fight, and that's Shamrock is Shamrock.
Someone's asking if you remember anything from when you passed away on the operating table.
Oh yeah.
What drove you to keep fighting?
Just me being me that kept me going to keep going. And yeah, I was on the table. You see, once you get cirrhosis and then you get sick, I went to the hospital after a while, after years of living crazy. The hospital, I couldn't take it anymore. As a doctor, I went to a thing. She goes, "You need to go to the hospital immediately or you're going to die." And I went there, and this Dr. Sani turned me on to Cedars, and I'm alive. And that's all that matters.
Someone wants to know who's tougher in your opinion, Vitor or Maurice Smith?
Well, I think it's pretty common knowledge that Vitor is chemically induced and helped. So, really, to discuss any of his wins or losses to me is a moot point. He won against me. Uh, he knocked me out. Steroids had nothing to do with it. So he caught me. Oh well. Um, so for him to fight Maurice Smith, I mean, it's just not really fair. I can't even tell you uh, a winner like I would like to say, oh, probably Vitor, but how do you know what Vitor really is? You can't.
Ryan wants to know, do you think you could beat Dana White in a boxing match?
That's like a question. Could I beat up Ronda Rousey? Um, what kind of point is that? Sure.
At one point, Tia challenged Tito Ortiz or something to a boxing
Oh,
match.
that thing. I've rolled with Tito, which he's supposed to be some fantastic wrestler for a long time. He's not all that, and I know about his boxing. And Dana would take Tito's head off, would just kill him. We all
Well,
saw
there's a
it.
good quote.
I was gonna say, didn't you just see who that thriller fight or triller fight thing? That guy just knocked the hell out of Tito. That's probably what happened with Dana. Dana would do that to Tito.
Yeah, I think that
Who
was
was
the
that
end of
little
his boxing
spider?
career.
Yeah, the little spider guy.
Yeah, I don't think he has any more
Anderson.
fights coming up.
Yeah, so yeah, he's he's Tito. Good for him.
Tanner wants to know your opinion on Big Country Roy Nelson.
You know what? I've seen bits and pieces of him. I don't know the man, so I haven't seen enough of him and don't know enough of him. So he must be a killer, and I think he looks great.
Did you have a favorite opponent? Somebody wants to know.
Probably the Samoan, and only metaphorically because he meant so much more to me. It was all more than a fight of who's better and who's worse. In my life, it meant something monumentous to me. It was like the summit of the meaning of your life. It happened on that day, July 14th, 1995.
Apparently, you have the same birthday as Cain Velasquez. What do you think about all the controversy going on with him? It looks like he's going to be in prison for a while, and there's some people, like I believe Don Fry, for instance, thinks that there should be no punishment for the shooting that he did.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's just terrible stuff, and you got to be out of your mind to think anything otherwise. I mean, it's just I wish the best of luck to the guy.
Now, you said you don't really like talking about the business side of it, but this guy wants to know your opinion on the controversy surrounding UFC fighter pay. Do you think it's warranted, or is it misunderstood?
Yeah, I'm not so much into all of the pay stuff and all that kind of stuff. See, my paradigm or the way I come at this whole thing, and that is my first show, I fought for $2,000. There was not like people are gonna know who you are, and oh my God. And then it was slowly evolved into this like thing of like it was a fast track to become a star, and all these idiots come out of the woodwork and pretending like they're tough guys. It was like a reincarnation of high school or something. All these bozos walking around like they're tough guys, like they're used car salesmen doing rap, telling you how tough they are. And it's just like, I don't know. Now it's just like, so that's the money we got paid, like $2,000. Now these guys are talking about millions of dollars, and God bless them, and woohoo, great for you, man. Get it all you can, but it's hard for me to relate to. That's all. Not really about making money, but just the whole point of it all. I mean, it's more than making money or being famous. It's about a way of life for me, anyways.
Mike wants to know what your college record was in wrestling.
So I don't even know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I can tell you this: I had a bad day at the state tournament, and I think I got fifth. But in every tournament picture that I had throughout the year, everyone that was above me, I beat. It just wasn't my day at that day. But whatever, it doesn't. Things like that don't mean that much to me. I remember when the first time I fought Maurice Smith, Blatnick was alive, and I think it was in New Orleans or something like that. And mind you, so there's all these people that go out there, these dilettantes that fucking get into this fighting thing, and one thing is Well, everybody, these charlatans that act like they're warriors and everything like that, they turncoat and run to Japan and fight for pride and turn their back on contracts for the UFC people. And they left it a show there where no one was going to be able to watch and no one would fight because they didn't have any adequate time for anybody to fight Maurice Smith. Guess who said, hey, I don't care about that. Just say I didn't have any time. Did you think to train? I just got off the bar stool and I walked in here. You think they said anything? No. Nope, 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 nope. Don't ever trust these guys, man. Anyways, that's the story of learning through life. There's good people out there and bad people, and whatever. That's what happened with the Maurice Smith fight. That's why I didn't show up in shape. Not, oh, look at him, he's out of shape. That's how I look. I don't take steroids. That's how my body looks, bro. I mean, that's how it is.
Did they ever put out an action figure of you?
Yes, WCW did.
Oh,
Jack
cool.
Specific.
Yeah, that's probably got to be worth something now.
It wasn't a UFC one. It was a wrestling one.
Ark wants to know if you remember the very first fight you ever had in your life, in not including sports, I guess.
Yeah. I do, as a matter of fact. And I was my parents, mind you. My brother's 5 years older than me. My sister's 8. So I was like a pet, the latchkey kid. And we lived in an apartment complex. My father just got back from college, and he was teaching down at a high school, and we got in this fight with another kid from the apartment complex. And I remember fighting, and we were getting down. We're just two little kids, and I remember getting my feet on his shoulder blades and ripping his hair out of his head and getting crazy. And I ripped his face off with my hands and the whole 9 yards, and beat him up pretty good. And he ran home, and God, it was before 4th grade. And I didn't see him for like 2 or 3 days. And then I saw him at school. He was all beat up pretty good. That was my first fight. I had to been 9, 8 years old. Pretty good memory.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a pretty brutal one as well.
Yeah, for two little kids. Wonder whatever happened to the other kid. I fucked him up. I mean, I messed him up pretty good.
Yeah. Now, someone wants to know if you were still under contract when WCW went out of business.
Yeah, certainly was. Yeah, no, they finished me out, and I thought about calling WE, and man, I was crazy. And you asked me about did I party? Like I party. There was no such thing as a time or clocks or anything. I was very fortunate. Um, I had a little bit of money stashed away, and I was leaving Las Vegas, and I went crazy, man, crazy. And so wrestling was over, and if I would have continued with WWE, God knows what would have happened. Probably would have died on the road somewhere.
David wants to know who would win in a fight now between you and Butterbeat. I think it's safe to say you would, since he walks with a walker. Last I saw, and I believe Don Fry has a cane too. So
I'll tell you what, I'll do the job for either one of those guys. That's how much I care. Who cares?
I think that you and Don Fry would still draw. To be perfectly honest with you, people would want to see that.
To be honest with you, I beat the hell out of that old guy. He got lucky when he stepped on my foot. He's so lucky. Oh my God. Hey, every dog has his day.
Lance Armsgone says, how long were you on the waiting list for your liver?
Not very. Think, not mind you. After Dr. Sani turned me on to Sally. Uh, After Dr. Sani, on my phone dying. Anyways, so Dr. Sani sent me to Cedars. I'm sorry, Devin. What was I talking about?
How long you were on the waiting list for your liver?
Oh, so you're there, and they say they don't tell you this, but they go, okay, come back in 2 weeks. Come back in this, and so I did that for a year and a half or so, and they're just waiting for you to die, Sally. And so they're just waiting for you to die. This is going to die, and on the phone. Um, So they're waiting for you to die. So you keep on checking back into the what do you call it? The hospital every couple of weeks. So I went in there and they said you they said you're gonna moving anyway. So um you go in there and then you go guess what? You're not going home today. You're dying. And I guess I was in a full kidney shutdown. And they wheeled me over to the hospital, and I was there for 6 days. And I guess I got a kidney. I was basically on my deathbed. Um, and so next thing I know, I wake up like 6 weeks later from ICU, pretty much in a comatose state. I was chewing my mouth. I guess I had multiple strokes, 5+ more, and I was lucky to be alive. I died. And so I guess I was on the list for 6 days.
And how old were you at that time?
Well, 4 years ago, 52, I think. So I'm
Very young.
57 now. So whatever was it, 53, 54, what, 52 or 53, something like that.
Michael
So,
Collins is wondering if your current state of residence, Arizona, is good for you health wise.
oh, absolutely. I love it out here. I grew up in Huntington Beach, basically on the water, not on the water, but on the beach, but ocean, ocean, ocean. And I moved out here to an ocean of saguaros. I love it out here in the desert. You've been out here. It's awesome.
Yeah, you have to take dirt roads to get to your house,
Yes.
and no one's going to bother you there.
No, I love it here. Me and my dogs and my
You never
wife.
had kids, did you? Someone's asking if there's going to be another generation of you in the business.
No, I like to pride myself on being responsible. And I was under the impression that I wasn't really responsible enough or in my life to bring a child into that kind of situation. So I chose not to. And so I am childless.
Someone's asking, was it hard for you to stop drinking? A lot of people can never stop.
That's a true statement. And you want to know what? No, it wasn't hard for me to stop drinking. Um, I just had to know that it was going to kill me. And of course, nothing's going to kill me. And once I found that out, I just put it down. I can't. I can. I can stop drinking anytime. I'm a funaholic. I'm not a slave to alcohol.
Someone's asking if you believe in God.
I don't know if I want to call it God, but I died and I went somewhere. I wasn't gone. My conscience was still there. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to take it or what have you, but just because you're leaving this body doesn't mean you're gone. Does that mean there's God? You know what? I'm an agnostic. I'll find out when I get there.
What would be your best advice for someone getting into MMA today? It's so much different than when you started. There's a lot more money in it and a lot more jobs too.
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to do, fine. But I don't, it's kind of funny. You're looking for money? Are you looking to be famous? Are you looking to do whatever? That never entered my mind. It was never ever even something to think about. So like, oh, should I do it for money? It's like saying, do you want to be an attorney or you want to be a policeman? I mean, I don't know. It's a different way of looking at things. Just call me old man.
What do you think you would have done if you didn't get into fighting? I know you were studying history in college.
Well, I probably would have got around to going to law school. Although I was hell bent on being a teenager, and I hell raising non grown up as long as I could, and I made it to 52 ish. So there I am. I got to stay on my death. I wake up every morning, and everybody should do it and just go, oh my God, no matter how bad things get, trust me, I know how bad things can get. And just go, oh my God, it's so great to be here. You don't know, man, till you almost lose it. You could have everything you want, but you would give it up just for these extra 4 years. And knowing that I got them every day, you wake up and you go, whoa, I'm awake. I can't believe it. Yeah, I never did that before. I do it now.
I noticed Mark Coleman was congratulating you on your 4 years since transplants. What do you think of him being sober for about a year now?
Good luck to him, man. Alcohol, come on. Alcohol is a great time. It can screw your life up, it can kill you. But man, it's a great time. Man, if you can manage it well and it doesn't screw your life up, have at it. I try to be responsible. I try to do the right things. I didn't have children. I have stepchildren that I love, and that's good enough for me. I don't need that kind of stuff.
Have you been following at all the going on with Sunny, former WWE manager? You might have known her from WCW. That election.
I don't know her, but man, alcohol once again, I can you get in with someone that's bound to be irresponsible. It just accentuates and it takes away your inhibitions for being responsible. Using an irresponsible person, and God, oh my God, I have no sympathy for that woman. It makes me sick. It turns my stomach.
I guess she was in WCW before you.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do with her, but alcohol is an insidious disease, and man, it's not for the irresponsible, and you know, for the irresponsible that take down their families and all the other stuff with them. It's bad, but it's like a gun issue. You can't throw guns away because some crazy person went and shot everything, and you can't get rid of alcohol or call all alcohol bad, because man, it it supplied me with one of the craziest lives I've ever seen. I've seen, but trust me, I'm going to write a book about it. Walter Fox, funaholic. Something about him getting. I think I'm going to start with Walter Fox getting the final realization that wrestling is coming to an end and its funaholic is just beginning. I used to, man, I used to stay at hotels up and down Sunset Boulevard and all the trappings, all the crazy stuff. Oh my Lord. Woo!
There's a fan on here that wants to know what was the biggest MMA payday you ever had, which you might not want to say. I do believe you made more money with WCW overall.
Yeah, wrestling is good. I did all right with fighting. It doesn't matter. Really doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money I make. I'll be comfortable for the rest of my life. Supposed to make it with transplants and everything, especially if you have 2 to 101 years old.
Yeah, well,
That's
Billy
why.
Graham is still
That's.
going with his liver transplant.
I was gonna say that's why the waiting list is so hard to get on. You get that many more years.
Well, I hope for you you make that many more years. You did marry your wife's much younger, isn't she? Sally, isn't she? You did
Oh,
very well
I'm
for
not gonna give her secret away, but she's she said you're awesome, but she's a year older or a month older than me.
That's the truth.
That is the truth.
Philip wants to know if you idolized any wrestlers or fighters growing up.
Believe it or not, you want to have like a game. Who would you think I would be as a boxer? Who do you think, like during like the Tyson era? What kind of boxer do you think I would like? Just from out there.
George Foreman, maybe.
Yeah, you nailed it right on the. I thought that was gonna be a hard one. No, I loved George. I got
Ever
a
meet
funny
him?
ass story. I have a funny ass story way before I was Tank. No, about George. Thank God there. Thank God things come and save me. But I'm telling you, I go to watch. I was into boxing, man, and I couldn't box my whole life. My mom was like, "No way, you need brain problems and all that kind of stuff. You're not doing it." And of course, I have respect for my parents and everything else. Of course, I listened to my mother. I turned 18. I got in a bad car accident. My 19th birthday, got my teeth knocked out, got my knee banged up really bad. Wrestling was kind of coming to an end, and I needed the combat. I had the thirst for it, and so I went to the boxing gym. I went up. I went up to San Luis Obispo area, and I boxed with this guy who was his father's a very famous 70s boxer. Not his father, but his cousin, something relative. He had 8 pro fights. I never put boxing gloves on before. Got in the ring and I boxed him up pretty good. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I just went in there and boxed. This guy had 8 fights, knocked the snot out of him. Got it on videotape, so I'm not making stories up. And said, I got to do this. And everybody back in the day, every tough guy back in the day, I'm going to beat up Mike Tyson. And I was gung ho to go beat up Mike Tyson. So I went to the Westminster boxing. Went in there. Tyrell Biggs is in there banging away with Matt Kurihara. I'm just some white kid, don't know nothing. Said, I want to start boxing. Matt Kurihara said, let's do it. Had my first fight within 6 weeks. Noe Cruz took over. Mexican trained Carlos Palomino showed me how to throw punches, and there I was, boxing away. That's how my boxing started.
Cool story. So you still have that videotape?
Yep. And I got one of Don Fry stepping on my foot when I had him on Queer Street. They were going to do a movie with me. And so I had a little bit of pullback in those days, believe it or not, the main dog. And I said, hey, I need this movie company shooting this. And they said, okay, whatever, as long as they don't put it out there. So I have that, and etc.
That would be great to get on digital and throw it out there someday.
Yeah, I have so much stuff. I like a big trash bag full of stuff. It, I don't even care about the stuff any really more. Everybody just makes up their own stories about what goes down. It's nuts.
Well, now those gym boxing videos are really popular on YouTube.
Yeah, so well, so I started boxing, and then Ultimate Fighting came along, and there it was. I used to cry, like, not really cry, but like whine, like, why this boxing bullshit is bullshit, man. I need a real fight. And I used to say back in the day, I go, you guys, this boxing gym is just full of bunch of pussies. I go, if a van full of wrestlers came in here and said, let's fight, you'd all run to the payphone and call the cops. I go, now, if all you boxers got in the van and drove to the wrestling room and said, let's fight, all the wrestlers would take you down and start fighting. That's the difference in mentalities. Um, and that's what was going down. And so I went out and had my amateur boxing matches. And I was into George Foreman, and I went out there to watch him fight. And then I was crazier than a shit house rat, drunker and shit. And there with a friend, and we saw George walking out of a lobby at a hotel, and I was like starstruck. It's like, man, that guy's my idol. And the night went on. It was Tuesday night fights or something. Sean O'Grady and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, we ended up going to some Zeldas or something. I don't know if it's still there or not. This is decades ago. Getting drunker and skunks, and then we wanted to go find George Foreman. Drunker and shit, and I got pulled over. I was going to tackle him. He would have beat the holy hell out of me and my friend. He would have just smoked us. Anyways, fate intervened and I got a DUI. I woke up the next day and thanked everything that moved. It would have been great getting my ass kicked by George Foreman. Funny as fuck.
Yeah, something to talk about for sure.
Oh yeah.
Someone wants to know about your knockout of Cabbage. How did that feel? That memorable KO.
Yeah, you know the Cabbage story here. Another thing, and you call them excuses, I call them reasons. He cut my forehead with a knee, but he had a training tape of me, and he knew that I was going to bob and weave, so he had a little heads up. He had a tape of me that was real fresh that he got through the UFC. I don't know who gave it to him, and I really don't care. But he split my forehead open, and they were putting some kind of adrenaline stuff to stop the bleeding. And he said, you okay? Can you see? And I said, no, you got shit in my eye, like get the gook out of it. And Big John McCarthy just looking for any excuse. He's not my fan. He's, oh, that's it. Stop the fight. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You said you couldn't see. I go, oh my God. Everybody saw the fiasco that happened afterward. John Marsh got him through a water bottle at him, etc. Anyway, so then I guess they thought I was an easy mark and they were going to take me over to Hawaii and beat me up on the rock. And we all saw the punch. And, I kind of worked on that punch, not like on purpose, but like I would go with the punch mitts and Tyrone Bennett, my trainer, would walk away or I'd walk away and I'd get tired, and then I'd turn around and crack him, and I'd call it my cocktail punch. And that's what he got, the cocktail punch. And that son of a bitch broke my hand. I want medical payments for that.
Yeah, there's no pension plan for fighters or extended medical coverage past the day of fights, is there?
No, no. That's all right, though. Got to do what you got to do, man. You ain't cry about it. What, I got $2,000 for my first show. Are you kidding me? Like, $2,000 I fought 3 times. Was the best night of my life. Man, it was great. Talk about everything that you could ever think of. And what a great feeling it was. Las Barriles, 2,000. Ha!
Someone wanted to know if you think any of the fighters today could have made it back in the old school days of no weight classes and fighting 3 times a night.
Well, okay. Who's Mr. Natural guy? Whatever. Well, that Randy Couture kid. Yeah. Didn't he think that he was a heavyweight and try to fight Brock Lesnar?
Yeah, and it didn't work out too well for him.
Right. So anybody under 200 pounds really shouldn't fight in a tournament. Um, so there you go. You get rid of just about everybody except for the heavyweights. An average good heavyweight will beat anybody. That's why they have weight classes. I mean, it's not a secret. I mean, everybody gets all these like fights through proxy, by proxy. You know, if you're a little guy, you can be into all the little guys, and if you're a right head, you can be into the right head guys, and if you're like the Street Fighter hell raising guy, you can be into me or whatever, which is not really who I am, but you can act like I'm that way. I'll be that way for you. Whatever. Just it is what it is.
I'm guessing the answer is probably no, but Mr. Raccoon wants to know, did anyone try to rib you in WCW?
They probably did, and I didn't know it. That's how smart I am.
Did you beg? Did you
You know
beg
what? I
the
don't
Nitro
care.
girls, by the way?
Oh, let me see. I didn't do anybody, and look at me. I'm not exactly the cutest guy in the world, but don't leave your girlfriend around me because I do have a little bit of game. Believe it or not. Ha!
Yeah, give us some tips. I'm always looking for tips because now I'm single.
Oh, you want some tips? I can tell you the number one deal that'll get you the women, and that's don't act like me, and you'll be all set.
Paid programming wants to know, have you watched any good movies and what's your favorite movie?
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Are you? Oh, all right. Yeah, I realize it's been decades, but I am notorious for partying hard. And yes. What was the question again? Movies.
Yeah.
Yes, I start getting into that party scene. And the movies that are definitely on my list are Leaving Las Vegas and Barfly. I've lived Barfly. I know Barfly. I've lived Leaving Las Vegas. I've done both of them. And let me tell you something. Uh, they're realistic movies. Crazy. And like I was telling you, crazy, I wouldn't live by time. I would just get drunk, pass out, go to sleep, eat. I didn't care what time it said on the clock. I just was, when I was awake and conscious, I was partying. It didn't matter if it was 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon. That's how I was rolling. And
Is it bad that I still think that sounds fun?
oh, as fun as you can imagine. It was like, what time is it? It was like, I don't know. It, forever. And then to accentuate it, it was like, oh shit, let's go to Costa Rica. Oh shit, let's go to Mexico. I used to go down to this place, a fishing village, and see a Cortez by myself all the time. Drink Pacificos, go fishing, just chill. It's a great time down there.
Now, I know your answer is going to be yes, but this guy wants to know, would you have won the WWE Brawl for All?
Well, you know the answer, sure. I'm, anybody that's a fighter is always going to win. If you, if you're a fighter, you sit there and go, oh well, that guy might be able to kick my ass, or oh well, I might lose there. Then you're not a fighter. Give it up. Go swim.
Yeah. Do you think they made a mistake there after like Bart Gunn destroyed all of the wrestling competition to put him in there against Butterbean and pretty much
Oh yeah, that
it
was
was
rough.
supposed to be you, wasn't it? You were in consideration.
Well, they were all talking about all sorts of things, and nothing ever panned out. I was talking to them, Bruce Pritchard and the JR guy and all them, and I don't know. If you get the book Walter Fox after he fights in this NHB show, he goes to some professional wrestling show they had back at Happening Beach, and there was an organization there that started the ball rolling. So he always kind of had some loyalty to them, and so when he was talking with the W, or not him, but when I was talking to the WWE, I already kind of had some strong feelings, not that couldn't be overcome by money, but some loyalty first meeting things with Eric Bischoff, and that's what I went with. And Eric was a stand-up guy all the way across the board for everything he said.
Philip Thornton wants to know, how were your interactions with Ric Flair in WCW?
Ric Flair is a cool guy. He did his thing, and everybody in the business did their own thing. And I don't have a bad word to say about anybody in wrestling except for the other two that I had to. But you want to know what? Because I'm working on myself. You always got to tune yourself up and ask yourself what makes you tick and stuff like that. So you know what? I put myself in Lex Luger's shoes, and I can see myself shooting from where he shot from. So I kind of rescind my bad feelings for him. And Terry Taylor, he's just a dick. You know what? I always say there's a special place, and I got like a memory like an elephant. And someday, timing will happen. I will meet you, and we will have a conversation. And I've had conversations with people before. It's funny, they never tell you.
Taylor, a lot of people don't like him, and I don't know. I don't think he's ever really. He's just a great politician. He always gets positions in companies, and that's
I understand the whole back thing, but he maliciously did things to screw me over. And when you do that, I maliciously do things to screw you over. And I'm not dead yet.
So someone find out when Terry Taylor does another autograph signing and invite Tank to it and have the cameras ready.
Ah, Las Barillas. It's all timing, man. Timing.
Now, someone earlier was asking about Rick Steiner. Would you have beat him in a legitimate MMA fight had it happened?
We all know the answers. You know, I'm going to beat everybody, but Rick's a tough guy. Both the Steiners are tough guys. And, you know, I throw compliments around like manhole covers. Everybody in wrestling is a tough guy. That doesn't mean they're skilled fighters or anything like that, but they're, for the most part, tough men.
Well, let me end it on this question then, because this is topical. They just made CM Punk the AEW champion. Do you think it's good to make the guy the face of your company who didn't even land one strike in his MMA fights? Or does it matter?
You know what? I think it doesn't really matter. And so here's the deal. Well, no one ever really thought that CM Punk was a tough guy to begin with. I never thought that. I was kind of shocked that he went out and tried it. But so what does it? You know, it doesn't really. I don't know. That's why those guys get paid the money to figure it out.
I think they're paying him between 3 and 5 million is the rumor, but I even think after your transplants, he wouldn't stand a chance against you.
No, you know what? I'm physically getting back, and like I said, I grew up 5 years junior of my brother, so I know how to behave. I just sit back and be quiet. And you know, I got dinged up pretty good. It's like a truck ran me over, so I know to sit back and just be quiet, and I just let people say their stuff and do their thing. That's all. And that's all that CM Punk's doing. He's doing his thing, and good luck to him.
Chris has a good question here about how many bar fights have you been in? I've been attacked in bars at least 200 times from bouncing, so I imagine it's got to be more than that.
I would guesstimate that. You know, I sit back and I don't really consider fighting before I was 16 a fight. I mean, once you get up and driving around, then you start to see the world, and then you start fighting grown-up people. And I would say during that time, I was breaking down altercations everywhere, and hundreds is easy to say. And I've beaten opponents 1 inch from life to letting them go with a slap, depending on where they want to take it. I'm telling you, I'm a nice guy. I just don't get it.
Very good. Now, we talked earlier, you put out a couple books. Where are they available if people want to order them?
Okay, it's on Amazon Books. There's 3 of them. They're all done now. It's a story of this guy named Walter Fox that was graduating from college, didn't know what the hell he was going to do, ended up getting in an altercation that changed his life. And before you know it, it's the end of the book. And he just got done fighting in a no holds barred fighting show, something they never had seen before in their life. And it ends with him signing a contract and being on TV.
So fans can look that up on Amazon and to get
It's Before There Were Rules on Amazon.com books. If you're not into reading, I wrote a 900 plus page novel. Not reading the whole thing. The last book sums it all up. It's a good start off. And if you like Walter, you can go back and see where he came from.
And you do have an Instagram page, which I believe your wife helps you run.
Right.
Is tank.abbott for people that want to look that up. And I'll even put it up on the screen in a second here. And she posts pictures pretty regularly of you on there.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the mood, you know. I was trying to think about content. Anyways, yeah. So, what the hell was I thinking about? I don't know. Yeah. So Sally does all those things, and there's my page. Yeah, Sally helps me.
What's that about Shale Soden on there?
Well, he did a thing on my books, and so I put it on there. Yeah.
I'll have to
And,
check that out.
yeah, a little story about Chael. Seems back in the day on my second show, I lived in Orem, Utah, and I trained with Mark Schultz, the world champion wrestler, for 5 weeks. And Chael Sonnen was a wrestler on his team. And small world that it is, we known each other since way back then. And he ended up checking my books out and did a little review on them.
I'm gonna have to check that out for sure. He has a really good YouTube channel, and he's been attacked recently or something at a hotel, and now he has to deal with a legal situation out of it.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is just ridiculous. All that kind of stuff used to be squashed and settled and done with way back when. And then now we produce this offspring of pussies. it's terrible.
I mean, it sounds stupid, but if you're a famous fighter now, you kind of need bodyguards just to protect yourself from the people that are going to try and sue you.
Absolute true statement. And you know, I have empathy for Chael. And I have empathy for Chael, and it's a terrible scene, just like that Mike Tyson thing on the airplane.
Luckily, it sounds like that's going to turn out in Mike Tyson's favor because that guy had a criminal history, and it's.
Oh yeah, and then they think that they got legal on their side. It's just terrible. I stay in your lane. I stay in my lane. Do whatever you want to do. Live and let live, man. I don't care. Woohoo!
Whoever, like, it doesn't matter if you know fighting or not. Mike Tyson is one of the most famous people in the world. You would think the airline stewardesses would pay closer attention to him when he's on their plane, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, and then you know, like that guy's gonna walk off and talk like he's a tough guy. Everybody has their narrative about what they did. I got bozos that talk about stupid ass stuff that didn't even exist, and even if it did, they twist it into their own little stupid stories. And I feel sorry for Mike. It's bad. These people are crazy.
People love twisting stories around, and the sad part is most people will just believe whatever they hear, but it's all good as long as they're talking about us, right?
Yeah, you never know. Exactly right. And you know, people don't bother me. You know how many fools that have come up and said stuff? No one has ever gotten off on me. Trust me. All these fools that they say things about me, or whatever. It's all words. So who cares? I don't.
I noticed Dave Meltzer never really has much positive to say about you.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you this. It's weird that you brought it up because he says that he's seen me kissing another guy. And
I've heard him say that. That's exactly why I was bringing it up, but I didn't
I'm
want.
going to tell you, it might be true. And I really don't care. I'm not homosexual. I'm not homophobic either. But I usually don't kiss and tell. But it was him, the guy that he saw me kissing. He had his eyes open, and we. It was him that he saw me kissing.
Well, many people would definitely believe that because he like
Hey, who cares? And you know what? I've kissed guys. I don't care. I'm
it's
not,
Pride Month. It's Pride Month. Why can you? Why shouldn't you be able to say it? But
woohoo! Go out there and do your thing, gay guys. I don't care. Gee.
but what I don't like about the only thing I have a problem with is the gay people is they act like people are only hating on them, but they hate on any celebrities that post pictures with.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Listen,
you post a picture with Sally. I'm sure there's people hating. Why is she with you? Blah blah blah. Like,
oh, the haters are out there. Hey, guess what, haters? I hope you're doing better than me, but I don't think so. And I don't care.
and there is a thing in fighting that not many people talk about, but a lot of MMA fighters are actual bisexual. You probably know about it too, right?
No, that's the first time I heard it.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
No, shit. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yeah, no, I won't get into it, but there's a whole thing that we won't get into on this podcast because YouTube is
Hey, where's
strict.
the grenade?
But I'll let you close this off with whatever you want to say. He has a battle going on with Mercedes right now. Go to
Yeah,
the very start of this if you want to hear about that.
yeah. Hey, Mercedes and whatever. I mean, they try to sell me a lemon, in my view, and like I said, I've been a proud owner of Mercedes since 1999. Hell, I got three cars, three of them in my garage right now. And Fletcher Jones of Newport, it seems, pulled a fast one. And oh, there's another thing. Fletcher Jones is Las Vegas. Excellent professional, on great company, ran like a professional company. Unlike Newport, there was some guy there. He's like a named after some actor and wearing some cheap suit. Just that typifies Newport Mercedes. Fletcher Jones was that guy. Anyways, in my view, they tried to rip me off, and all I wanted was, and all I do want is my money back. And I even wanted to. I was going to buy like a Sprinter or something like that, just something. Nothing. And I don't know what's up. I thought Mercedes. I'm totally disappointed in them. I thought they would be much better than the response and service. And you know what? When I got my car back after it was there for like 30 days, the guy goes, I wouldn't drive this back across the desert. I would tell you to get a flatbed to tow it back. I said, okay, I'll call Mercedes. And he goes, then you can take it to Newport. I said, okay. I called Mercedes-Benz USA and told them that. And they said, nope, we don't do that. Sorry. I go, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just spent a lot of money in anybody's book, a lot of money for this car. And you're telling me, whoop, whoop. That's the service I'm getting from Mercedes-Benz USA and Fletcher Jones, Newport. Thoroughly disappointed.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV. Please help me out and like this video, then click the subscribe and get notifications buttons so you don't miss any of my latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news.